Evil Avalon web novel audiobook Chapter 48 to 79 Chapter 48 My relationship with her. I hurriedly downed the bread I was about to eat with milk, changed into my gym clothes, and walked quickly to the arena number 3, the meeting place for the sword fighting class. What a mess. I've got a physical class coming up, and I'm exhausted because of the sudden call. However, today's sword fighting class will not be as strenuous as the first class, and if you're paired up with the relaxed Nita-san, you won't be exhausted by mistake. In fact, it was sure to be a cackling practice, and I couldn't wait for it. While remonstrating against my unconscious skipping, I arrived at the arena number 3, which was built with thick outer walls. The inside was dazzlingly white with intense lighting. This arena is the third largest of the 4, but it has a high ceiling and is about the size of the high school gymnasium I attended in the original world. Naturally, the entire area is within the magic field. The floor and walls are covered with impact-resistant tiles, so you can train to strengthen your body. Are there any students you haven't paired up yet? Mirai-sensei, the homeroom teacher, walks in and checks the list. She said that if there were no pairs, she would pair them up herself. That seemed like more of a punishment game to me. And why is the homeroom teacher in charge of the physical education class? In other words, she's a Class A graduate of this adventurer's school. She has a higher level of experience than most adventurers, and is capable of teaching. I'm tempted to do a quick appraisal to see how strong she is, but I'll stop now. In the back of the teacher are several instructors and a handsome priest teacher. We can receive not only first aid but also regeneration magic for free, so one can rest assured in case something happens to one. Each of my classmates was given a black protector to wear over their entire body and a hard rubber sword, and we listened to the homeroom teacher's explanation as we put them on. We were going to have a sword fighting ground training session. As the name suggests, sword fighting is a martial art that uses swords, but it differs from kendo in that it focuses on fighting monsters rather than people. Monsters have different weaknesses, different sizes, and different ways of attacking, so how to get around them is very different from how you do with people. The weapons used in sword fights are usually a jumble of one-handed swords, large swords, daggers, etc. There is no uniformity. How to get in between weapons and opponents is also different, so a hit-and-away style is basically preferred. However, in today's sword fighting class, there was no such thing as hit-and-away, only swords made of light rubber. The main focus of the class is on ground training, where we pair up and hit each other head-on, similar to kendo. If there was anything that needed to be improved, the instructor would give guidance. Although it is common to pair up with a partner of about the same level, this E-class has been in the dungeon for less than 2 months, so there is not much of a difference in level, and it doesn't seem to matter who you pair up with. This time, Nita-san, who was to be paired with me, wanted to be an archer and her main weapon was a bow. She seems to have never used a melee weapon before, so I wonder if it would be better if we fought with our hands down so as not to be noticed. When I looked at her, she whispered, "Nice to meet you," musical note, and gave me a small wave. No, it's my pleasure, musical note. On the other hand, Omiya-san is paired with Kuga-san. The petite Omiya-san, who wanted to be a wizard, and the slender Kuga-san. The difference in the jobs they want to do, the difference in their physiques, and the difference in their experience can be a good learning experience for them, so I want them to do their best, but the important thing is that Kuga-san doesn't seem to be very motivated. She had a languid look in his eyes. Let's begin. The classmates were probing each other. Most of the classmates are trying to be adventurers, and most of them are trying to be serious. Some of them, like Kaworu, had experience in kendo, and here and there a few of them were holding magnificent stances. As for me, the difference in level between me and Nita-san is not checked, but it must be huge. And I don't know how far I can go against a girl who is so soft and gentle. I think I'll attack first. I'm a little confident in my swordsmanship. Nita-san put her hands lightly on her hips and showed off her large chest as if to show off her confidence. I wondered if she had practiced kendo before, since she said she was confident in her swordsmanship. However, no matter how skilled you are with a sword, there is a difference in level in the magic field. There's nothing she can do. You seem confident, but you have to be careful not to arrogant. The way she brushes her hair adorably and slowly pulls out her sword from her waist makes me smile. Not so alarmed, I took a closer look at Nita-san's stance. Her center of gravity was lowered, the sword in her right hand was in front of her, and her left hand was drawn back as if she was using magic. It was a stance often taken by magic swordsmen. This is not a stance that an E-class student with limited dungeon experience would take. No, that's not it, but there's something else that sets off alarm bells in my head. This is a style of sword fighting where the tip of the sword wavers in time with your breathing, and you make small feints to keep your opponent from seeing your initial move. Suddenly, I felt a strong sense of déjà vu, and the image of that guy who came chasing after me to kill me in the game days flashed through my mind like a bolt of lightning. Hey, Narumi Sota-kun. Nita-san, who was looking into my eyes from the front, was looking for my reaction. The soft smile that should have been exactly the same as before began to look like the face of the devil. Maybe, Evil-kun, would be better. Fu*k. Seriously? The area around the girl in front of me shakes violently, and I have the illusion that an unidentifiable air is flowing out of me. Before I knew it, my heart was beating loudly and I couldn't help but swallow my saliva due to nervousness. The reaction is after all him. You are him, right? I thought so. Even though we were in the middle of a sword fight, Nita-san jumped up and down in a cute way to express her joy. As for me, I feel like I'm going to end up depressed. I had assumed that there might be some players in this world, but of all people, this person? The last time we faced each other was during the Castlevania. That time, a lot of our team members were killed. Yeah, it was like that. I was killed then, too. Until we came to this world, Nida-san and I were rivals who competed with each other in battle, to be exact. I was a PK, *1, and Nida-san was a PKK, *2. Dun X uses a PK system that allows you to attack and kill players. I started the game for the thrill of it and decided to become a PK, picking fights with various players, killing them, or getting beaten back. However, if you kill a player, you'll be wanted, and you won't be able to enter the strongholds that players use, such as Obaba's store on the 10th floor, for a certain period of time. If you continue to PK while wanted, the Adventurers Guild will put a large bounty on your head, and you will be judged to be a permanent PKer. No matter how much good you do, you will never be able to get back to normal, and the PKK will start hunting you for the bounty, and you will be forced to fight them endlessly. Also, if you die or are killed while PKing, you will lose a lot of levels, all your equipment and items, and you will also be given a disgraceful title. In my case, I was called a disaster scoundrel, or disaster evil, for short. The only people who can continue to PK are either thrill seekers like me or eccentrics. Thus, it was inevitable that a connection would be made between me, a PK, and Nida-san, the leader of the PKK clan, who had formed a clan to pursue and defeat such a PK. We chased and were chased, fought, attacked, and killed each other many times. That's how it was in the most recent game situation before she and I came to this world. I observed the girl in front of me. With a jet black full plate and a huge aura, he wields a magical sword with his free swordplay and chases me around with his crazy energy. She's a far cry from the image of a dark knight, as she is now a sissy-type girl with cute sports glasses. Are you a custom character? Yeah, I'm real, but Narumi-kun isn't. Yes, when I chose the custom character option, I was reincarnated as Butao, the character from the game. I can't tell you how many times I regretted my choice at that time. Now that I seem to be able to successfully lose weight and get along well with my family, I don't have any problems. On the other hand, Mr. Nida said that when she chose the custom character option, instead of making up her character, she became her real self without question. I thought her real self was a huge wrestler-type girl with a vicious face, but she was so cute. So, how did you know who I was? I now possesses a open double-angle bracket fake closed double-angle bracket, which I recently acquired. I'm not sure if they did a quick appraisal so that I wouldn't notice. I don't know how to do that. I wasn't sure, but the deciding factor was your reaction when you saw the pendulum. The pendulum is a style of swordsmanship that allows the user to move the tip of the sword in subtle ways when facing each other, timing attacks and feinting. Nida-san's PKK clan is a devilish group of swordsmen who specialize in duels, using real swordsmanship and military-like discipline and tactics in their battles. Rumor has it that she himself taught sword fighting to the members of the clan, raising the level of strength of all clan members, but I wonder if this is true. The current Mr. Nida doesn't have a huge amount of aura or a lot of swordsmanship skills like she did in the game. However, as a PK who has crossed swords countless times and been killed countless times, I can't help but be wary of her. Nida-san smiled lightly and looked into my face again with eyes that looked as if they were lit with a suspicious fire. It reminds me of the gesture she made when she was a dark knight. Hey, you're not trying to kill me, are you? *1, PK abbreviation for player killer. *1, abbreviation for PK player killer. A player who intentionally attacks regular players for the purpose of stealing their gold or items. They are usually considered evil, and are feared and hated by players. *2, PKK abbreviation for player killer killer, a player or organization that specializes in attacking and defeating PKs. The act of killing a player itself is no different from PKing, but PKKs are often welcomed by players who want to kill PKs. Chapter 49 title is in the TL note. Me and Nida-san, pointing our swords at each other at a distance of only about 2 meters. In the game, the distance would have been close enough. In a moment, countless slashes and weapon skills would have been flying around. Without a hint of such tension, she asked me a gruesome question in a voice that seemed to be fluttering in the wind. You're not going to do PK here? No, I'm not going to do that. Do you think I can do that in the real world? Then, I wonder if I will be the evil of this world. What is the girl in front of me talking about? I was stunned, but now I'm in class. It's not a good idea to talk all the time, so I decide to whisper to her while I match my sword appropriately. I know that Nida-san, who is standing across from me, is not going to seriously attack me, but I can't help but get defensive. I'm just kidding, this world is so different from Dun X, isn't it? Common sense, the importance of human life, and so on. That's why I wanted to exchange opinions with you, Narumi. It's true that when you go to this school and live here normally, you may feel like you're in the original world. But in this world, PKs and MPKs happen frequently, and clans kill each other without a care in the world. It is not uncommon for a knighthood holder to treat a commoner badly and not be judged by the law. Seeing such unreasonableness, we say, equality, no discrimination. Punish those who don't uphold human rights and order. It is unavoidable that you may think such things. It's not easy to shed the sense of ethics and common sense of the original world just because you came to this world. Still, in order for us to survive and avoid trouble, we need to gather information from here and adapt well. We have to remember to pay attention to the value of life and the differences in law and order. I know that's what Nita-san wants to discuss with me, but... Truth to be told, in the first place, you and I have hardly ever talked, even in Dun X. In fact, we were enemies. Don't we need to build a relationship of trust before we can exchange opinions? TL. I was exactly discussing this point with readers Tuminakrishkshio and Rose yesterday midnight on Discord. What, are you hitting on me, TL? This possibility too. She put her hands on her cheeks and pretend to be embarrassed, but in the game, if our eyes met, we would kill each other immediately, so it felt very strange. If I hadn't known who she was, there's a very good chance I would have fallen for her gentle smile. But now that I know who she is, I don't have any particular crush on her. In fact, it even makes me recoil. However, there are many things I would like to confirm. In fact, it may be strange for me, who has committed countless acts of killing and looting through PK activities, to say anything about the personality of Nita-san, the enforcer of justice. If anyone is to be avoided, it's me. So, you and I are the only players who know what's going on. Stop calling me, you, call me Lisa. Musical note, TL. My readers, please note that name it will be won the exams. She wiggled strangely, increasing my discomfort. I'm not sure why she's talking to me in such a friendly manner, but whatever. Is it okay to do a simple appraisal, for the time being? Yes, but I'd rather prefer you didn't ignore me. Less than name, reason Nita less than job, newbie less than strength, weak enough not to be a partner. Less than number of skills possessed greater than 2. This is the result of the simple appraisal, but I can't tell if it has been altered by the fake. The results of the simple appraisal can't be used to determine whether or not it's been altered by the fake. It's extremely unreliable for use with players or agents who are likely to be disguised, let alone ordinary adventurers. By the way, do you also use the less than fake greater than? I'm sneaking in solo. I'm still at level 5. Level 5? Then you haven't reached Obaba's store yet. It is possible to go there even at level 5, but it is not worth risking your life for. I've never been to the 10th floor, she said. There was no reason for her to lie about this after confirming of her being a player, so I guess I could trust her. However, level 5 seems a bit slow for a player who knows the game. There is a high possibility that there are other players in this world. I wonder if there is a reason for this, such as having a debuffed initial skill like mine. As I was thinking about this, she suddenly unleashed an IAI with a feint from a mid-level stance. She is not using kendo-derived sword techniques, but Western sword techniques that assume the use of a longsword. In addition to the fact that she has a wide range of spacing, she also uses physical techniques when she strikes, so she keeps her distance to avoid getting into a fight. Whoa, don't start so suddenly. I knew you'd dodge this much, but if they think we're not taking it seriously, they'll send us a warning. If you're looking around you, you'll see that the pairs that were judged to be unmotivated were being berated by the instructor. Let's have a little brawl to fool them. I'll keep you informed as we exchange a few shots. Obaba's store is not well known in this world. And yet, there was someone who had recently visited the store and asked the owner, Furufuru, who else had come. That's what Furufuru told you, but it's not me. If the person on the 10th floor wasn't Nita-san, then that guy would be the third player. And if he is a player, I'm sure he belongs to Class E and is still taking this sword fighting class. I sneak a look around at my classmates fighting and try to find out if any of them are players. I don't think they're going to get serious in this sword fighting class, though. As I glanced around the arena, I saw Akaji, the hero of Dun X, blowing away his partner's sword at the edge of the arena. His seems to have fallen safely into the darkness. His eyes are still. In the game, Akaji-kun tries to join the first Kenjutsu club, which is full of A-class students, and is turned away because he is in E-class. He tries again and again to join the club, but gets beaten up and then falls into darkness. He was picked up by the 4th swordsmanship club created by Gyu-senpai, who is also a subheroine, and Matsuzaka Yuzuna Yuna, and joined the club. The boy who was struck by Akaji's intimidating spirit is trembling and scared. I guess we'll just have to leave him alone for a while. As for the poor boy, I don't even know your name, I'm sorry. Kaworu, who is also near the edge, is paired up with Sanjo-san. They are moving at about level 5 speed, but both of them seem to have a lot of room left. Sanjo-san is also the protagonist of BL mode and has tremendous potential, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. And if things go according to the game, there will be trouble. There are many troublesome events prepared for her as well. I hope that Akaji or another player can control the information and events in this area, because it would be unbearable to have the country or organization take notice of us and cause a battle event involving everyone around us. In the worst case scenario, I or Nita-san will have to do something about it. The other person I'm interested in is Kuga-san, who has entered the school as an agent of the American Intelligence Gathering Unit. She is already over level 20 and has a number of covert and espionage skills. Basically, she's harmless as long as you don't expose her, but it's best to keep my distance from her as much as possible, because her appraisal skills will break through my fake disguise. Omiya-san is diligently practicing with Kuga-san. Her pigtails are swaying cutely. It seems that Kuga-san's original partner was a mature-looking girl with long hair. Kuga-san was originally paired with a girl from her room. I think they were still level 3, I did a little digging myself, but she doesn't seem to be a player. When she saw them fighting, it didn't seem like they were playing Dun X. Mr. Nita's theory is that players who spend a lot of time handling weapons, whether swords or clubs, relying on their enormous STR physical strength, will have a distinctive weapon handling style. I can't tell the difference, but I guess that's the way it is. The rest of my classmates were as listed in the school's database, mostly level 3 with a few level 4s in the mix. If you're looking for a player in this group, you're more likely to find one in Nida-san rather than me. TL. What about him slimming down? I wonder how many players were able to complete the game event that led them to come to our world. Carpet bombing with wide area instant death attacks. It's hard to believe that dozens of players were able to clear the event with its broken balance, with instant death traps everywhere you ran. At best, I'd estimate only a few. That was the level of difficulty of the game. The players currently known are me and Nida-san, including the player who reached Obaba's store. There are 3 of us. At first I thought I was the only one who could clear it, so I was honestly surprised to see that 3 people had done so. I was surprised to see them all clear it. It was mostly luck for me. It just so happened that there were no instant death attacks where I was. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence that there were no instant death traps on my path, or if I survived because the person in front of me stepped on a trap. The only reason I was able to clear the event was because of such a series of coincidences, and not because of my abilities. However, that doesn't mean it was all luck. I had to defend against attacks that I could have prevented, and there were times when I was able to survive due to my intuition, from having played Dun X for so long. If you don't have the skills, you'll never be able to clear it, even if you're lucky. I was able to get the help of the group members. They were good people. With a distant look in her eyes, she put her hand on her chest and offered her condolences to her own group members. When I asked her what she was talking about, he told me that the members of the group had risked their lives to protect Nida-san from instant death attacks and instant death traps. It was true that if many members of the group worked together without regard for their lives, they might be able to clear the path. I wonder if the other guys who cleared it also cleared it as a group. I wonder if a few of the big strategy clans were in on it, but it didn't look like they were working together to get someone else cleared. Nida-san's clan had built a fanatical organization around her, so it was somewhat understandable that they would move to protect her. On the other hand, the attacking clans that have made a name for themselves by attacking the front lines and hunting down bosses are undoubtedly highly skilled, but they are full of members with strong egos and greed. They are not going to dedicate themselves to making someone else clear. Well, I guess I shouldn't refer to Nida-san as my clearing criteria. There's a lot I want to talk about, but I can't say much in class. Let's talk about it later. I decided to play it safe and make the sword fighting class look like a level 3 class, according to Nida-san. But can you please stop using feints every now and then? Chapter 50 Student Council. Why can't you just accept it? Omiya-san raises her voice to express her anger while looking at the terminal screen. It all started when Akaji lost in a duel with D class and was threatened not to join the club that was created by the seniors of E class. In that case, Omiya-san applied to the student council to create a club that all classmates could join, but however, all she got was a notice on the screen that said, rejected. In order to create a club, you need at least 10 members and a full-time faculty member to be in charge. She has already confirmed that there are more than 10 students from Class E who want to join the club, and she had already asked the homeroom teacher, Ms. Murai, for permission to join the club, so they've already met the minimum requirements. Just when she thought she could start establishing and running the club as soon as she got the approval from the student council ruthlessly rejected the proposal, leaving Omiya-san to wonder why it was rejected. I'm going to complain to the student council. Satsuki, wait a minute. Nida-san caught Omiya-san's arm as she tried to run out of the classroom and tried to calm her down. I agree that it's getting a little hot and we should take some time to cool down. The student council is a demon's paradise, and it would be wise for the students of Class E to avoid approaching it carelessly. This is a meritocratic adventurer school. While there are some notable students on an individual basis, it is the factions that effectively control the school and have the power to speak. If you want to have a voice and a position, you need to belong to a powerful faction. There are a number of powerful factions that exist, mainly among the students of the third year class. It's no surprise that the factions affiliated with the club activities, such as the Swordsmanship Club and the Magic Club, have a large presence, but the biggest faction is the Student Council. They have the authority to manage a huge budget that would be unthinkable in a normal school, and they have a large say in all club activities, school events, faculty, and alumni. The Student Council is the heart of the Adventurer School. It is a prestigious organization that only the best of the elite who can study and dive dungeons can join. For this reason, there is no end to the number of undesirables who try to gain entry by flirting with titles and money. Then again, it's not as if the students in the Student Council are decent. Many of them are headstrong, self-seeking, and full of pride. It is unlikely that us being the students of Class E, they would take any notice of us if we went to such a place to petition. In the game, she often clashed with the main characters, Akaji and Pink, and even got into a duel with them. I can't accept their decision unless I hear the reason. I'm worried about Satsuki going to the Student Council room by herself. I'll go with you. It's not a good idea to charge in when you're in an emotional state. It would be wise to take the calm Ms. Nida with her there. When I was thinking about this, she winked at me smugly and said, it would be reassuring if you could come with me, Narumi-kun, musical note. Even if you don't say so, I owe you two a big favor for saving me from being a bachelor. Let's go, shall we? It's time to show our manhood. You're coming with us, so if anything happens, you can hide behind me. What? Oh, yeah, TL. There goes the manliness. It seems that the image of me being the weakest has taken root in Omiya-san's mind. I guess it was a bad thing that she knew that I lost to slime. I feel like I'm going to droop. But I'm not discouraged. I followed the two girls down the corridor, which was carefully polished from corner to corner, until I came to the student council meeting room on the 6th floor. The entrance door was a large, heavy wooden double door. There was some kind of detailed carving of birds and animals on it. This door alone would probably cost a salaryman several months' salary. In front of such a door, Omiya-san took a breath as if to shake off her nervousness, and knocked. A few seconds later, a voice from inside said, "Come in." The door, which seemed to be heavy, moved more smoothly than expected, and once inside, I found myself in a room with a classic design. The tables and shelves were made of first-class materials that I could tell from a glance that they were expensive. Everything must have been imported. The floor was also made of polished marble with a deep red carpet on top of it. On the wall was a large landscape painting, elegantly illuminated by an antique chandelier. A boy with glasses was sitting alone on a leather armchair that looked as expensive as the chandelier. As a high school student, I was almost indignant that he was using such a thing in such a room. There was something golden glittering on the boy's chest. This was a badge that indicated that he was a member of a family with the rank of Count, which was in line with the Dukes. Even without this badge, you can tell from the atmosphere and appearance that he is upper class. I wondered if dignity was something that one's position made it so. "What do you want?" His eyebrows furrowed as he inquired about our identity. I can't blame him for wondering, though, since we came suddenly without an appointment.
"I'm Omiya. I've come to talk to you about establishing a club."
"Are you in the first year, Class E?" The boys have insignia on their chests, and the girls have colored scarves, so it's easy to tell which grade they're in. We're in the first grade because of the red insignia and scarf, and the student member in front of me is in the third grade because of the green insignia. The student member in front of me is wearing a green insignia, so she's a third-year student, and Karara-chan, who called me out this afternoon, is wearing a blue scarf, so she's a second-year student. TL. For people who got confused, red first year. Blue second year, green third year, and the reason he knew right away that we were in Class E was because we didn't have our adventurer rank badges on our chests. If you've been dungeon diving for a number of years, you've had the opportunity to raise your adventurer rank by completing quests ordered by the Adventurers Guild and taking promotion tests. Class E has not been able to dive the dungeon for a while, so with a few exceptions, they remain at 9th grade. On the other hand, most of the students in D class and above have reached the 7th level, so they wear the adventurer's badge on their chest. There is no school rule that says you have to wear an adventurer's badge, so you don't have to, but since it is a part of the school hierarchy, all students are required to wear it. So at this time of the year, it's easy to tell who's in first year E class by looking at their badges. As for me, I took the promotion exam, but I didn't pass, and I'm still in 9th grade. I'll never forgive that shitty examiner. Go home. I'm not leaving. Please tell me why my application was rejected. There are always people who don't know their place. He looked at us as if he was looking at something dirty and spat at us. We would like to complain at least, but the other party is a knighthood holder, aka the blue blood noble, so you never know what will happen. I think we should be careful what we say. You guys, do you know where you are? There was a room plate at the entrance with the word, Student Council, written in big letters, so there was no way I could be mistaken. I know that's not what you're asking, but I can't help but feel a little rebellious when you look down at me like that. I'm busy. Don't come back. Omiya-san tried to say something, but there was nothing she could do, and as if he had lost interest in us, the boy dropped his eyes to the papers in front of him and immersed himself in his work. It's hard to believe that a conversation can be established at this point even if you were to turn around and look at him, so let's go outside and check the situation first. Why can't you listen to us when you're on the student council? Maybe we should go back to school. It seems like it's useless to say anything to that third-year senior right now. Even if we wanted to talk to the student council, we would need to be introduced by someone. However, it would be extremely difficult for Class E, labeled as a failure, to get in touch with someone who might have contacts in the student council and ask them to bridge the gap. It's a tough road ahead. At a loss for words, we trudged back to the classroom. From outside the window, I could hear the shouts of the students doing their club activities. It was mainly the internal students of D class and above who were training. Even if the E class students were there, they were probably doing behind-the-scenes work or chores and not being allowed to participate in the practice. I'm sure that the club activities created by the E class seniors are probably practicing somewhere right now, but I'm sure they wouldn't be allowed to use the good location in the magic field. Class E students, who had entered the university full of hope to become adventurers, had to face a harsh reality. As I was getting ready to go home, thinking about how hungry I was, the two of them seemed to be talking about the dungeon dive. We're going to go dungeon diving tomorrow. Narumi, how about you? Fufufu, a girl is asking you out, so you won't say no, right? At times like this, Omiya-san says we should go to the dungeon to relieve our sorrows. She smiles cheerfully, saying that she can't afford to lose her temper over a few things. Tomorrow, I was thinking of ransacking Obaba's store for money, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to get to know the girls. I might be able to help Omiya-san in the dungeon, and I'd like to talk to Nita-san about some things, too. When I expressed my willingness to participate, she asked me to go to the workshop now to check out the rental weapons. Speaking of which, I need to go see what happened to the ore I left at the workshop. When I told her that, Omiya-san seemed to be interested and asked if she could go with me. I didn't want to show her the mithril ore that I had left with him. Well, I have an excuse ready, I guess. As I watched her pigtails swaying happily and the smile on her face as she smiled next to me, I gathered my things and decided to follow behind her. Chapter 51 New weapon. All the cherry blossoms in the school had already fallen, and the three of us walked along the lush, leafy avenue of cherry trees. The sun was still high after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the shaded sidewalks were glistening with sunlight through the trees. This area is already a workshop area, since a few minutes ago, transporters and private contractors have been coming and going incessantly, and I can hear the sounds of metal processing and talking coming from everywhere. It must be the most lively time of the day. After another 100 meters or so, we arrived at the workshop where we had requested the smelting of mithril ore. I immediately called out from the entrance, but there was no response, and when I peeked inside, there was no one there. I had no choice but to look around to see if there was anyone nearby. Omiya-san told me that he heard voices coming from the other side, so I went to the storage area next to the workshop, where I found a familiar large boy talking to me with a big smile on his face. "What do you think of my new weapon? It's great. How much did it cost?" He was waving his weapon around, showing off to the younger first-year students. From the way it glowed, it seemed to be made of mithril alloy. "Excuse me, what happened to the mithril alloy I asked you to refine the other day?" He finally noticed me and suddenly became unhappy because I had interrupted his boasting. "Well, it's a job that takes money, so I hope you'll switch it up there." When I took out the refining request contract certificate from my bag and handed it to him, the senior who received it flicked it with his middle finger and began to laugh through his nose. "Hey, this is a fake. I'll turn you in to the student council." I had a bad feeling about this, but it seems that the weapon he was bragging about earlier was made from my ore. But let's calm down. It's still too early to resort to the last resort. I'll forgive him if he get down on his knees and say, "I'm sorry for what I did." "Well, it's something you wrote here yesterday. The handwriting looks familiar, doesn't it? There's no studio stamp on it. First of all, you're in first-year class, right? How can such a small fish bring mithril ore? I'm sure you stole it anyway, huh?" The thieving bastard blustered and intimidated as if to say that he would not tolerate any rebuttal. The first years, who seemed to be someone new, and Omiya and Nita, who were behind him, were surprised by his bravado, wondering what was going on. Mithril ore may be expensive, but it's not impossible to buy. In addition, it is not uncommon for the school workshop to receive requests to create items using mithril ore, so it is not a rare ore. But even if you try to reason with him, it's clear that he won't listen and will just keep pushing the stolen settings. "What's going on? Is it possible that the ore has been taken?" Omiya-san asked in a worried whisper. "I'm sorry you had to come along with me. I guess I should have known the request procedure better, but I was tired and distracted at the time. I completely forgot that there are many of these bastards in this world. I'm so tired. What should I do now? It would be easy to go on a rampage here, but..." He's saying that he's going to turn me in to the student council, but how is the student council going to judge me if they don't know anything about me? Are they going to blame me for being in Class E? But if I keep my fingers crossed, my mithril ore will still be taken. It might be a good idea to leave the rampage as a last resort and entrust it to the student council, who might be more understanding than this thief. Then let's have the student council call the decision. The kid from Class E doesn't seem to understand his place in the world. He threatened me with a test cut with a mithril alloy curved sword, a sword I really wanted my sister to be able to use. What kind of upbringing did you have to threaten me with such a thing? I guess there is no such thing as a violation of the Firearms Act in this country, but this is clearly beyond the pale. If violence is inevitable, there is no way around it. Let's try to do a simple appraisal of the thief in front of me. Less than name, Yuzuru Kumazawa. Less than job, fighter. Less than strength, too weak to be an opponent. Less than number of skills possessed, greater than 3. It looks like he doesn't have the fake, and I can probably win with my bare hands, but if I'm going to do this, I'm going to have to get out of the way of the outside world. And about the other guy, the first don't know his class or name because he's not a freshman. E-class, but he glares at me from behind Kumazawa with an accusing look in his eyes. You're appraising me. Hey, you can't be violent. Give me that contract again." "Shut the fuck up." He raised his fist to strike Omiya-san in the face as he steps forward, but before he can swing it down, I grab his arm to stop him. I'll just grip him like this. "What's the matter? Trouble? It's you guys again." I wondered who it was, but the third-year student member we had spoken to in the student council room interrupted me. He had just finished locking up and was on his way home when he heard loud voices and came to check on us. Kumazawa had been so brash, but as soon as the student member showed up, he started to act all deferential and give a bunch of convenient reasons. I felt like kicking his ass. I'd like to kick him in the ass, but it would be a disadvantage if he just listened to him, so I produced the contract and claimed that he was using my ore for his own personal use, and he changed his reasoning to say that the ore itself was stolen. So, this guy might have stolen the ore from somewhere else. The student member listened to the thieving bastard's argument while looking at me with dour eyes. "That's right. That's why I decided to give him a little pain." And you, where did you get the mithril ore from, or did you collect it?" He asked me for proof if I had any, and asked me how I got it, but I don't think it would work to say, I got it from Obaba's store on the 10th floor, and before that, I'm not going to tell him, since the very existence of the store is classified. "What's wrong? Tell me. I don't really think it's stolen, do you?" The student members invoked their aura and intimidated me, saying that if I didn't answer, they would use force to find out. Geez, it seems like every single person in this world thinks that intimidation is a quick fix to something. The man in front of me is probably a knight in shining armor, but what if something happens to him when he overpowers someone whose identity he doesn't know? I knew this was going to happen, so I let Omiya-san fall back and I stepped forward to become a wall. Level 20 or so, is it higher among the students of the school? I have not done a simple appraisal, but I can tell from the amount of aura that he is on the same level as me. In the waist hangs a short staff inlaid with navy blue jewels, which so far does not seem to be pulled out. I'm not sure if it's a pure magic job or if it's a wand fighter type of wand fighter because it faces the front and the center of gravity is not unbalanced. Caster. No, it might be a wizard, in terms of level. Of course, there's no way I can make a determination based on appearance alone. This is where the open double angle bracket simple appraisal close double angle bracket comes in. Less than name, Sagara Akazane less than job, wizard less than strength, somewhat strong. Less than number of skills possessed greater than 4. Level 21, number of skills, 4, intermediate job open black lens bracket wizard close black lens bracket, and does not possess open double angle bracket fake close double angle bracket. The number of skills indicates that he does not have any warrior or thief skills, and is a pure magic specialist. It's clear that he has very little experience in interpersonal combat. You may have absolute confidence in your own strength, but this guy has no idea how strong the person he is fighting in front of him is before he even licks me. Therefore, even if I move my center of gravity slightly, I can cut the menchi at a close distance without paying attention. In PvP, *1, mages need to use their footwork and short bursts of magic to fight, but Sagara has not had enough experience in such PvP. I wonder if he has only ever faced the overwhelmingly weak. And even if he has faced the strong, his main tactic is to shoot high-powered long-range magic attacks from behind the walls of his allies. I'd like to tell him how foolish it is for a wizard with no fighting experience to go toe-to-toe with me in close quarters like this, but the other guy has a title. It's good to defend yourself, but it's bad to mess with them. Sagara have also used a simple appraisal. It's as uncomfortable as a bird of prey staring at you from mid-range, but since I'm disguised as a fake, it's impossible to see my true status through the simple appraisal. The appraisal results will show that I am a newbie, too weak to be an opponent. You're a strange guy, and you're going to use your power? Sagara became even more intimidating and slammed as much aura as he could carry at us. Originally, aura was used as a way to avoid battles by hitting low-level monsters in dungeons. Aura's intimidation will not work against monsters of almost the same level. TL, and here I thought it was a way to show off. However, most of the monsters in this place are not of the same level. It is not possible to prevent all of the aura from Sagara, even though I am a wall. Omiya-san is deflated by the high-level aura, but Nita-san's cool face, even though she's level 5, is a bit amusing. In any case, if this situation continues, it will poison my body, so I have to settle this quickly. Just as I was thinking that, he suddenly stopped intimidating me. So that's how it is. Sota Narumi, I'll keep that in mind. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm glad that he convinced himself and retracted his aura. But the fact that he remembered my name from the simple appraisal is something that I pray will not cause any trouble. Hey, I'm sure this guy can get the mithril aura by himself. I order you to return or compensate him for everything that was his, okay? But the aura is already. This time, Kumazawa was intimidated by Sagara's aura and flipped over. He's a prideful and snobbish student member, but if this is how he's going to solve the problem, I'll thank him for today. *1, PvP is an abbreviation for player versus player, a one-on-one or many-to-many battle between players, not NPCs. PK is also a battle between players, but it is distinguished as PvP when both sides agree to fight, and PK when there is no agreement and players unilaterally attack each other. Chapter 52 Kaworu Hayes 5 Kaworu Hayes' Pav. Here it comes, I am ready to heal, you can go. I'm in front, with Naoto and Sakurako behind me, holding their wands. This is the 6th floor of the dungeon. It's a campground for hunting a demon wolf named Warg. From afar, Yuma and a demon wolf comes running towards us at full speed. The werewolf's running speed is faster than I expected, and unless I remotely attack it with my bow from afar and start fishing, *1, it will soon catch up with him. Since the werewolves have the skill of attracting nearby werewolves with howling, we need to pay close attention to see if there are any other werewolves around while bringing them in. It's risky for us to fight 2 werewolves right now. We can leave the fishing of such dangerous demon wolves to Yuma without worry. At the moment, he has a bow on his back, a one-handed sword, a shield, and a wide range of roles, including fishing, tank, and attacker. The fact that he is able to perform all of these roles at a high level shows just how talented Yuma is. Grr, goo. The demon wolf chases after him with its fangs bared, instinctively. Despite being 2 meters long and weighing more than 100 kilograms, it was terrifying to see it pounce on us without making a sound. After reaching a safe campsite, Yuma bought himself some time by using his shield to block the attack of the demon wolf coming from behind. It takes a lot of skill and physical strength just to pass off a huge body that is probably going over 50 kilometers per hour, but Yuma has no problem with it. In addition to the above, you will find a number of other things that you can do to make your life easier. Sakurako basically does not intervene in the battle, but mainly provides support. Since she has the most important role of recovery, she keeps a slight distance in case she has to do so. The demon wolf was so excited that it couldn't see its surroundings, but when it realized that it had been lured into the hunting ground, it growled lowly while looking sideways at the movements of all of us, trying not to show an opening. In such a stalemate situation, Naoto shot the fire arrow to break the balance. I'm going to activate my skills. The basic job of a fighter has greatly improved my basic abilities, and I can finally unleash my weapon skills. Yuma protects himself with his shield so that the target doesn't go to the rear guard, and he successfully gains the demon wolf's hate with small attacks. Then, he activates slash at the moment when their attention to me is reduced. Every muscle in my body was switched on, and my body automatically shifted into a skill motion. The slash, which surpasses the movements of an ordinary person and reaches the realm of an expert, contains a terrifying power. Even the thick fur of a demon wolf can be easily sliced through with this skill. Even though he fired the slash from behind and took advantage of an opening, the demon wolf avoided a fatal wound by twisting his body just in time. This is why the monsters on the 6th floor are not to be underestimated. The wounded demon wolf could not move well and tried to pull back to get away from the distance, but Yuma quickly closed the distance and thrust his sword, and Naoto thrust his dagger from behind. This is the 10th one. It's a good pace, but I think we should take a break here. I can still do more. No, we should take a break here. From this floor on, we'll have to be at our best state. It was Saturday, so the 4 of us had entered the dungeon early in the morning and had already hunted down 10 demon wolves. When I suggested we take a break, the glaring-eyed Yuma insisted we continue. But Naoto stops him, saying that he's being overzealous and that we should take a break. The battle against the demon wolf earlier only lasted a little over a minute, but even in such a short time, a fight to the death with your life on the line takes a lot out of your mental strength. And even though you only activate your skills once per battle, it's better to give yourself enough time to reuse them and recover your MP. It's a little early, but why don't we have lunch? I've made you a sandwich with lots of delicious meat and vegetables. I'm starving too. Sakurako's lunches are really delicious. I'm looking forward to it. Then me and Yuma will set it up. Yuma, set out the plates. There's also soup in this magic container. Can you share it with us? The 4 of us sat down for lunch. This campsite is a safe place where monsters don't pop, so unless someone brings a monster in, we can sit back and relax. Other adventurers may come, but since it's only big enough for one party to hunt, the first one to set up basically gets priority. In other words, we have the place to ourselves. In the large basket that Sakurako had brought, there were sandwiches lined up with a variety of colorful ingredients. In another bag, there was a container with heat-retaining magic, and inside it seemed to be vegetable soup. It must have been very soft and flavorful since it had been simmering for a long time. I could smell the delicious aroma. This taste is soothing. There's a lot of food here, so don't hesitate to have another helping. It's simple, but the mixture of many vegetables makes it very flavorful. The saltiness of the sandwich is also comforting to my tired body. I was tempted to gobble it up, but I had to be careful to eat as slowly as possible. I'm a girl of appropriate age. TL. Basically she is a girl of marriageable age or a maiden who need to take care of her appearance in front of others. When I looked next to me, I saw Yuma with a difficult look on his face. After losing to Karia, he was trying to keep his spirits up, but now his mental state has deteriorated to the point where he can't even do that. Perhaps it was because of his visit to the first sword club the other day. Yesterday, in the sword fighting class, I had scared the boys in duel. That would have made it impossible to practice properly. Naoto also thought about it when he saw the expression on Yuma's face. We are friends who overcome hardships together, so, Yuma, please don't get too worked up about this. What's going on? If you have a problem, talk to me about it. It is the same for me, Kaworu and Sakurako that we want to break out of this E-class predicament. You don't have to face this alone, Naoto said gently. Of course, I want to help, too, and Sakurako nodded her head in agreement. He exhaled loudly, as if he had given up, and began to talk about what he had been through, with a downcast look in his eyes, how he felt after losing to Karia, and what happened at the first sword club. When I asked him about it, he said that losing to Karia was not that damaging. Although he had been beaten flamboyantly, he knew that there were people above him, and he knew that he was inexperienced. He just felt bad that he had put everyone in Class E in a tight spot. As for what happened at the first sword club, it was shocking. If you really want to join, you have to fight one-to-one with the weakest member of the club and try to win. They made you a spectacle, and if you lost then you were kicked out. He was given the humiliating handicap of not being able to move an inch and using only his right arm. At that time, he said that all the members of the club abused him as high as in Class E as well. Yuma's pride in becoming the strongest was trampled on, and since then he has lost all of his composure, and he is depressed with tears in the corners of his eyes. On his way back home, drooping, he was approached by the members of the 4th Sword Club who asked him to join them. He withheld his answer. He said that he felt defeated to join there and didn't know what to do. We couldn't say anything at the heartbreaking confession. While I wanted to feel sorry for him, it could have happened to me. Those of us in the same position have no right to feel sorry for him, and we are not in that situation. All we can do is face it together. The 4th Sword Club, the one in Hakama who was talking on the stage at the recruitment ceremony, was the head of the club. Oh, the assistant director was there when they approached me. The recruitment ceremony for the club activities is an abomination for Class E. The senior in Hakama on the stage was also one of those fighting against the upper class. I could feel the determination or spirit in her words. Would you like to meet with the people of the 4th Sword Club again? It might be a good idea to talk to them. Whether or not you join that club, you might find something useful in the 4th Sword Club. When I suggested that I would like to meet the 4th Swordsmanship Club to see what they do to train, Sakurako immediately agreed. Naoto pondered that it might be helpful in deciding the future course of action for each class. He thought that the experience of those who had gone through the same, if not more, hardships as this would be useful. This year, we probably won't be able to get into the top class, but we will do everything we can. I'm going to spare no effort and everything I can to steadily build up my strength and become stronger. Yes, first is the class competition, right? The exam is next month. This is the first time that Class E will be competing against other classes in a class competition. However, it is impossible to say whether we, who have just entered the adventurer school, can fight properly against the top class. Now that I've done a full-fledged dungeon dive, I can tell you that from the 5th floor onward, the monsters are not easy to deal with, and every battle is as deadly as if you were walking a tightrope. In addition to the increasing number of injuries, the amount of experience required to reach the next level makes it predictable that growth from this point onward will be like walking a cow. In spite of this, all of the higher classes, even the D class, are able to hunt at a level lower than this 6th floor. For a C class to reach that level, we need more time anyway. Will we be able to compete with the D class and the C class above them in one more year? I'm not sure, but we have to try. I thought about creating a club as a way to increase the strength of Class E, but I think I'll think about it after I hear what Omiya and the student council have to say. Well, even if that discussion goes well and we get permission to set up the club, it will take about a month to complete the formalities. I heard that Omiya-san is currently negotiating with the student council to establish a club. To be honest, I'm not sure if the student council, which is full of aristocrats, will listen to us E-class. And even if they do give us permission, it will take about a month due to the budget and the advisor's schedule. The interclass competition was coming up in half a month. There is no time to utilize the club activities. So, are we going to hold our own practice sessions to gather classmates who are struggling to raise their levels and help them with their swordplay and magic? He threw out an email last night inviting classmates of level 3 and below who have not been able to raise their levels as much as they would like to practice during holidays and after school. He said he would expand the program as more people wanted to join. He also asked me if I would be interested in helping out. I have experience in kendo, so I can teach you sword fighting, but I need you to teach me magic. I've studied a little archery myself. I've studied archery a little, but not enough to teach it. As for recovery magic, well, I think I can help. I was so happy to see how much Naoto cares about his classmates. I immediately replied that I, as well as Yuma and Sakurako, would like to help. Class promotion is judged on an individual student basis, but there are also a number of exams where grades are given to a group of students, like a class competition. In order to catch up with the top classes, it is only natural to work together, and I would like to focus on improving the strength of my classmates. Speaking of raising the level of strength, you were also working on your own, weren't you, Majima? It seemed like he was teaching dungeon diving along with some of his classmates. Yes, Majima Hiro, his swordsmanship was pretty high level too. Maybe he has kendo experience like Kaworu. I remember when he introduced myself, it was a male student who boldly stated that he was from a samurai family and would become a samurai. I'm sure he had a lot of trouble at the club's recruitment ceremony, but he turned it down because he was supposed to go with us, but I like the way he quickly recovered and tried to do his best. By the way, did you hear about the rumor? What kind of rumor? Narumi-kun was called by Kusunoki-san, a second-year student. Kusunoki? Are you sure it's Kusunoki Maika Karara from Horyu, 8 Dragons? The 8 Dragons refer to the 8 major factions that practically run this school. The first sword club and the student council that I mentioned earlier are also part of the 8 Dragons. Kusunoki is the next head of the Thief Research Club, one of the 8 Dragons, and she's a big name in the adventuring school. She was the kind of person who usually walked around with a lot of cronies, but she came to Class E by herself and called Sota. By the way, have Narumi and Kusunoki Maika known each other for a long time? No, I don't know. Sota and I are both ordinary commoners. That senior is a nobleman, right? I don't think they had any contact before we joined this school. The world in which commoners and aristocrats live is completely different. Nevertheless, this adventurer school, which has mixed them, can be said to be a very unique place. I'm curious about the fact that she came directly to him when she could have used her cronies to call him out if there was something wrong. If you don't mind, could you get it out of Narumi? We might be able to use this. That would be great, but don't get your hopes up, just wait and see. If there is a connection between Sota and Kusunoki, it could be used to establish a club or communicate with the student council, but it's hard to imagine that Sota has any connection with such a big name. By the way, speaking of Sota, I was surprised when I saw him for the first time yesterday. He had been eating uncontrollably and had gained a lot of weight, but he had lost so much weight that it reminded me of his old self. I felt my heart tighten as I recalled the sealed memory of my first love with Sota. TL. Here we go again, but now I don't have such feelings at all. I was just surprised at how much I had lost my feelings for him. But still, a diet like that is not unusual. It's not just that he has just lost weight, but he has also gained a surprising amount of muscle in his upper body. The forearms and neck area that could be seen from the outside were raised. I wondered if he had been doing some special training. His disgusting glances at me have recently disappeared, and he no longer comes at me everywhere. There is no doubt that Sota has changed a lot in this short period of time. However, the database on the terminal shows that he is still level 3. I'll ask him about it on my way to school, including his relationship with Kusunoki. *1. Fishing to lure a monster by using a remote attack or skill to inflict hate on it. When hunting with a party, you basically fight in a safe zone where you won't be interrupted by other monsters, so the act of fishing monsters from a distance is essential. Chapter 53 Miscellaneous Goods Shop Narumi. Today I promised Omiya-san and the others a dungeon dive, planning to go around the 3rd floor to hunt orcs, but if there's enough room, we'll go to the 4th floor entrance area. I've been helped by Omiya-san and her team many times before, even though I don't get any experience value from killing monsters that the simple appraisal shows as too weak to compete. I'd like to be of some help here and return the favor. Of course, that's not my only goal. As a bachelor, I'm not familiar with what's going on at school or with my classmates, and it's hard for me to keep track of what's happening in real time. On the other hand, Omiya-san and Nida-san are always in the center of the class, and I'm hoping that being near them will make it easier for me to get information about the class. Besides, I'm not sure what to say, but Omiya-san and Nida-san are cute enough to catch your eye when you walk by them. When those two girls say, "I'm counting on you," with a smile on their faces, a healthy man can't help but get excited. TL. I agree, thanks to them, I was in high spirits from early in the morning. I did some careful stretching in front of my house to loosen up and calm down. I have about 30 minutes to spare before my meeting time, so I decided to take a look at the product lineup of Narumi, my family's lifeline. Narumi is a retail store that sells goods for novice and intermediate adventurers. Most of the goods are purchased from the Adventurers Guild wholesalers, but my father also receives goods from his fellow adventurers and acquaintances who dive with him. It's no exaggeration to say that the grade of our family's food depends on the comings and goings of this lineup. The first thing I notice is the recycled leather armor. It's not made of werewolf leather, but of regular cow or pig leather. Not just armor, but also bags and clothes. My father buys them cheaply from other places and sells them in his spare time after repairing them. They don't sell very well, but the profit margin is good, so he keeps them around. Speaking of armor, my werewolf armor was so badly damaged in the battle with Volgamut that it was useless and turned into garbage, but now I'm wearing the mithril alloy light armor that I got from the fucking examiner. It's time to switch to a stronger armor. But I don't have that kind of money, so I'm thinking of using this armor for a while. By the way, the damn examiner must be eating a stinky meal right now. Next, I looked next to the recycle corner and saw Narumi's recommendation, special price. There is a shelf labeled, Narumi recommends. There were red, green, and other poisonous colored potions on the shelf. These were not the instant recovery potions I had bought on the 10th floor, but rather degraded recovery potions diluted with solvents. Even so, they are popular among adventurers hunting below the 10th floor because they are effective in recovering from scratches and minor fatigue. It doesn't require guild authentication, so there's little middleman, but the profit margin is low. It's the type of product where you have to sell a lot to make money. And the 3 recovery potions that I bought for resale at Obaba's store before were already sold out. Instant recovery potions, which can instantly heal the loss of a finger or so, are sold at high prices not only to adventurers but also for medical purposes, and fraudulent products are rampant. In order to sell them, one must have a guild certificate of authenticity, which is quite expensive at nearly 100,000 yen per bottle. Even so, the fact that they were sold immediately at 700,000 yen suggests that there is a strong demand for them. Thanks to this, we had a brand name beef shabu shabu for dinner last night. I used to throw recovery potions around when I was playing the game because they can do a lot of damage if used on undead, but no one would be stupid enough to throw a product that sells for 700,000 yen. I've already stocked up on 6 more bottles, and I'm having my father have them appraised at the Adventurers Guild. I'm going to keep reselling the potions from Obaba's store and conquer every brand of beef in Japan. No, that's not right. I'm planning to get some armor, so I'd say my money is in good hands at the moment. You can also find portable food and camping supplies near the cash register. There are not that many of these items since supermarkets and home centers are strong competitors. If they feel like it, they can buy them in sets with other products. From now on, I'm thinking of putting the items I brought from the dungeon here as well. Once I'm able to handle the merchandise well enough, I may rent a space in the more secure Adventurers Guild building and open a store there. I hope my father will do his best. Well, I know it's a little early, but I think I'll explore the store for later and get ready to go. We arrived at the square in front of the Adventurers Guild, where we were to meet. Perhaps it was because I was a little early, but it seemed that the two of them hadn't arrived yet. I was thinking about what to do to pass the time when I got a call from my sister. She said, "Oni, I still need to borrow another sword. I don't feel comfortable without my 2 swords." My sister was also going to the dungeon to do some power leveling for my mother. She said she was going to fight with 1 sword today, but just before the dive, she must have felt uneasy and asked me if I had any affordable weapons. "I'm at the Adventurers Square, where are you?" "I'm going there with my mom, wait for me." I have 2 mithril alloy curved swords at my waist, so I decided to give one of them to him. These were given to me for free by Sagara, a student member of the mithril ore embezzlement case yesterday. I really wanted a sword, but if I can get one without paying for labor, it's not so bad. It's a good thing that the teary-eyed Kumazawa was shaking as he presented the curved sword to me. I hung up the phone and leaned my back against a street lamp in the square, taking a moment to look around. It was a Saturday, so the place was crowded with more adventurers than usual. Most of them are full-time adventurers or hobby adventurers like my father, but I also see a few men and women who look like students wearing armor with their school's name on it. In addition to the adventuring school, there are other schools around this dungeon that offer special classes for training adventurers and club activities for dungeon diving. It's so popular that people come from all over the country to apply. It makes me smile to see them working hard in harmony. On the other hand, the adventurers from our adventuring school, a joint party of the First Sword and Sorcery Club, I suppose, a group of people wearing expensive armor inlaid with mithril alloy and magic crystals were shouting and showing off. This school was full of troublemakers in the game, but I hope they don't recreate them exactly. Disappointed, I observed from a distance. A group of swordsmen and a group of mages were having a heated strategy meeting, glaring at each other and creating a bad atmosphere around them. They were so loud that I could hear everything they were saying. Their arguments were as follows. The swordsmen are afraid of friendly fire, so they want to take the lead in the dungeon dive by making decisions about the timing and formation of their magic shots. As for the mage group, the swordsmen should just do the walls. In order to effectively utilize the maximum firepower of the mages, it is better for the mages, who have a good understanding of magic, to make the decisions. Naturally, the mage should also give tactical instructions. If you're going to dive together, you should at least prepare a coordinator. I was stunned that such a strategy should not have been decided in advance when they decided to dive together. They were shouting at each other, and some of them released their auras. There was a bit of an uproar in the vicinity. It's full of brainiacs. It's so annoying. Just as I was wondering if this was a bad idea, a female student wearing a particularly luxurious flower-patterned robe appeared, dashing in and started giving instructions to the whole group as soon as she arrived. The group that had been making so much noise fell silent at once. The group of swordsmen and the group of mages seemed to be unable to get over the girl, and they were listening to her honestly. I couldn't see her face because she was wearing a robe so deeply, but I could see her long red hair. He is small and slender, but he carries a large staff on his back, and his imbalance is a bit interesting. I've heard that the leader of the mage faction is a red-haired female student, but could it be her? She appears several times in the game, but I only played through the main story once at the beginning of the game, so she only appeared in the beginning, and I don't remember the details if she's not a major character. Eventually, the supply team arrived. 3 wagons that looked like they had a magic stone engine and a pilot's seat attached to the pulling part of the cart arrived, each carrying a mountain of cargo. Even with that many people, they could easily dive for about 10 days. The Adventurers School has set aside a period of time for dungeon dives, and they allow students to take a break from their studies during that time. Instead, they give you assignments to do in the dungeon, and if you complete them, your grade will reflect it. There are also bonuses, and the more difficult the task and the deeper you dive, the more your grade will be added. In order to get a high score, you need to secure excellent members and form a strong party that can fight stronger monsters. That's why the First Sword Club and the First Magic Club team up to dive, prioritizing their abilities even if they don't get along well. This time, though, the leader of the mage side seems to be in charge. I was watching the group, suppressing my desire to appraise how strong they were. There he is, Mom, over here, my sister, who spotted me, called out loudly for my mother. I had given my sister the sword of Volgamud, a Faucian-type sword that dropped from Volgamud, and the blessed pendant that was in the treasure chest, but she seemed to have equipped it properly. As a result, Sword of Volgamud has 4 effects: HP absorption, one-handed sword attack power increase, durability increase, and weight reduction, which is more than I expected. I'm very happy with it. The sheath is covered with a cloth to hide the decoration. The blessed pendant is also a unique item that can only be found in the treasure chest in the 7th floor expansion area. I'm not sure how much MP regeneration it provides, but it'll come in handy if you're in a long war. The light blue gem is a bit flashy looking, but it won't be noticeable if you keep it hidden in your chest. Both of these items have exceptional performance for items obtained in the early stages of the game, but the strength of the enemies who dropped them was so strong that it was hard to believe they were in the early stages. This is the first time she has used a curved sword. This curved sword has a slightly different center of gravity than Volgamut's sword, and it doesn't have any kind of grant on it, so be careful with it. If you break the curved sword, it'll have to go back to being just a rented piece of steel, so I advise you to treat it with care. In the event that you're in the market for a new weapon, it's a good idea to get one that's a higher grade than the mithril alloy ones, but if you want to buy one, it's going to cost a fortune. As I was giving my sister advice on this and that. Sorry to keep you waiting, but Omiya-san and the others arrived right on time. I wondered if her long hair would get in the way in the dungeon, so she tied up her twin tails, which usually hang down to the side, into a ponytail. Ms. Nida was not wearing her glasses, which she usually wears. I wondered if she was wearing contacts. But both of them look fresh and cute. Both of them are also wearing matching brand new light armor of the Demon Wolf. In the future, it will be more cost-effective to buy armor that is a little bit more expensive, so the choice was probably the right one. Are you Narumi's mother and sister? Oh, yeah. I had something to give them and we were just talking. My sister is in junior high school, so I can't tell her that she is going to the dungeon, and I think it's best to cover this up. Oh, my, they're lovely ladies. Won't you introduce them, Sota? Hello, I'm his sister. Thank you for taking care of Oni. My sister and mother are getting excited. I was embarrassed and urged them to hurry up and go, but they insisted on staying, as if they wanted to talk to Omiya and the others. So I pushed them and forced them to leave the place. Well, I'm sorry, they're too annoying. Oh, but don't they mind? They seem to have taken care of by me, but there was nothing wrong with that. If I had left it like that, they would have said something about me and make me feel embarrassed. So let's get back on track. Let's go for a fun dungeon dive with a flower in each hand, shall we? *1. Friendly fire. *1. Friendly fire is the act of being hit by an ally who is behind you on the battlefield. It doesn't matter if it's negligent or intentional. Chapter 54. Heroine of a Tragedy. Today was Saturday, and there was a long line of adventurers in front of the entrance gates of the dungeon, more than usual. Normally, I'd be tempted to retort that this was some kind of amusement park attraction, but if I were alone, I'd be sick of waiting, but now that I'm with two cute girls, it doesn't bother me at all, and we can talk about anything from strategy meetings about how to hunt orcs on the 3rd floor, to classmates and classes, and other small talk that we usually talk about at school. The next thing I knew, I was in a dungeon. Even inside the dungeon, there were many adventurers coming and going, and the main street to get to the lower floors was packed. The three of us couldn't walk side by side. So Omiya-san stepped forward to lead the way, and Nita-san and I followed close behind to make sure we didn't stray. So, Narumi, how high did your level go? Nita-san asks me secretly. By the way, she had told me her level, but I hadn't told her mine. If we are going to build a cooperative relationship, it would be better to disclose my information as well. What? You're already level 19. There are many reasons for this as well. She put her hand to her mouth and looked elegantly surprised. In the game, her trademark jet black full plate armor earned her the nickname, the Black Executioner, and her appearance would make any PK tremble. Well, that's beside the point. It's not hard to be surprised by the fact that level 19 in such a short time is quite a pace even in the game. The difficulty level of the game has increased dramatically since the game became a reality, and even more so if Nita-san has noticed this by diving herself. If things had gone according to plan, we would have been level 8 or 9 by now, planning and preparing to go to Obaba's store. However, the forced battle with the unique boss caused me to level up drastically, and I had some doubts. It's about the monster called Volgamute, which I don't know anything about. The way my level rose after I defeated it, I'd say it was around monster level 25. It's too strange that such a monster is placed in the very beginning of the game. Some floor bosses, like the Orc Lord that pops up on the 5th floor, are clearly stronger than normal monsters, but they are also only 5 levels higher than the monsters that pop up on that floor. With 10 to 20 adventurers of the appropriate level for that floor, it was possible to defeat them with some ingenuity. But when it came to the Volgamute, even if a bunch of adventurers of the 7th floor's appropriate level got together, they wouldn't be able to attack it properly, and it would be knocked out under a single blow. If you want to kill for the first time, you can run away and try again, but it's impossible to run away from that. The game balance is too broken. I'm not sure if this is a game or not. I'll try to include that in my message. I don't remember if there was such a thing in the 7th floor expansion area. Nita-san said that she had been to the 7th floor expansion area in the game once. She said that even if it was only once, there was no way she would not have noticed the presence of such a person in the castle lord's room, a prominent place. It's true that if you go to that area, you'll probably go to the fortress, and if you go inside it, you'll probably go to the lord's chamber at the far end. I wonder if those monsters are unique to this world. Other than the citadel in the expansion area, I haven't found any other places that deviate from the game's specifications so far, but I don't think I'd be able to hold on for dear life if such an out-of-spec monster was waiting for me in the future. Even so, how did you manage to win against such a strong opponent who suddenly rose to level 19? I almost died, though. I used a lot of over-specified skills on a body that hadn't benefited from sufficient physical enhancement, which resulted in my arms, legs, and entire body being messed up and my nerves being partially burned out. Even though I was able to obtain a large amount of experience and unique items, the risk-reward was completely out of proportion. I've had enough of that kind of recklessness. She asked me if I had used any of my skills from the game, and I answered honestly that I had. She also seemed to have noticed that she could use the skills that her character had learned in the game. Nita-san's job in the game was the Dark Knight, which features a weapon skill that gives various debuff effects along with attacks. Unlike the Weapon Master, which is full of skills that are useless without high STR, the Dark Knight has a number of debuff skills that do not depend on status. Even at low levels, it is possible to deal incredible damage to opponents with high defenses. Let's hope she doesn't become hostile to me. As we talked, we arrived at the 2nd floor entrance plaza. We had to think about how long it would take us to get back, so we took a bathroom break and left immediately. I was fed up with the amount of time it took to get to the 2nd floor on weekends, even if it was just to go there. There was a waiting list in front of the restroom. I wondered if it would be better to leave a little earlier and stagger the time next time I went in. When I came out of the restroom, I met up with Omiya-san and the others again, and we immediately set off for the 3rd floor. From here, the crowds eased up a bit and we had more space, so the three of us lay down and walked. After a few minutes of small talk, Omiya-san started to talk to me with a determined look on her face. There's something I want you to hear. Hey, if we can't have club activities, I'm thinking of starting a circle. She had been thinking about it ever since the incident at the student council, but a circle. The student council would have to be persuaded to form a club, and judging from Sagara's attitude, it would be impractical to get his opinion across without any track record or contacts. It would take a lot of time to prepare such a track record and contacts, and if we just sit on our hands, time will pass in the dark, and Class E will not have a chance to grow properly. So instead of starting a club, she wanted to start a circle first, which was expected to be approved soon, and prepare an environment where her classmates could become stronger as soon as possible. A circle can be created with only 3 people, and it is much easier to get approval from the student council. Since the original purpose of the club was to help Class E, there was no need to create a club. Also, joining a club itself can be a stopgap measure for classmates, and even if they eventually join a club, they can decide what to do after creating a circle as a training ground and building up their skills. Omiya-san's idea is to help everyone who is trying to get back on their feet. The downside is that, unlike club activities, circle activity fees are almost non-existent, and facilities such as the arena cannot be rented because club activities have priority. Also, you can't participate in competitions or tournaments that have performance bonuses, such as inter-club competitions. There are many issues that need to be cleared. I'm thinking hard, but the process up to this point is the same as in the game. The problem is what happens after this. In the main story, Omiya-san's application for the creation of a circle is approved without a hitch, and she goes about her business for Class E. However, such activities are considered unfavorable by the upperclassmen in other classes, and she becomes a target of attacks. She is repeatedly harassed with mindless abuse and violence, but she grits her teeth and resists desperately. However, her spirit gradually wears out. Finally, she is forced to drop out from school. TL. Trash. So, I was wondering if the 3 of us here could form it. Omiya-san extended her hand towards me and smiled with an innocent smile. Apparently, she's inviting me too. I'm sure she's already told her roommate, Nita-san, about the circle, and she's looking at me with a smile. From the point of view of someone who has experienced Dun X, Omiya-san is a tragic heroine. If we don't take any action, she might end up just like in the game. No, that's definitely what will happen if I take into account what I've seen and experienced at the Adventurers School. Even if we were to save Omiya-san, we would have to deal with a number of troublesome events that would occur after the circle was established. Not only would there be students who would attack us, but there would also be many factions that would start to move, and if we were not careful, we would be involved in a violent incident. This could lead to unnecessary information leaks and unexpectedly dangerous situations. If we only think about our own safety, we should just say no. TL. Only children choose, men take all, but I can't let a girl who works so earnestly for someone else and has a kind heart that cares for everyone without discrimination go through such a terrible experience. I haven't forgotten the debt of gratitude I owe her for helping me out during orientation when I was an outcast. I should repay this favor with a bigger one. Isn't that right, Sota Narumi? I'm going in, because Saki is my best friend. Narumi-kun, you're also going to join us, aren't you? Nita-san asks me with a smile on her face. I want to know what she's thinking, but it seems she's going to join the circle. She was my strongest enemy and rival in the game, but if she's going to be my ally, it's very reassuring. Of course I'm in. I replied with a thumbs up, tilting my head slightly and winking, but I felt the atmosphere become awkward. Chapter 55 Contract Spellbook. There's a good hunting ground. We finally arrived at our destination, the 3rd floor of the dungeon, and were discussing where we should hunt. Nita-san suggested the 5th floor. I wondered if this good hunting ground meant the bridge drop on Orc Lord. Before that, there's the problem that if we take the time to go to the 5th floor now and return, we'll only have a little time to hunt, assuming we don't use the gate. I wondered if she was going to talk to me. If I do, I'd better ask her a few questions about her knowledge of the game and what she thinks about its dangers. Do you have a minute? I called Nita-san over. Well, where are you going with this, Nita-san? Satsuki is trustworthy. We're going to talk about a lot of things. Also, I told you to call me Lee-sa, didn't I? She pecked me on the cheek and demanded a correction. Earlier, we had decided to call each other by our first names to deepen our friendship as comrades and best friends who make up a circle together. Aside from my childhood friend Kaworu, it's a little embarrassing to call a girl in my class by her first name. No, that's okay. If the source of the dungeon knowledge and information is traced, it can be identified by players who are not yet familiar with the dungeon. If they are not identified, and that player turns malicious, we could be in a dangerous situation. It would be nice if this was an unwarranted fear, but it would be better if the spread of game information was limited to the class. There is a good chance that we can understand each other if we talk. Even if we were to become enemies, if Lisa and I were to team up, there would be ways to do it. However, if the situation is leaked to the outside world, it will be serious. In this world where there are so many organizations and countries that don't care about people's lives for the sake of new information about dungeons, anything can happen even if they are suspected of having information. Although I haven't been able to test it out yet, some of the skills learned in the higher and top jobs are very dangerous magic that can manipulate, alter, or destroy the mind. Or there may already be magic items that contain mental manipulation skills. There are ways to prevent them, but if they are used now, there is nothing we can do. If we think about the worst that could happen is if the player's knowledge of the game is extracted by some means, such as mind manipulation magic, threats, torture, etc., and that information is spread around the world. There is a possibility that the ethics of the world will be lost, and the world will become a lawless place, or more specifically, that the world order will be completely changed, and the lid of the cauldron of hell will be opened. This world, which is based on the worldview of the game Dun X, is a tightrope walker. Still, sharing game knowledge with Satsuki and running up quickly seems like an absolute necessity for the future, even if it means getting over the rough spots in the main story. Nita-san. The shuriken in the main story that Lisa is referring to are the gloomy events where the area around the dungeon is scorched to the ground and many lives are lost. There are a number of horrible elements that are prepared to enhance the story. If it's an individual scenario for each character you capture, you just don't capture that character, and if it's a quest, you don't accept it. But the main story will occur in every scenario, no matter who the player is. If this world follows the one in Dun X, it means that no matter which route the protagonist chooses, tragedy can happen. Of course, I'm going to work to prevent such a thing from happening, but with the time limit of the tragedy scenario, it's not easy to prevent the spread of information while raising your level and gaining the strength to deal with it. This is where the idea of forming a party with trusted friends comes in. In my case, I was thinking of getting through the dungeon with the Narumi family, whom I have absolute faith in, while also strengthening the target I was protecting, but that's not going to happen for Lisa, who is not with her family. It seems that her plan was to involve Omiya-san, Satsuki in the dungeon attack. In fact, the best way to attack dungeons and the external affairs of this world is to unite with other players who have knowledge of the game, but there is no point in saying that. If someone identifies themselves as a player, I'll be wary and won't identify myself, and the other players will be cautious as well. Sota doesn't trust us. It's not that I don't believe in, it's just that you should be very careful about what you share. Well, let's not talk about stories and events. For today, we'll talk about gates, monster information, and bridge drops. It's best to keep the information you give to a minimum. Even though I'm pouring out an almost unlimited amount of knowledge to my family, I trust them enough to put my life in their hands, and they trust me enough to risk theirs. On the other hand, even though we've become best friends, sharing oversized information with someone we've only known for less than 2 months is a risk for both us and her. It would be better to make her aware of the risk before sharing the information. Of course, I think we need something to bind them other than verbal promises. That's where this comes in. She took out a piece of paper with a lot of small letters on it from the backpack I was carrying on my back. This is a contract magic book. TL. Sota and his relationship with contact spell. It's a magic book that often appears in the main story of the game. It contains a spell that binds the actions and statements of the target of the spell. In Dan-eku, there are jobs called Summoner and Elementalist, which allow you to make contracts with powerful and unique summons and spirits. At worst, summons and spirits are selfish, difficult to control, and extremely dangerous, so I have no intention of taking on one of those jobs. And contract magic is a kind of curse in which the summoner or spirit inscribes on the contractor's body what it wants the summoner or spirit to do or protect. If the contract is wrong, the contractor will be burned to death by jet black flames. This contract magic book is a degraded copy of that contract magic pattern in written form. If the contract is broken, the book will be burned black. It does not have the same binding power as contract magic, as the person who made a mistake in the contract is not burned. The contract spellbook is only used to determine whether or not a contract has been broken. Some countries have experimented with writing contract magic directly on the human body, but due to criticism from a humanitarian standpoint, the technology has not come to light. A vague contract is not effective, and the conditions need to be narrowly and precisely defined for the contractor to be aware of them. For example, it is difficult for the contractor to draw a clear line between, "Do not tell anyone about the dungeon information I give you," and "Do not tell anyone about the battle instructions I give you, the terrain, or even normal conversations about strategy." If it was something like, "You must not tell anyone about the knowledge of the gate that Lisa and I brought to you on this day, in this place," then it would be easy for the contractor to recognize that he had broken the contract. I'm sure Lisa would probably use a few contract spells in a similar fashion, specifying every detail. In the main story of the game world, contract spells were also popularly used in situations where the content of the contract was important. It's interesting to see how many of these dungeon-derived magic items are prevalent in this world. The marriage contract spellbook that Kaworu and I had exchanged was a piece of paper that Butao had made when he was little, based on what he had heard about contract spells, and it had no effect whatsoever. It's just a piece of paper with no effect, and nothing will happen if you break it. TL. After the conversation, we rejoined and moved to a less popular place to talk about the contract. What were you guys talking about? Lisa and Sota are very close, but could it be? Maybe. She seems to have some kind of strange misunderstanding, but if I approach Lisa with such an ulterior motive, I'll be cut in half. Please stop it. I was discussing with him about my secret hunting ground. I'll tell you about it if you swear not to tell anyone about it. There is such a place? I'd like to know. Satsuki is skeptical that such a place really exists, but she can't let go of her hopes and curiosity and immediately says that she wants to know. But first, Lisa says, I'm going to have to ask you to sign a contract to make sure that the information you're about to tell me is not passed on. This is a real contract spellbook, is it? Such great information? Satsuki rolls her eyes and swallows her gulp. The contract spellbook was quite expensive, as it should be. Lisa had said it took her a long time to prepare this, but she hadn't told us how she did it. That's not all, she said. If you break any of the promises you've made with this, you'll pay for it with your life. What? She was only half joking. I looked firmly at Satsuki and told her, but it's half true, which created tension again. It seems that she understands that we have some confidential information about the dungeon and that she must not let that information out no matter what. If we give out the information we're about to give out, they could try to kill not only us, but everyone around us. How do you know all this stuff? It's a natural question to ask. The answer is because I'm a former player. I tell her that I can't answer that question because I don't mean to say that. The important question is, do you want to become stronger by knowing dangerous information like using a contract spellbook? If they refuse, then so be it. Lisa and I can level up using our knowledge of the game, and I'll take the time to help Satsuki level up separately. Satsuki showed some hesitation, but quickly made up her mind. If I can really get stronger, I'll sign up for. Satsuki's family is from a branch of a noble family. She was planning to go to a local high school to support her family, but her family forced her to enter this adventurer school. The reason why she was so depressed about the treatment she received in Classy was because she knew what was going on at the school he had longed to attend, and she felt that she might be betraying the expectations of the family she cared about. At the same time, she realized that many of her classmates were in the same situation as her. Her desire to save them and change the school became stronger every day, just as she wanted to be saved. Even in the main story, she was working hard for Class E, even though her spirit was worn out. We, the players who know her, can understand that her feelings are true. Then let's make a contract, yes. We decided not to use the contract spellbook for information related to the bridge drop, but only for information related to the gate. If you've got a lot of adventurers rushing to the bridge, you're going to have to fight for space. Only a few would be able to benefit from it. Even if it was abused, it would have little effect. Besides, it wouldn't matter if a bridge drop became useless once our level was raised and we were no longer needed. On the other hand, the information related to the gate will be treated as a top-level secret, and the contract spellbook will be used, because the impact of being exposed is too great. Then let the magic flow through. Lisa and Satsuki faced each other and put their hands on the contract spellbook on the ground. It was the first time for Lisa to use it, but she had no problem activating it since there were plenty of instructions on the internet on how to use it. The two of them passed their magic power through the pattern that was copied on the paper, with a statement that it was forbidden to leak any information related to the gate, including how it worked and the existence of the gate room. Although the contract was made without knowing what the gate was, the black pattern emitted a pale green light, indicating that the contract magic on the paper worked properly. Since it seems to have been exercised safely, I'll tell them again about the existence and specifications of the gate. Lisa had not expected to be able to jump to the basement floor of the school, and she let out a small cry of surprise. It would be awesome if something that convenient really existed at, wouldn't it? It would save me a lot of time going back and forth to the hunting grounds. I'll believe it when I see it in action, then let's head to the 5th floor. If the gate on the 5th floor can be used, the hunting ground will be changed to the bridge drop. I'm sure my mom and sister are working on it right now. It's only in the morning, so they'll be done by the time we get there, but if they're still at it, they can join us. But the Orc Lord is a famous monster that you've been warned about. Sota will protect us, right? Yeah, we'll be fine. Currently, I'm capable of defeating monsters on the 5th floor with one punch, and I'm no stranger to the Orc Lord. But Satsuki, who had been looking at me as an object to protect, looked at me with surprise and suspicion. I'm not going to tell you the level right now because you'll find out later if we trust each other and keep dungeon diving. Perhaps each of us had something to think about, but we decided to aim for the 5th floor with few words. Chapter 56 Hanano's Lying and Crying. We arrived at the 5th floor a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance plaza was lit up with bright lights and rush mats were laid out everywhere, and adventurers were having lunch all at once. Because of the complicated terrain here on the 5th floor, the view is poor and there are few safe zones, so it seems to be customary to come back to the entrance square where monsters don't pop and have lunch. Vendors hawked their lunches and drinks, not wanting to miss the opportunity, and stall owners shouted out their wares to catch customers. The adventurers, too, were attracted by the delicious smells and went to the stalls, chatting and eating their way through the food. We would have liked to have eaten soon, too, but once we got to the bridge drop point, we could rest as long as we wanted, so we planned to take our time eating the lunch we had bought outside. However, the two girls who had been acting so well earlier were showing signs of fatigue. Are you okay, Satsuki? Yeah, somehow, but I might just have to try to keep up with you down the road. We're almost there, so let's do our best. The two of them were still under 5. Even with the benefit of physical strengthening, they had walked for 5 hours straight in the morning through the crowds to get here, so it was inevitable that they would get tired. On the other hand, it seems that at level 19, I'm in a body that doesn't get tired at all. I'm still trying to figure out how much longer I can sustain this extraordinary stamina. But it's already past noon, and the 5th floor isn't a walkable distance on a school day, considering how long it takes to get home. Unless you can use the gate like we do, yeah. Classmates who have only one way to enter the dungeon, through the entrance, have the problem of taking too long to reach the hunting grounds. Especially for students in D class and above, it would be impossible for them to make a day trip to the dungeon dive while they have schoolwork. The first sword and sorcery club we saw in the morning would also take several days just to reach the hunting grounds. If that's the case, what do they do on days when they have schoolwork? In the past, when I was a Dun X, I could earn a small amount of experience by training in the magic field against opponents of the same rank in sword fights, and this method is probably effective in this world as well. This is why students in the higher classes join clubs and practice hard, while those in the E class who can't join clubs have a matter of life and death. In order to create a circle, we must first become strong. Yes, if we are not strong, our classmates will not follow us. Now that we've had a break, let's head out. He finished stretching his legs and turned to face them. I'll guide you from here, so follow me closely. Yes, thank you, and thank you for carrying my luggage. Fufu, I'm counting on you, it's a small price to pay. I'll give them a little recovery before we leave, just to make them feel better. TL, we get it, you don't have ulterior motives, lie. We walked up and down some hills, keeping an eye out for orcs along the way, and after crossing a large bridge over a deep valley, we came to a room where the orc lord popped up. This is an area that's already been warned about by the guild, right? Satsuki speaks while holding her chest with both hands and shrinking slightly due to nervousness. If you meet an orc lord at level 4, you have to be prepared to die, so even if they say it's okay, you can't rest assured. I remember the first time I saw it, I broke out in a cold sweat and almost choked. Considering the fact that I don't feel anything when I see it now, I might have been intimidated by its aura back then. In the meantime, I sneaked inside the room to see if they were there. I guess they had already been caught and defeated, but there was not a single monster in the room and it was a shell of a shell. I knew they weren't in there. My sister is supposed to be doing the bridge drop right now. Wow, your sister is amazing. Fishing itself is not difficult if you have a certain level of running ability. Once you know the way, you just have to run while being careful not to get caught in traps. But if your running ability is not up to par, you may end up dying like I did the first time. TL, he forgot almost, he wouldn't be here if he died back then. If we've come this far, we're almost at our destination. Yeah, but the bridge is probably down right now, so we'll have to go around if we want to get to the other side. If the bridge hadn't been dropped, we could have gone straight ahead and reached our destination in the shortest possible distance, but now the bridge was supposed to have been dropped, so we couldn't go through it and had to take a slightly circuitous route. Still, we were close to our destination, and Lisa was encouraging Satsuki with a cheerful, let's go for it. After another kilometer of walking, we finally saw the valley we were looking for. As I looked around to find a place to settle down, I saw my mother and sister sitting on a rush mat a little further back, eating sweets. Oni, and you sisters too? Oh, my goodness, there's an empty spot over here, sit down, sit down. My mother beckoned me to sit down on an empty mat and offered me a cup of tea. I'm glad to see she's doing well. My mother's level seems to be rising steadily, and she's waving a borrowed sword around to show me how light she has become. She had been an adventurer before she met my father, and she said that she had been to the 4th floor, so she was quite proficient with a sword. In between bridge drops, my sister would hunt with her portable game console and my mother would bring in novels. It's a very slow paced, but there's nothing to do until the repop, or so it seems. And since Lisa and Satsuki have been moving around on empty stomachs without taking a break, and have taken a path with a considerable difference in elevation from the Orc Lord's room to here, they are already so exhausted that they don't have time to mend their ways. Moving sluggishly, they sit down without hesitation, thank you, and rolls their back to sip their tea. When's the next one? In about 20 minutes. Me and Mom were just about to leave after eating this. My goal today is to power level my mom until she reaches level 7, and she has already reached level 7. Now she was having tea time while eating the sweets she brought with her and was about to leave. We'll take over after we've eaten, shall we? Yeah, if you're going to do it, I might as well stay here a while longer. You get my mother home safely. Even if you're level 7, you're not in a safe zone here. In the event that you are a level 7 adventurer, it is unlikely that you will be defeated by the goblin soldiers and orc assaults that roam the streets, but you may run into a group of them due to another adventurer's train. I'm worried about sending my mother home alone, as she doesn't know the way very well. When I tried to persuade her, she went crazy and started crying and rolling around at Satsuki and Lisa's feet, saying, Oni is trying to exclude me from the group. I tried to pull her away from them, saying that it would bring shame to our family, but she clung to them and refused to leave. I think I'd be happy if your sister would also join with us. You're so mean, Sota. My sister's fake crying may have worked, as she had them on her side in an instant. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but it's a good idea. I'm not sure why I'm the bad guy in this situation. Well, it's not a problem if she's there, and if the two of you are welcoming my sister. I decided to compromise and change the terms of the agreement to, come back after you send our mother home safely. Then I'll come back as soon as I send my mom. Hang in there, Sota. My sister waved cheerfully, and my mother said something meaningful while looking at Satsuki and Lisa. I watched them go, and explained to them how to do the Orc Lord and bridge drop to the two of them who were sitting on the rush mat eating their lunch. Since there are two of them power leveling this time, we both need to breathe together and drop the suspension bridge at the same time in order to get the experience. It's a little scary to face a level 10 monster, isn't it? I wonder how much experience we'll get. Satsuki looked a little pale and weak, wondering if it was finally coming, while Lisa looked excited to experience the familiar bridge dropping in real life. In fact, what they do is exactly the same as in the game, the only difference being the screams of the orcs when they fall. If all else fails, rest assured that I'll take them down when the time comes. I'm not sure how strong Sota is, so I'm worried about him. I had actually planned to show my strength by defeating the orcs on the street, but we got there without any fighting at all. I heard that my sister had been running around the area to kill them in her spare time, but I wondered if that was the reason. I'll tell you when to cut the wire, so don't be in a hurry to cut it before I cross. All I have to do is cut here. I've missed this. Satsuki, who had been sluggish and listless earlier, seemed to get motivated when I explained what we were going to do. Well, it's a simple job of cutting off the wires, so it doesn't take much energy. Even if she was a little tired, she could do it. As we were talking about this, suddenly, as if time had been rewound, the bridge that had been cut down floated up and was being repaired with a loud noise. In the background, a small scream rises as if surprised by what is happening. Dungeons have a strong restorative and restoring effect, and even if you make a hole or destroy a structure or wall, it will return to its original state after a certain amount of time. I hadn't paid much attention to this in the game, but I was surprised when I first saw a scene that defied physics right before my eyes. I was amazed when I saw it for the first time. I'm going to go catch some fish, but don't be surprised if there are a lot of them. Yeah, be careful with that. Okay, good luck. When I saw them waving me off with a small smile, I was filled with motivation, so let's get started. Chapter 57 Satsuki Omiya 1, Satsuki Omiya. Sota turns his back to me and dashes away. Even though he had to carry all of Lisa and mine luggage for the long distance from the time we entered the dungeon to here, he wasn't even out of breath. We were about to come face to face with the infamous Orc Lord, who had caused so much damage to so many adventurers, but he was maintaining his calm as if a light breeze was sweeping over him. I wondered who he was. I remembered the memory where for the first time in my life, I was aware of someone named Narumi Sota. During break time, my classmates in Class E, mainly my roommate in the dormitory and my friend Chiki from middle school, try their best to communicate with each other in order to expand our friendship. It's not only because they want to have friends, but also because they know that using their connections to gather as many good friends as possible and to be part of a strong party can make or break their grades. Even after homeroom is over, I'm constantly gathering information about the school and its students. Who's strong and who's working with whom, who has what skills, what kind of exams and competitions are there and how do they go about it, what are the tests and competitions like. What happens then is that they start planning to get close to groups with strong people like Akaji-kun and Majima-kun. In fact, Lisa and I once tried to get in touch with Akaji's group, but they seemed to have a fixed party and we couldn't get in as we wanted. I was approached once by Marishima, but the relationship has not progressed yet. While my classmates were scrambling to make connections, there was a fat boy sitting at the back of the class just staring out the window. That was Sota. He was always quiet and rarely talked to anyone, but he was not overshadowed or unnoticeable. On the contrary, he had become a bit of a celebrity in the class, in a bad way. Even though he was the lowest ranked student in the class, he didn't try to socialize with anyone and would leave as soon as school let out. On top of that, when he entered a dungeon, he was defeated by a slime that even elementary school students are said to be able to defeat, and the whole school, not just Class E, gave him a bad reputation as the weakest adventurer in the history of the school. TL. Grabs popcorn. Seeing him like this, his uncommunicative classmates call him vulgar nicknames and furrow their brows to hide their abuse. Not having any outstanding skills and being scorned for not being able to dive dungeons properly due to his obese figure, he is isolated from the class without being approached by anyone. In the adventurer's school life, where connections with friends are important, this is fatal. He was forced to enter dungeons solo if he was not partnered with anyone, and he could only do that up to the 3rd floor at best. His school life is a dead end, and his classmates have been saying that they don't want to be a part of his dragging them down. But everyone's thinking is shallow. We're going to have to fight hard against the top classes in the upcoming class competitions and tournaments, and he can't be left out. Do they even know what they're doing? There are plenty of opportunities for him to improve his strength in the future, so what's the point of deciding his evaluation when he's only just started school? Besides, I don't think he's a person to be maligned, considering his seriousness in class and high academic ability. Wanting to confirm these things, I mustered up my courage and invited him to a party during orientation. People told me that I reached out to him and that I was kind, even though I wasn't. I was a little surprised to find that my roommate Lisa was not so opposed to his joining the party. In fact, she accepted it. I know she seems to have a laid-back personality, but she has an oddly sharp and calm side to her. Maybe she has some ideas or something. So I talked to him and found out that he was more intelligent and thoughtful than I had expected. The reason he doesn't communicate is not because he doesn't have the ability to do so, but because he's just not interested in his classmates or his own notoriety. It was as if he was moving with a certain confidence, regardless of what others thought of him. But that didn't change the fact that solo dungeon diving had its limits, and that limit can come early. So I was hoping that my invitation would be a conduit for me to integrate into the class. I was hoping that since we became friends at orientation, he would start talking to us the next day, but he didn't show any signs of it and left as soon as school was over. Is it really okay to be alone? I looked at his level on the terminal and saw that it hadn't risen from level 3 at all. I can tell from that he's struggling near the 3rd floor. Could it be that he didn't find me attractive enough to join me, or does he have someone else to team up with? But I can't worry about him anymore because the tragic reality of Class E is coming to light. First, there was the incident at the club activity recruitment ceremony. I was abused by all the upperclassmen, and I was made to understand that we, the E-class, were actually being looked down upon. We were told that even if we joined the club activities we had longed for, we would only be allowed to do menial work. The classmates were in despair, and darkness overtook the classroom. The dueling ruckus with Class D that followed was even more serious. My classmate Akaji-kun was mercilessly beaten and we were banned from joining the club activities created by the seniors of Class E. After that, they became less reserved and began to come into the classrooms of Class E to tease and humiliate our classmates. How can they be so cruel when they are students of the same school? I knew that in an adventurer's school, strength is absolute, but what is the use of nipping in the bud for those who strive to be strong? The school is turning a blind eye. I don't know what's going on anymore. I can't see an inch of the future, and the dark days continue. There are times when I feel like throwing everything away, but I don't want to betray the expectations of my parents, who sent me to the adventurer school. I don't want to waste the thoughts, efforts, and futures of my classmates. My friends and I who felt the same way discussed until late at night, crying, arguing, struggling, and crying again. The conclusion we came to was to create a club activity for us. We immediately applied for the club, but the student council, with its deep-rooted discrimination against Class E, would not listen to us so easily. In the process of working out the solution, I ended up with him again. He looked much slimmer than he had at the entrance ceremony, and somehow more reliable. Unlike his classmates who were struggling and suffering, he was still aloof and elusive. Lisa is like that too, but maybe Sota is just a super positive thinker. From there, they decided to dive into a dungeon together to relieve stress. Yes, so far, there's nothing strange. Then we started talking about good hunting grounds. Then we started talking about contract spells. Finally, we're talking about gates and other eyebrow-raising stuff. I suspected that Lisa and Sota were both playing a joke on me, but it seems they might be telling the truth. In the distance, an orc lord is running with clouds of dust. Further behind, a number of orcs that might possibly reach triple digits. At the head of the pack was Sota, who was running at an unusually high speed despite his short-running form. I wondered if it was some kind of magic as he was gliding across the bridge almost without swaying, even though it should have swayed greatly if we crossed it at such a speed. I'll give you a signal, so adjust your timing. Soon after, a group of orcs rushed onto the large 50-meter-long suspension bridge with noisy cries. The bridge shook so much, both horizontally and vertically, that a few of them were ejected and fell off, but there were still dozens of them on the bridge. At the head of the pack, a vicious-looking orc lord is running with bloodshot eyes, hoping to land a blow on Sota. It's no wonder it's said that only advanced adventurers are allowed to face it. And now it's right in front of me, just when I start to hear his breathing. Now, cut it off. Almost cowering in fear, I cut off the wire. The tension in the rope is broken, and the orcs fall off the bridge with a scream. 10 seconds later, a strong leveling symptom appears, and my chest burns and I feel like I'm suffocating. Did you just level up? I think I just leveled up too. The sheer volume of experience flowing into me at once was painful, and I couldn't help but bend over. When I looked at Lisa, she was gut-punched and smiling with joy. It looks like you've reached level 5. I was struck by the feeling that Sota had used a simple appraisal to look into the depths of my mind. He has learned to use that simple appraisal, which means he's at least level 5. It's too amazing that just by cutting off a rope, my level goes up. I know it will go up if one kills that many orcs, but who would have thought that you could use the nature of the orc lord to take down an entire bridge? When Sota confirmed that we had gained enough experience, he stretched once and said, "It's too noisy, I'm going to clean it up." On the other side of the valley, dozens of orcs that could not get onto the bridge were threatening us with their buzzing and squealing. As I was looking at them, wondering if he was using some special method to clean that many orcs, Sota came around from afar and plunged straight into the orc group. That's when I got a glimpse of Sota's strength. To be frank, I don't really understand what's going on. He was moving so fast that I couldn't see how he was dodging the orc slashes coming from all directions, and the speed at which he was swinging his weapon was so fast that I couldn't make out his arms. The way he fights is also far from the basic tactics taught in sword fighting class. It is said that the most important tactics in a one-on-one fight are how to avoid being surrounded and how to keep moving around to avoid showing blind spots. Sota was positioned in the center of the orc group, and was fighting almost motionless in a position where he was being attacked from all sides. Even so, the orcs' attacks did not hit even a single target, and on the contrary, they were slashed one after another as if they were sucked into the path of the sword that Sota wielded. Is he guiding the orcs' movements? Is it some kind of unique martial art? In any case, the fact that he was able to execute that tactic without any hesitation was probably due to the huge difference in levels. Sota is a gigachad. As proof of this, he slashes down the huge body of a fat orc with a single swing that doesn't look like it took much effort at all. This is a feat that can only be accomplished with a considerable amount of strength. I'm sure the sword isn't light, but he's wielding it as if it were a stick. Compared to Akaji, who I saw during the duel, and even compared to Karya, his opponent at that time, the strength of Sota fighting on the other side of the valley is unmatched. If he's that good, it makes sense that he doesn't need to force himself to be publicized. After that, Sota's sister, Hanano, who was as strong as Sota, joined up and defeated a large number of orcs many times using the method of bridge dropping. It was heartbreaking to see dozens of orcs screaming and falling all at once just by cutting the rope. At some point, it became a battle between Hanano and Sota to see who could bring in the most orcs. After Sota succeeded in bringing in about 150 orcs, Hanano summoned about 200 orcs before the orc lord's MP ran out and he collapsed in the middle of the game. Thanks in part to that, my level rose to 6 in just a few hours. This level 6 was the target level that I had worked so hard to reach during my summer vacation, but I never thought that I would reach it so easily, and that I would spend most of the time chatting and laughing. Today's dive was so amazing and so funny that the gloom of school was blown away. It's been a while since I've been able to laugh from the heart. I didn't know Sota was such a funny guy. They promised to dive with me for a while, but I have a feeling I'll see more interesting things if I follow them. I wonder if my wish will come true one day. Chapter 58 A Moment of Laughter. It was time to chat and laugh until the next orc lord popped up. While we were eating the sweets we brought with us and chatting about trivial things. I want to join the circle too. When Hinano wanted to hear about school, I told her that I had formed a circle, and she began to insist that she be included. When I gently refused, she flipped over and started rolling around in disgrace, saying, I want to go to the dungeon more, and Oni is going to leave me alone. I tried to persuade her that to let an outsider, a junior high school student who can't go into dungeons, into the adventurer's school circle was not allowed, but she wouldn't listen. In the end, she did the same trick I saw her do about an hour ago, crying at Satsuki and Lisa's feet to get them on her side, and I ended up being the bad guy again. TL. I can relate, I think it's good to let her in, we're just practicing. I'm going to need your help in the dungeon from now on, Hinano, do you agree with me? Yay, Hinano has the same level as me, and we share a lot of confidential information about dungeons. If we're going to continue to dive into dungeons and aim for the deeper levels, we'll probably have to form a party. If that's the case, I was reasoned, it would be safer and more efficient for us to deepen our friendship through circle practice. My sister's eyes were moist and she was happy to hug them. If you spoil her, she's likely to cry and use the push card again, which is not a good thing. But they're awfully close. They're exchanging contact numbers for the arm device I bought for them. Good job, sis. I've also bought my sister a dummy uniform and jersey so that she can discreetly enter the school, so she won't be caught out if she's just joining a circle. Well, what does it matter if my family participates in the circle's practice? What is the name of the circle? There is no such thing, it's just a temporary place for classmates to practice. Well, I'll give you a name, how about Shining Colors? My sister immediately suggested a cliched name. I don't like the idea of using an existing clan name. I've never had a good image of the colors. Maybe we could have something like Hyakurairin? Maybe the Neonion family. TL. Hyakurairin means countless flowers blooming in profusion. Hyakurairin. I'm a guy and I'm allowed to join, right? Also, what is the Neon family? I don't like the idea of Satsuki taking over the flow of things, so I'll make a suggestion. How about Evolve, which starts with the letter E, since it's a circle for the E class. And, or Exodus, which means to escape the E class. How about Enigma, which means mysterious group? TL. Eclipse for me, ho. After that, I tried to come up with more words with the letter E, but I couldn't come up with anything that sounded right. We tentatively came up with EE, for now. It sounds like some kind of secret society, but we need a name to apply for a circle, so it's good that we have a temporary name. Come to think of it, how old is Hinano-chan? Satsuki asked the obvious question as she stared at the petite JC's baby face. This is because, with the exception of students at the Adventurers Junior High School, only high school students and older would normally be allowed to enter the dungeon. There's nothing good about keeping this secret from the members, so I tell them honestly that I'm actually using the gate to sneak in. The main pillar of my dungeon diving plan is to raise my level with my family, not my classmates. When Satsuki heard this, she must have been thinking about it, because she agreed with me in a strangely honest way. So we'll be on our own for a while, huh? If it's just the four of us, it's probably quicker to dive into a dungeon than train at school after school. Yes, in order to be able to deal with school-related problems, I want to get up to level 20 as soon as possible. 20? Although we plan to invite classmates to join later, it will take about a month before we can actually start working after the application for the circle is received. In the meantime, it would be better to focus on leveling up using the gates with only the current members. Also, in the game, after a while of forming a circle, the higher classes and upperclassmen will try to sabotage you in various ways. I don't know if the same kind of sabotage will occur in this world, but it's always a good idea to level up early so you can deal with it. Looking at the database on the terminal, the student council and the other major factions were not yet at level 25, so level 20 should be enough to counter them. Satsuki, on the other hand, was surprised to hear that I was close to level 20. The little sister in front of her is already at level 19, so Satsuki should be able to catch up soon if she works hard. However, the level difference between the four of us is too great at the moment, so it would be better to power leveling Satsuki and Lisa up to level 15, while Hinano and I move separately to get our equipment ready. Since Hinano seems to want to conquer a new level as soon as possible, I'll probably take her to a hunting ground where she can earn dungeon currency in the near future. Speaking of training, have you seen the mail from Tachiki-kun? I did. I haven't responded to it yet, though. She showed me the email on her terminal while taking a bite of her snack. It was written that Tachiki-kun proposed to hold several practice sessions for the class competition. It seems that they are giving priority to inviting classmates whose levels have not risen as much as they would like, and Lisa and I, who are still level 3 in the database, have received an email requesting our attendance. Satsuki was not the target as she was level 4, but she had received an email as a communication item. Satsuki is happy to know that Tachiki-kun is also working for the class. In the main story of the game, he was the one who was the most sad when Satsuki was expelled from school, so I guess there is a future where they trust each other and work hand in hand in this world as well. Well, Sota is not level 3 by any means, right? I was actually level 5 too, but I just haven't updated it yet. Normally, students at adventurer schools get appraisals and update the school's database when they reach a higher level, but at my level, I haven't updated it because it could bring trouble. Similarly, this will apply to Satsuki from now on. From now on, you'd better stop appraising for a while. You'll be questioned if your level is increasing in suspicious way. But it's not good if you don't do it all the time, is it? If you don't update the database, then you will remain at level 4. If that's all, Satsuki fears that she will eventually be found out, since some of the regular exams require measurements. If you change your job to thief, you can learn a status disguise skill called fake, then you'll be fine. Fake? I don't remember there being such a skill in the thief. Satsuki tilted her head and stared at the database on her terminal. The open double angle bracket fake close double angle bracket can be obtained by raising the job level of the open black lens bracket Sifu close black lens bracket by 1 level, so I would recommend that you take it first even if you are going to become a open black lens bracket caster close black lens bracket. But a training session, that's a pain in the ass. It's supposed to start tomorrow, but I don't want to attend because I have enough levels. I thought about skipping it, but Kaworu, anticipating that, sent me an additional email earlier. I'm going to pick you up, so be sure to come. I don't think I can escape. I have to go tomorrow. It looks like Kaworu will be picking me up from home. If Sota's going, then maybe I'll go too, Lisa. I want to go too. I heard that the practice would be over in about 2 hours, so let's just get it over with and go home. If he had invited me, I should at least show up. And you, Hanano, you're no good. After that, I continued to drop the bridge while appeasing my sister's selfishness several times, and when it was time for dinner, I decided to end it. Next time we'll use the gate, so we'll be able to do it longer. I gathered up my luggage and led the way to the 5th floor where the gate room was located. After all, there was no one there at any time. As I gave her a briefing on the gate and encouraged her to register her magic, Satsuki, who had been looking at the terminal, said something strange. There's nothing on the map about this area, but I wonder why. That's true. I also opened the map from my ARM terminal and checked it. Indeed, the area around the gate room is not mapped. The map on this device is created and distributed by the measurement staff of the Adventurers Guild, so how could they possibly overlook such a place not far from the 5th floor entrance? Is there some reason that something is being set up to keep people from coming? Oh, well, I'm tired today. We'll talk about the hard stuff later. I was about to sink into a sea of thoughts, but Lisa's words made me leave the place. It's certainly not something to think about right here. Hey Satsuki, Lisa, let's play again sometime later. It would be my pleasure. See you later, Hanano-chan. The women hugged each other and waved goodbye to each other for a long time. Satsuki and Lisa both live in the dormitory, so they are within easy reach of each other. If they have the time, they can have as much fun as they want. I walked with my sister, who was mysteriously full of energy, along the tree-lined streets of the school, lit up red by the setting sun. By the way, that was a big development today. If I can team up with them, it will be much easier for me to take part in school events and dungeon conquests. My sister and I seem to be on the same page, so maybe I should start making plans to accelerate my leveling. Chapter 59 Midnight Secret Meeting. When I had just returned from a meaningful dungeon dive, finished my dinner and bath, and was lazing around in a slumber thinking about the future when I got a call on my terminal. It was from Lisa. It was the first time I'd been able to get the numbers of 2 girls in one fell swoop. Well, I'm proud for having such a good sister. Good job. This was the first time I had a non-family member's name added to my lonely phone book, but I didn't want to stay in a state of deep emotion, so I picked up the phone right away. I wondered what she wanted. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry, even though it's late at night. Is it okay to talk? I was awake. I was just lounging around, no problem. It was past 10 o'clock in the night. Nevertheless, I can hear the sound of a car driving on the other end of the phone. It seems that the caller is walking somewhere. I was thinking about it a lot, and it got me curious. You've never discussed how this world works or how it relates to Dun X with anyone, have you? Yes, that's right. I've noticed a lot of things since I've been here, but I've always wanted to cross-reference my observations with someone. Lisa speaks slowly and sluggishly, so at first glance she seems like a calm, natural girl, but she is also one of the best Dun X players with a keen eye for her surroundings. There may be something she found that I hadn't noticed. I thought it would be nice to talk like this since we exchanged phone numbers. Oh, should I go there since we're talking about the same thing? I don't think we're already being monitored by someone, but it's not something to talk about on the phone. Yeah, that's right. Let's meet at the park behind the school. Okay, I'll get ready and be right there. I hung up the phone and slowly got up. The park behind the school? That place at this time of the day is? The mountain behind the school is a scenic park, famous as a date spot where you can see the Adventurers School and the surrounding city at night. It's just the two of us in such a place, alone with a cute girl, though she's a bit of a jerk. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I get strangely excited and hurry to change my clothes. If I'm going to meet Lisa, I might as well bring some clothes just in case. As I walked down the creaking stairs to the front door, I saw my mom in her pajamas, putting on a face pack. Oh, are you going out? I'll go out for a minute. I'll bring the keys. She waved her hand in the air and said, be careful, before going to the refrigerator. Today, our house is peaceful. Well, it's late and I don't want to keep Lisa waiting too long. Let's go for a quick walk. The mountain was originally almost 200 meters high, but due to the appearance of a dungeon at the foot of the mountain, it was reduced to about 80 meters and became smaller. Even so, the summit has a good view, an observatory, and a restaurant, and is loved by families during the day and couples at night as a place to relax. There is a hiking trail leading up to the top of the mountain, and I ascended it in the darkness of the night. On the way, I passed a couple holding hands as if they were flirting, but I was in a good mood tonight, so I didn't wish for an explosion. TL. Couple go explode. I had been climbing for about 10 minutes. It was already late at night, almost midnight. The park, which is usually crowded with people, was indeed sparsely populated, and it was a nice quiet place to talk. You said you were on a bench in the park. Oh, there you are. I looked around the park at night, which was slightly illuminated by stylish pole lights, and saw Lisa waving discreetly when she spotted me. She was wearing a cute brown blouse with shirring and casual, beige wide pants. Perhaps it was the fact that she was mature in appearance to begin with, but she exuded a calm atmosphere. I can't help but feel a little nervous since I don't usually see her in her private clothes. That was fast. I thought it would take a little longer. I jogged to get some exercise. She was in a good mood, smiling and urging me to sit on the bench. I've been climbing with only my own muscles and I'm feeling moderately fatigued because I'm outside the magic field range. I wanted to sit down, so I did so without hesitation. Sorry to bother you at this hour. Something's been bothering me and I couldn't sleep. I'm sorry about that. I've been wondering the same thing, and it's hard to find the right place and time to talk about it, so this is perfect. Both Lisa and I are among the few players who have come from other worlds. I can't talk about the original world or done acts with even my trusted family members, but I can with Lisa. If there is someone who is in the same position, I would like to discuss many things with them. Foo. We used to talk about trivial things at school, but after we found out who each other were, we never really talked. It's strange that we had such a relationship in the game. Looking at the starry sky, Lisa thinks back to our relationship in the game and says sincerely, it is indeed a strange situation that two people who were extremely hostile to each other, who would kill each other if their eyes met, are now involved in such a unique situation, sitting on a bench and discussing each other, and it is also somewhat funny. I also looked up at the night sky, but due to the city lights, I could hardly see even the first magnitude stars. It seems that this is not a good place to look at the stars, let alone the night sky. Seeing that I had taken a breath, Lisa asked me if there was anything I wanted to talk about. Well, since we're ladies first, I'll let her start the conversation. Thank you, so let's start with, and talk about what happened at the gate today. The gate room wasn't marked on the map. The map of the dungeon that the Adventurers Guild has put a lot of manpower into producing and distributing. There was no indication of the location of the gate room on the map. At first glance, it didn't seem like something to worry about, but Lisa seemed to be concerned as well. The gate room on the 5th floor was not far from the entrance where many adventurers were hunting. But no matter when she went there, she couldn't find anyone, and in fact, there was no sign of anyone on the map that had been distributed, so. Is there some kind of barrier around the gate room? I thought so too, but, if that's the case, why didn't it work on Satsuki and Hanano-chan who knew the secret of the gate with his players? It might have something to do with whether or not they recognized the gate. It is possible that recognizing the event of the gate is the key to breaking through the human shield. In that case, would the magic that is being cast be a recognition inhibitor? If it's just a gate, you'd think of something to keep people out. But there's still something strange about the perception. When I asked her what it was, she told me that Satsuki didn't know about the existence of the open double-angle bracket fake closed double-angle bracket. She said it was impossible that Satsuki, a student of the Adventurers School and a good student, didn't know about open double-angle bracket fake closed double-angle bracket, which was the first skill she learned after changing jobs to a shifu. She wondered if faking wasn't a universal skill, so she went to the Adventurers Guild library to check, but she couldn't find any mention of it anywhere. And adventurers with the common, thief, job hadn't been able to acquire fake either. Maybe when you learn a skill, you need to be aware that the skill exists. If you don't think a skill exists, it doesn't exist in this world. I see, that explains why once you are aware of it, you can learn the skill set +3 like Hanano, or go to the gate room by yourself. Fake, +3 skill slots, gate, there's a lot of other things we need to be aware of. There are things that are universally known and things that are not known. What difference does it make? But I can guess what it is. Is there a pattern where things that existed at the start of the service don't need to be recognized, but things that have been updated need to be recognized? Yes, I think that's very likely. People's common sense and knowledge about dungeons in this world is similar to what was implemented at the time of the start of the Dun X service. The jobs and skills that have existed since the beginning are generally the same as those that are widely known in this world. On the other hand, fake, skill +3, gate room and slime room are contents that were added some time after the service started. The inhabitants of this world are unaware of them, or if they are aware of them, the information is restricted or monopolized to a few people and hidden from the general public. The Dun X at the start of the service and the Dun X that was updated just before we came to this world are one and the same world here. It may be that they are differentiated by this means of recognition, so that it makes sense to include both. Fufu. What information should I show and what should I not? I guess it's a little easier to judge now. It will also make it easier to determine what the former player's weapon is. I knew that there were various cheats for us Dun X players, such as manual activation and the ability to use our character's skills during the game. But the fact that everything updated could be used as a player's weapon could be a new guideline for future actions, but I have a bit of a problem with open double-angle bracket fake closed double-angle bracket. What's wrong? The other day, during the adventurer rank promotion test, I met a Kunoichi Red Boobs, or Kunoichi-san. I don't know her name yet. She was almost certainly using the fake. At the same time, she showed great interest in my use of the fake. As I predicted earlier, fake is probably a skill that is not generally known, and only those in a special position like Kunoichi Red have a monopoly on the information. It must be a very tasty privilege. If you can disguise your strength and abilities, and if there is no one who suspects your disguise, you can do whatever you want to catch your opponent off guard. It would be a great advantage in combat and sabotage. I wondered what she would think of such a special skill being possessed by an ordinary high school boy. The next day, an invitation to the clan party was delivered by Kusunoki Unmo Karara-chan, and I think I understand a little bit why. When is the clan party? Around the time the class competition is over. I was planning to attend, but it looks like a bad idea. I was going to be there, but it looks like it's not going to be good. They may possibly consider me a threat. I should be wary of Kunoichi Red's movements. I'm sure she's already done her research on you and your family. You mean she wants to meet me in person? To begin with, how much do you know about the Kunoichi Red clan, Sota? On the surface, it is a glamorous and sexy, Sifu, clan. The clan leader, Haruka Mikami, is a celebrity who is often talked about in the entertainment industry. But behind the scenes, the clan is so advanced that it receives requests from adventurers guilds and the government. That's what the Kunoichi said. It'll be in Sanjo-san's main storyline in Dun X, as an enemy. I've never played in BL mode, so I didn't know that. TL, a man has his principles and not playing BL is one of them. I knew that Karara-chan was a character who would stand by Sanjo-san and push her back, so I had a somewhat good image of Kunoichi Red, to which she belonged. There was also the reason that the contents of the invitation and Karara-chan's response did not seem so dangerous. However, according to Lisa, Kunoichi Red is a very conservative clan that values the nation and its traditions, and will attack without mercy if they are deemed a threat to them. Would I really go to the home of such a clan alone? It's not like you can just ignore a formal invitation and run around forever. I don't know what to do. I don't think they're going to harm me out of the blue. If that were the case, they would have already attacked me. Considering Kunoichi Red in the game, if she wanted to force information out of me or shut me down, she would have acted quickly and without hesitation. The fact that she took the casual approach of sending out invitations and welcoming me suggests that she was not thinking of attacking me. Perhaps she had first checked to see what kind of organization was behind me, but there was no such thing, so there was no way they would come out. So maybe Kunoichi Red wanted to carefully set up an opportunity to talk and find out. I'll show up, but will I be suitably prepared? The chances of a battle occurring are small, but they cannot be denied. I think it's better to have the family go to the dungeon on the day of the clan party just in case. Well then, I'll teach you something nice as a thank you for power leveling me. Maybe I can help you? With a small smile, she put her arms out in front of her and started drawing something. I was wondering what she was going to do, but she suddenly started releasing her skills, even though she was outside the magic field. Chapter 60 Midnight Secret Meeting 2 In a quiet park after the sun had set, Lisa activated her aura, even though it was outside the magic field. From your reaction, I'd say you already knew. If I could do it in the game, I'll try it in this world first. Normally, physical enhancements and skills are only effective and activated in dungeons or magic fields within 150 meters of the entrance. If you use an artificial magic field, AMF, magic tool, you can create a magic field anywhere, but the possession of AMF magic tools is strictly regulated by the government. However, possession of AMF magic tools is strictly restricted by the government, and he can't use them easily. However, only the aura can be used outside the magic field, as it can only be activated manually. In addition, if you keep activating the aura, the magic element will fill up around you, and for a short time, it will become a pseudo-magic field where you can strengthen your body and use your skills. This AMF is like a backdoor trick in Dun X, but most players know about it.
Then, do you know this? When Lisa slowly meditates, she melts into her surroundings and unexpectedly disappears. It's like an illusion. This is a bizarre situation in which a girl is indeed right in front of you, but you don't notice her unless you concentrate and try to look closely. This is not a hide that reduces the presence of a person, but an invisible that greatly reduces the presence and visibility of a person.
There are no signs of scrolling or magic items being used. The fact that she was able to activate the advanced skill despite this means that her character remembered it from the game. I didn't remember this skill in the game, then how did you learn it? If I hadn't learned it in the game, it would have been new to me in this world. The only way to get a higher level job is to be at least level 20. I couldn't control the amount of aura in the game, but I realized that it's possible in this world. The open double angle bracket invisible close double angle bracket can be created by synchronizing the aura overflowing from the entire body with the surroundings. Once again, the presence of the girl in front of me becomes a distraction. By the way, just like in the game, talking and moving seems to solve the problem. According to Lisa, the aura can be intimidating if it is released all at once as if striking, or it can be invisible if it is released in a constant amount and blended with the surrounding magical elements. If you close it completely and reduce the magic power leakage to 0, it will become hide. I wonder if it's a new type of manual activation skill, but I'm sure the adventurers in this world have tried that before. Oh, I see. Do I need recognition to activate this as a skill? It seems that if you don't know about invisible, no matter how you adjust the amount or flow of aura, it won't be effective in eliminating your presence. You can't even learn it as a skill, right? You can't just copy the movements and flow of magic of a skill and expect it to work. For example, even if a mere sidearm and the samurais, I, have the same motion, whether it is a skill or not makes a huge difference in attack power compensation and cutting power. Lisa's prediction was that mimicking open double angle bracket invisible close double angle bracket would not be enough to make the skill effective. Incidentally, this method of activating the skill requires a great deal of concentration and is not recommended during combat. If you're going to do this, it's better to do it in a safe zone or put it in a skill slot and activate it automatically. Even so, the fact that you can use this method to activate the aura skill and even learn it is a great piece of information. I'm going to give it a try. First of all, the manual activation of aura is not a motion skill, but a magic circle input. The first step is to trace the front of the body with your palm and then slowly draw a circle while releasing a small amount of magic power. Then, the aura will come out of my body. If I continue to release it at this rate, the area around me will become a magic field for a certain period of time. But since Lisa has already turned this place into a pseudo-magic field, there's no point in me activating it. Next, I tried adjusting the amount of energy released. I'm not sure how to do this, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to evenly release the aura from the body, let alone adjust it. How do you do that? Is there a trick to it? Adjusting the amount of aura released is quite difficult, isn't it? You have to practice it over and over again. After just a little bit of practice, I realized that it wasn't easy to control the amount of release. But if I try to practice for too long, I'll run out of MP. Maybe I should practice meditation first. Sure, if you can do that, you might be able to continue, but meditation is an excellent skill that regenerates and recovers MP while using a skill. It's not something that a high-level player should go out of their way to include in their skill set, but it's useful for low-level players who have a small amount of MP and are prone to depletion. The good news is that while it can be learned by raising the job level of the caster to the maximum, it can be learned quickly. It's easy to say that closing your eyes and circulating your aura around your tanden can be a meditation, but it's still difficult. I was amazed at how she was able to manipulate the aura, something that had never existed before, and acquire a number of skills in such a short time. I wondered if there was a difference in talent. She slowly exhaled and smiled to herself. I've been practicing my aura skills for a reason. I was wondering if it might be the same for Sota. What do you mean by the same? I had an inconvenient initial skill. Inconvenient. I knew Lisa had it too. Do you mind if I take a look at the appraisal item? Yes, you can do that now. I thought that maybe Lisa might have a special skill like my gluttony, so I prepared an appraisal item. I took a look at the skills section. Simple appraisal, and estrus, that sounds like a really bad skill name. My gluttony and Lisa's estrus, I wondered if these were curses on the players. In my case, I had a debuff that reduced my athletic ability by lowering my STR and AGI significantly, and increased my appetite all the time. In Lisa's case, anyway, let's take a look at what's in her skills. This is a tough one. When you level up, you get an extra boost to your MP and AGI, increased libido, minus 30% HP, minus 50% VIT, upgradable to lust. TL. Focus on libido and lust. The correction at level up is good. In addition to the reduction of HP and VIT, which are the most important items, there is an increase in libido. I don't know how much of an increase in libido, but if it's as strong as my increase in appetite, it's going to be very bad. Increased libido is one word for it, but it was like being in heat 24 hours a day. These skills put me in such a state of mental stress when I first started school that I didn't think I could live a normal life. I can say that now, she said smiling. It's true that if such a thing were to be activated all the time, I'd go crazy. The fact that girls in particular suffer from increased sexual desire may be dangerous in many ways. Like me, this initial skill will work without question even outside the magic field. There's nowhere to run. She wanted to get rid of estrus as soon as possible. The first thing she thought of was to change jobs, learn new skills, and overwrite them. However, she can't afford to dive into a dungeon for weeks on end when she was mentally trapped. She was overwhelmed with a sense of inadequacy. Whenever I had time, I would go into the dungeon and meditate to calm my mind down a little. She said that she meditated whenever she had something to think about or something to worry about, both in her original world and in this world. When she was playing with her aura, she felt a tug near her stomach and learned meditation by chance. After that, she tried many other skills to do something with the flow of the aura, thinking that she could learn other things. That's how I learned invisible, hide, and meditation. Most of the skills she practiced didn't work, and the aura-based skills, such as dragon aura, sacred aura, and martial arts, all ended in failure. It seems that these skills are not just a matter of changing the flow and amount of aura released, and the detailed conditions for learning them are still a mystery. You can't overwrite the initial skills you learned? Yes, it seems to be impossible to overwrite. I'm sure Sota can't override it either. I had a vague idea that this was the case. In addition to the fact that it does not correspond to game knowledge, the initial skill has significant disadvantages that are only available to former players. It seems that there are many secrets. But I was able to learn the last thing I needed: open double angle bracket flexible aura close double angle bracket. The open double angle bracket flexible aura close double angle bracket is an anti-debuff skill that reduces or makes it difficult to be affected by abnormal conditions. It's a great way to reduce the debuff effect of estrus and finally be able to live a peaceful life, she said with a deep breath. However, it seems that estrus is an incredibly powerful debuff, and it needs to be applied several times a day to suppress it. Still, if it could be suppressed in some way, it might be effective in decreasing the appetite of my glutton. And there's still one more problem to worry about. This initial skill can be upgraded to a higher skill. The initial skill we have can be upgraded to a higher level skill by defeating a qualified person. What do you think? What do I think? I saw the promotion condition when I appraised it. I'm not sure what the qualifier is, but if you promote it to a higher skill, the disadvantages might be even greater. Even with the appraisal wand, I couldn't tell the effect of the skill after it was promoted. Even in its current state, it has a terrible debuff effect, but if it gets any worse, it will be too much to handle. It would be wise to hold off on the promotion until you can determine the skill effects with a higher level of appraisal magic, or until you can acquire powerful anti-debuff equipment. And what is a qualified person? I seem to have met the requirements for promotion. What? Did you defeat the qualified? Maybe, but when I beat him, that's the only way I can think of. The unique boss, Volgamut, had a jet black aura and uncommon killing intent. I still remember the fight to the death with that guy vividly. It looks like he was really strong, but I thought qualified players were former players like us, but I guess not. But now that I think back to the time when I was fighting him, I can't help but think. He had an emotional upheaval unlike an undead monster. He knew his spacing and skills, used various feints, and even tried to lure me into countering his attacks. It was as if I had fought a PKK or ranker in the arena who had a lot of experience in the world of Dun X. If you think about it, a monster that is so clever and cunning is a strange thing. I can't believe I let Sota say that much, but what if there is such a monster? Just looking at the way he fought, he looked like a Dun X player. Was Volgamut a player? I don't have the material to be certain, but my intuition whispers that. However, this raises the frightening possibility that the player's transfer will be applied not only to the students of the school, but also to the monsters. We even exist in a world that used to be a game. It's no wonder that anything can happen. But if I were to find myself in a situation where I was undead, would I be able to keep my sanity? If I met such a thing in a dungeon and had to fight it, that would be troublesome. Even if you play your cards right, you'll still have to fight to the death. Be careful if you encounter a monster that doesn't match your game knowledge. You should be more suspicious of the possibility of a qualified person than a new monster. Perhaps it was because Volgamuth had just woken up, but he was slow in his movements and hadn't used any of his skills from his time as a player. Even so, they are used to fighting against other people, and it would be extremely troublesome if a battle suddenly broke out. I hope players don't fight each other for the promotion of their initial skills. That's alarming. If by qualified, you mean a particular monster, fine, but if it means X players, then they will have a reason to kill each other over skill advancement. I want to have some sort of countermeasure to prevent that. For example, we could use binding contract magic to stop the fighting, or we could hurry up and level up so that we're stronger than the other players and we're a deterrent, or we could create rules to keep us from attacking each other. All of these things take time, and are useless if we don't know who the players are and how strong they are. But I wonder how many players are here. Is it more than you thought? Based on the difficulty of the tester recruitment event, I don't think that many people were able to clear it, even at. Lisa puts her index finger to her lips and smirks mischievously. I can tell you more when we are alone. Chapter 61 Morning Blues. Late. Even though I was late, today was a holiday. Even though it was a holiday, I was invited to a practice session led by Tachiki-kun. Looking in the mirror, I tamped down my bedraggled hair and hurried to change into my school jersey. Last night, I was thinking about a lot of things and before I knew it, it was dawn and I had overslept. But then again, this jersey. I think I might have to buy another one. The waistband has become loose as I've lost weight, and I've had to tie the waistband tightly to make it go away. I wonder what the successful dieters in the world are doing with the clothes they've been wearing. Sota, I feel bad for Kaworu-chan, so I'm going to ask her to come inside. Kaworu was already at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for me. I hurriedly changed my clothes and went downstairs, where Kaworu was quietly relaxing with a cup of tea. There you are. This tea is delicious. Just wait a moment while I finish it. A childhood friend who stands tall and sips tea while holding a teacup with both hands in a well-behaved manner. She is as beautiful as a refined Japanese sword, suitable for the heroine of Dun X. My inner Butao mind is overjoyed. I sit down on the other side of the table to take a break and pour myself a cup of tea. This year's new tea, it's certainly delicious. When we faced each other, there was no conversation. Even so, I feel that the disgusted look she had when I first entered the school has eased a little. I guess it's because I haven't sexually harassed her or forced her to come close to me to put her in a bad mood since I entered this body. I guess she hasn't completely forgiven me for what I've done so far, but I'm glad that she's relieved even a little. I hope that one day Kaworu and I will be able to laugh heartily and talk about all kinds of things as we go to school. The way my heart is lifting, I'm sure Butao would like that too. As I was thinking about this, it seemed that the drinking was over before I knew it, and I had to leave the house early to move to the practice area. As usual, Kaworu walked a few steps ahead of me and I followed her. Speaking of which, there's something I want to ask you today. Unusually, Kaworu came down to my side and we talked side by side. Perhaps it was because she was tall for a girl, but when I looked over, I saw the beautiful face of my childhood friend right next to mine. I'm a little nervous, aren't you? What do you want to ask me? What is that way of talking? I overheard you talking to Kusunoki-senpai the other day, is it true? Karara-chan, huh? Maybe what happened when she came to hand out the invitations had become a rumor in the class. We just talked a little. Talk? She's an aristocrat and the leader of a large faction at school. What kind of connection did you have with her? She is so famous that even Kaworu knows her, and it's not normal for a flashy, pretty girl to come to see me, the lowest on the school caste. You can't just ignore it. I guess I shouldn't explain that I was invited to a clan party. I'll just say that I had a brief encounter with an acquaintance of Karara's in a dungeon and came to give her a report on what happened. So it's not like you're acquaintances. Oh, why do you care so much? Kaworu pondered for a while. Was she wondering if she should talk about it? You know that our class is in a tight spot right now. If you are close to Kusunoki-senpai, I was wondering if you could help us. That's probably not possible, we've only talked once, she's probably forgotten all about me by now. I know that Class E's position is not very good, but this is just the beginning. If things go according to the storyline of the game, the situation will become more serious in the future. There will be provocations, bullying, violent harassment, and many of our classmates may leave the school in frustration. If this happens, the childhood friend in front of me will shed tears and continue to struggle. To be honest, I don't want to experience such a disgusting event in real life, nor do I want to see it. The thought of stopping it all from happening crosses my mind, but even such an event will strengthen the protagonist's body and soul and make him grow. I don't know if it's okay for me to take that opportunity away from him. The protagonist has events that can only be solved by the protagonist, and there's no way I can constantly monitor and protect the E-class and the protagonists. In the future, I need them to become stronger on their own. Even if they are humiliated to some extent, I want them to use it as an opportunity to grow. Of course, if Satsuki or Kaworu are in danger, I will take action, and I will try to intervene before something catastrophic fails or causes damage. It's a good idea to get close to Kaworu and find out what she and the others are up to. In return, though, I'll help you if I can. Well, I'm looking forward to your training today. After saying that, Kaworu quickened her pace again and went to school in her usual position. Well, Kaworu doesn't trust me now, so I guess it can't be helped. If I try to gain his trust by showing off my knowledge of video games, Kaworu will not take me seriously. For now, my priority is to keep an appropriate distance and gradually regain her trust over time. I dream that one day she will see me as a friend. TL. That day might never come in High Reader's long time no see. Besides, this is not the time to be thinking about it. There was a troubling problem waiting for us at our destination. It all started with last night's secret meeting. A park in the middle of the night, with no stars in sight due to the streetlights. In the faint glow of the pole lights, Lisa put her index finger to her lips and smiled wickedly. You only know one person, right, TL? This might be the correct translation to the last sentence of the previous chapter, as that one was difficult to understand and this one makes more sense. Suddenly, she began to reveal something outrageous. I didn't know she had already been in contact with other players besides me. I think you'll be at the practice session tomorrow, okay? It's Tsukijima from our class, you know. Tsukishima, that little flirt. Takuya Tsukishima, a blonde with long hair who looks out of place at an elite school. In my mind's eye, I thought of Takuya Tsukishima, a charlatan who was dressed down in his school uniform and talked dully with his hands in his pants pockets. He had identified Lisa as an ex-player and asked her if she wanted to join him. What? He remembered all the students of Class E in the game. It's amazing. According to him, the only unidentified classmate is Lisa, besides Tsukishima himself. I wonder if he's referring to custom characters. In Dun X, you can usually start with a protagonist, i.e. Akaji-kun and Pink-chan, and a custom character that you customize and make your own. If you choose the protagonist, you can experience the main storyline with fixed character traits, and if you choose a custom character, you can create your own look and character traits, but the story is limited to sub-stories and individual scenarios for the characters you capture. However, the tester mode that brought me to this game world is different. There are only two options, random character and custom character. If you choose the random character option, you'll end up as one of the existing characters in Dun X, such as me, Butao, while if you choose the custom character option, you'll end up as an avatar of yourself in the original world, like Lisa. In other words, even if Tsukishima-kun is an unidentified person who doesn't appear in the game, players like me, who chose the custom character option, should not be able to be identified by him. Could it be that Tsukishima-kun is unaware of the specifications of the random character? Probably. I think I'll let him keep his misunderstanding. She said with a quiet laugh that it would be more convenient for her. At first, Tsukishima-kun suspected that the three main characters, Akaji-kun, Pink-chan, and the unidentified Lisa, were players. However, it seems that he realized that the main character were not player, and that Lisa was the only player in this world besides himself. He said he was Adam and Lisa was Eve. That's what he said when he asked Lisa out. I can't help but wonder what he meant. So that's how I left Lisa last night, but the last person we talked about, Tsukishima-kun, was also planning to attend the training session I was heading to. I've never talked to him before, so I don't know what kind of person he is. As far as I can remember in the classroom, he was a bit flirtatious, but I don't think he said or did anything that would make me think he was a bad person. I just thought of him as a normal, cheerful high school boy.
However, as an ex-player, he has knowledge that could have a big impact on the world, and depending on what he does from now on, there is a possibility that we could get involved. So, in order to get a closer look at what kind of thinking he has, it would certainly be more convenient to have him remain misunderstood, as Lisa said.
TL. I bet he will be like Sota at the start of the novel and try to fulfill the original goal of Sota. I hope he's a good person. With this thought in mind, I followed Kaworu, tottering along. Chapter 62 Practice Session. Between the school's playground and gymnasium, there is a rather small but magic field free space. They were going to practice there today. Some of our classmates had already arrived and were chatting with us. The instructors for today's practice session were Akaji-kun, Pink-chan, and Tachiki-kun. Kaworu joined them and the meeting began. The four of them seem to be doing well in dungeon dives and are at a high level among the E class, so there are high expectations for them. I hope they will continue to do their best and not succumb to interference from other classes. As I was watching Akaji and the others, I heard a light-hearted woman's voice from behind me. Hey there, I turned around to see Lisa in her jersey, giving a small wave and smiling. Her loosely pinned haircut looked very mature and suited her. She put down her luggage in slow motion and sat down next to me, saying, "All right. It's nice to have someone to talk to. I wonder if we'll be doing some sort of sword fighting class?" From what Kaworu told me, they're going to give us detailed instructions. That's a hassle, I don't really feel like doing it. The main purpose of today is to gather information, and the practice should only be done properly. As we were talking about whether or not we had slept well last night, the other participants started to arrive. Among them, I saw Kuga Katona walking quietly and inconspicuously. With one side of her short bob hair slightly bouncing, she walked sleepily and muffled. She was from an American intelligence gathering unit, and was an operative who had infiltrated this school. Although her actual level is over 20, she is level 2 on the terminal, so it seems she was half forced to attend the training session. She doesn't want to practice, but she doesn't hide her unhappy expression while yawning. Behind her, I saw a blonde-haired long-hair walking with his hands tucked into a large jersey. This is Tsukishima-kun, who Lisa said was a player. He was walking toward us. Hey, you're here too, Lisa? I'm sure you won't learn anything at this practice session. Tsukishima-kun sits down next to Lisa with a, "How are you?" It seems that none of the members who always hang out with him in the classroom are here. I wonder if he's alone today. Good morning, so you also decided to join us. Taichi was insisting that I join. Oh, it's too much of a pain. His level was also 3 on the terminal, but I wondered how high it actually was. Well, players can raise their level as much as they want, so I can understand why they don't see the point in participating. By the way, you seem to be talking to Butao a lot lately. What's your relationship with him? Hee, Tsukishima-kun looked at me suspiciously. I wonder if this kind of unreservedness is what it means to be a Yankee. I don't want to cause any discord, so I greet him with an amiable smile. But if you're near Lisa, who is also a player, you might want to wonder if there's something going on. I wonder if I should give him a good reason to let his guard down. We're dungeon diving together, we're kind of like dungeon buddies. TL. Real-time ship status, dungeon buddies. As I pondered what to say, Lisa thoughtfully gave me a good reason. I'm supposed to keep the fact that I'm a player a secret. You're not seriously going with this guy? It's going to be a thing later on. But well, he's reached a certain level in Dun X, so he's at least usable. If you know Butao from the game, it's no wonder that he seems like someone you should keep your distance from. If you go through Kaworu's scenario, you'll find that he's a villain who causes various scandals and eventually gets expelled from school. I was also devastated at first, but now, thanks to the warmth of my family, I'm not so disappointed. He's a good guy when you talk to him. Sota musical note, huh? Oh, yeah. Why does you keep calling him by my name, when you call me Tsukishima-kun? I wonder if he has a crush on Lisa from the looks of it. There's no doubt that she's cute on the outside, but on the inside, she's the leader of the vicious PKK clan that has made a name for itself. It's possible that he doesn't realize who Lisa really is in the game. I've been meaning to ask you, is Lisa the one who gave Akaji the sword? Are you going to ask me that here? Who cares? Even Butao doesn't know what it means, so what do you think? In the event that you have any questions concerning where and how to use the internet, you can call us at the website. You may be thinking that Lisa is the one who gave Akaji-kun the tactic of using the static sword as a trump card against Karya during the Karya event. I'd like to ask you the opposite. Was it Tsukishima-kun who advised Karya-kun to use that tactic? Oh, yeah, Akaji's loss was pretty funny, right? But it's to our advantage that he works hard. TL. They kind of feel like Illuminati. Tsukishima-kun laughs quietly. This is the reason why the air and position of Class E became worse after Akaji's loss. For some reason, Karya knew about the static sword tactic and had taken countermeasures. It's no exaggeration to say that it was because of this that Akaji lost. But why? If Akaji grows up and becomes stronger, he will be able to clear many troublesome events and there will be less to worry about. On the other hand, if his growth falters and the story doesn't progress well, the outcome of the various events will be unpredictable. We're the ones who will be disadvantaged. I'd like to see the events go well, but Akaji was about to form a harem. I just wanted to interfere a little. TL. I kinda can't blame him now. He was very fond of Kaworu when he was playing the game, and when he saw her and Kaworu talking together, he wanted to interfere. He probably took advantage of the fact that if he failed to capture the Karya event, the heroine's likability would drop. But I didn't expect him to push Kaworu. I mean, he really doesn't have any restraint when his childhood friend and fiancé, Butao, is right in front of him. But is this going to be a tough rival for Butao? Many game heroines are generally choropleths. Kaworu is no exception to this rule. She is surprisingly weak and has a longing for the strength that players inevitably acquire. If he knows this, he can push Kaworu around and show him his strength level, and there is no doubt that he will easily succeed. TL. We usually call those gold digger. In my case, I've already sexually harassed a lot of people and they hate me in a big way, so it would be useless for me to show strength and push. Hey, I'm starting to feel full of frustration. Calm down, Butao mind. So, will you be more cooperative with Akagi-kun from now on? As I struggled desperately in my mind to keep my composure, Lisa spontaneously looked at Tsukishima-kun's movements. It's an important question to know what he's thinking. When I feel like it, and I can handle any event that comes my way. Even if the main character's party fails in the event and causes catastrophic damage, Tsukishima says he can overcome it. The reason for this is that the events that occur in the main story are only difficult enough to clear if you are level 30 or above. It seems that Tsukishima-kun can reach that level in not much time. That's how well he's been raising his level. So it's not about Akagi. The point is that you or I just have to have the power to survive. That's a disrespectful remark to the people who live in this city, let alone this world. There are many horrible events waiting for us in Dun X. Even if we are able to overcome them, the people living in this world will not be spared, and there will be tremendous damage. Could it be that this world is just a game world that inherited the setting of Dun X? Mifamily and Kaworu are not game characters. Mifamily and Kaworu are not characters from a game. They are living their lives with their feet on the ground, worrying, laughing, and crying. That's the kind of world we've come to. We are the chosen ones, and if we want to, we can have the power to remake the world. We will continue to do as we please. The chosen one. I wonder if that's really true. Not even AKK's Flash, Loun's demon, or that evil could have gotten to this interesting place. What can I say other than the heavens chose us? TL. I bet all of these have gotten here and we know 2 of them. Well, I'm here. Well, heavenly chosen or not, he seems to be a very dreamy boy. Although I have a few thoughts about this world, I don't think Tsukishima-kun is a particularly evil person. I don't think he's trying to spread malice or bring ruin to the world, and I don't dislike the idea that if you have a special power, what's wrong with using it? TL. Well, this was his original idea. If it weren't for the warmth of my love for the Narumi family and the pure love I feel for Kaworu, I might have thought the same way. But now I certainly have those precious feelings. As long as Tsukishima-kun doesn't change his mind, our relationship is going to be incompatible. TL. He loves Kaworu, but to be so confident in leveling up, what's your secret? I'll teach you if you work with me. You'll need a magic contract, though. He smiled, his mouth twisted in an evil manner. I'm sure he has got some hidden gems, but I'd like her to find out what they are. Oops, sorry, Butao. Forget what I said earlier, okay. Tsukishima who says while hitting his shoulder roughly. I mean, even if I'm Butao, I think it's difficult to forget the previous content, but what is it like? As I was pondering my relationship with Tsukishima, Tachiki walked over to me and began to explain while looking at the form. Then let's start the practice session. First, I'd like you to work in the pairs I've assigned you. Just like in a sword fighting class, the first thing they do is pair up and practice with rubber swords. It seems that they have already decided who to pair up with. According to the report, my partner is her, of all people. In front of me, there is Kuga-san, who looks sleepy, repeatedly sighing, and not showing the slightest sign of motivation. She has appraisal, which is a higher compatible version of simple appraisal, so she can break through my fake and find out my true status. In order to avoid any trouble, I should play the role of a beaten man. Thank you for your time. We faced each other and held our swords, but Kuga-san's hand was hanging slackly from her sword and she just kept sneezing. She didn't even look at me. I'm not sure what to do. Chapter 63 Kaworu Hei's 6. Kaworu Hei says Pav, Naoto-kun, is this what it looks like? I'd like you to tell me a little more about it. You're the real deal, aren't you, Yuma-kun? I think you can compete with the top class when it comes to handling swords. This was the first practice session for classmates of level 3 and below. The girls who participated in the event were all clinging to Naoto and Yuma with catcalls and sweet nothings. On the other hand, they give me and Sakurako a cold stare. I thought that they were approaching us because they wanted to form a fixed party with us, but then I realized that they also think that we are now level 6 thanks to our partnership with those two. It's true that Naoto and Yuma are brilliant and talented, and their contribution to dungeon diving is immeasurable. Still, it would be a shame if they didn't pay any respect to the efforts that Sakurako and I have made. However, there was no point in saying that, so I left the girls to their own devices and went on to teach the other participants. First, I noticed the pair of Nida-san and Tsukishima-kun. I had seen Nida-san's Tachi Suji in a sword fighting class, although I hadn't spent much time with him. At that time, I thought it was an unusual kata, but it must not have been particularly bad. Despite this, the fact that she was still at level 3 meant that she probably hadn't spent much time in dungeon dives. Rather than instructing her poorly, I should adjust her schedule and provide her with hunting ground information. And recently, Tsukishima-kun has been approaching me in various ways. He once asked me to go on a date with him. I don't feel bad that he likes me, but if he has to be invited to training sessions, I would like to see him raise his level and show his strength as an adventurer before inviting me. The two of them have been talking since a while ago and have not started practicing, rather than enjoying. They were talking about something with a serious look on their faces. Rather than a happy look. I could hear him saying something about dungeons, so it seemed he wasn't just making small talk, but since it was a practice session, I'd better pay attention if it took too long. I make a mental note of that and look at the next participant. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sota and Kuga-san facing each other, looking unmotivated. Kuga-san was just standing there with her usual sleepy look on his face, and Sota was restless, though he had his sword at the ready. These two are the people that have been on the agenda for the E-class enhancement plan, with Naoto. Kuga-san is the lowest level 2 in the class, and it's obvious that his dungeon diving is not going well. She is basically alone most of the time and may not be able to form a party. Even if Sota is level 3, he is suspected to have been raised by power leveling and is likely to have technical problems. Looking at Sota before he entered the school, I could not help but have such thoughts. Today, I would like to carefully assess the level of their swords and give them appropriate guidance. I watched them for a while with that in mind, but they just faced each other and didn't start at all, not even a hint of motivation. I couldn't resist calling out to them. It's a practice session, so don't be shy about getting into it. TL. When the teacher put you, the otaku with the silent kid. Both Sota and Kuga-san are silent. I was thinking of saying something else. Why'd I have to be a part of this? She began to complain about the situation. That's because Kuga-san is a level 2. There is a class competition nearby. We want to help you raise your level. When I said that, she said something outrageous. Then I'll level up to your level by the next round. I'm leaving today. Even if you want to go home, you can't do it until you convince me. If we are to compete with the top classes, we can't afford to have any dropouts. In addition, this practice session is also for Kuga's sake. I told her to admonish her, and she replied with a violent argument that she would raise her level to 6 and I should leave her alone. I wondered how hard it was for her to get to this level. But I can't just do what she says. If you can raise it so quickly, why are you still at level 2? TL. Would be a burn if she was level 2, then I'm going to beat the crap out of this guy right in front of me. Boohee. Sota trembles as Kuga-san becomes more and more grumpy. The weapon is a rubber sword and a protector is attached to it. I'd rather have you do it with all your might without hesitation. As I was thinking this, Kuga-san lowered her center of gravity slightly, spun the practice sword she was holding around and held it in her opposite hand, and started to do a boxing-like rhythm. What is it? I don't know. It seems to be a style far from sword fighting. It's more like a martial art. I don't care if it's a dagger or a knife. The practice sword is almost a meter long. If I held such a thing backhanded, I would not be able to put any power into the weapon and my attack power would be greatly reduced. The distance between her and Sota was about 4 meters. As I watched what she was going to do, she closed the distance with a single step and punched Sota in the side of the head with the hand holding the sword. In boxing, you could call it a hook. Fast, she went for a punch instead of a slash. The initial speed of the punch was faster than I expected, and it was right in front of him, and it was a high-speed hook from outside my vision. There was no way Sota could handle it, and he was stunned and unable to move while looking ahead. I thought she was going to get a perfect shot at his temple, but Kuga-san seemed to have stopped short. Well, you're right, Kuga-san. I couldn't react at all. Sota was surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat. I'm sure that's true. The attack might have been unavoidable even for me, a level 6. It was such a fast and sharp attack. She was using centrifugal force to draw a semicircle and put his weight on it, so she must have put a lot of power into it. Even though Sota was wearing a headgear, he will take some damage if he was hit by a hook like that. Even if he had ducked backwards, he would have been cut by the sword in his other hand. If he ducked, Kuga-san's next move would be to squeeze his left hand and aim for a body blow. It was a dead end as soon as he got in the pocket. TL free stage combo. It was a series of moves that an amateur with no fighting experience would never be able to imitate. Even though it was a short stop, she showed her high fighting skills with just one punch. And yet, hey, now, did you see that attack? No, I didn't see you at all. I think you should get a new partner because I'm no match for you. What do you think, Kaworu-kun? For some reason, Kuga-san said that her high-speed hook had just been spotted, and she tried to look into the panicked Sota's face. Leaving that aside, and Kaworu, you? I'd like him to say, Chan, at least. Yes, then let's start again. Wait. Let's be a little more gentle. I'm getting a stomachache. Can I rest over there? Sota tries to use a fake illness to say that his stomach hurts while pointing to the back, and Kuga says in a whisper, I won't stop this time. As if her previous lack of motivation was a lie, she once again takes up a rhythm in a boxing-like stance. I thought Sota would be okay because she's one level higher than him, even with his lack of skill, but after seeing her attack earlier, I think she might be too much for him to handle. I looked around at the other participants to see if I should change her pairing partner. I could see a full body armor with a white and silver metallic sheen walking from the side of the school building, accompanied by several black clothes. I've heard a lot of strange rumors about that guy, but she really does wear full plate mail all the time, doesn't she? This is the second seat in the first year class of this adventurer's high school, and in terms of close compatibility, it is said to be even better than the top seat, the outstanding Tenma Akira. For some reason, she wears armor at all times, and no one has ever seen her true face. On the chests of the men in black suits following behind her, you can see a mark with the word, Heaven, written inside a zero. All of them are Tenma's personal butlers, and they are always accompanying her and taking care of her even though they are on campus. They are not mere butlers, but rather martial arts butlers who follow her into the dungeon and support her in battle. It is rumored that each one of them has the fighting power of a clan. Such a colorful group was hurrying towards us. There was no sound of metal from the heavy-looking full-plate mail, as if some kind of magic was at work. As I waited for them to pass by, holding my breath, Tenma suddenly stopped in front of me and began to stare at Sota's face. Hey, you there, you look incredibly thin, what's wrong? TL. God tier diet. I thought her voice was muffled due to the helmet covering her face, but it was very easy to hear, just like a telephone. It seems that she is using a vocalizing magic tool to speak. Huh, me? Yes, Narumi Sota, I'm talking about you. Tenma-san looked at Sota and called him by his full name and said that he had lost weight. I wondered why he knew about Sota. Sota seemed to think so as well, and asked back with a dumbfounded look on his face. Well, how did you know my name? You're the only one who's really fat in this school. I felt sympathy for you because we are also fat. So, how did you manage to lose weight in such a short time? Sota became sluggish. Although the Tenma family is from a merchant family, they are a respectable noble family that has been knighted by the Japanese government for their contributions to dungeon-related technology. It was natural for him to feel nervous when such a person spoke to him. However, I wanted to hear it too. He was so reluctant to go on a diet, and on the contrary, he was constantly binge drinking and living a lazy and unhealthy life. Now, he is no longer extremely obese, and he even seemed to be gaining muscle. I wondered if there was something that changed his mind, since he was attending the training session today without complaining. I wondered if he had a change of heart. You don't feel comfortable talking here? Then let's go over there. Tenma-san pointed to a large black car. The unusually long limousine that I often see near the school gate seems to belong to Tenma's family. However, he is in the middle of a practice session and it is not a good idea to take Sota with him. How on earth should I call out to her and explain? Wait a minute. I'm the one who has business with this guy. You're in the way. Who are you? Kuga-san stepped forward and used her practice sword to brusquely push Tenma-san away. The expression on the faces of the men behind her turned grim at the gesture, and the place became tense at once. Tenma, on the other hand, turned the device on her arm toward Kuga and began to operate the screen. According to the database, you are Katona Kuga, Class E, first year, Level 2. Is only 2? So you're here to fight with us. So what? When she finds out that Kuga-san's level is 2, she strikes a pose to show her surprise with exaggerated gestures. It's hard to tell if she's really surprised since she's wearing a helmet, but I guess this is Tenma's way of communicating. On the other hand, I don't know her level since it's not listed in the database, but I'm sure it's quite high since she's the second seed of a class. Even if Kuga-san had some fighting experience, it would be meaningless in front of the huge difference in level. And that's not all. The other party is a nobleman, so you can't predict what she'll do if you talk back. The Adventurer's School is open to both nobles and commoners, and there are school rules that eliminate discrimination and differences in treatment based on status. However, we all know that this is just a prelude. In fact, the men behind me were shouting in anger, snapping their necks and hands in response to Tenma's comments. Kuga-san is excited about something, and Sota is fidgety and unreliable. I knew I had to be brave and protect her. I'm sorry, but we're having a practice session in Classy right now, and, well, Kuga-san here doesn't mean any harm either. Please be gentle. Get out of the way. What? One of Tenma's attendants pushed me by the shoulders and I jumped away from him. This is inside the magic field. In the face of high-level physical enhancement, a level 6 me would be easily flung away just by being pushed with the palm of his hand. Yuma and Naoto also noticed the grim atmosphere and approached me to see what was going on, but Kuga didn't move an eyebrow and continued to stare at Tenma in full body armor. Miss, what can I do for you? I'm going to let you off the hook for your courage today. Normally, I would have smashed her. So long, Narumi. After saying that, Tenma-san left in a flash. The men who had been radiating anger seemed to have lost interest in us and quickly left the scene. I almost fell to my knees from a sense of helplessness that the crisis had passed me by. Hey, Kuga, if you get into a fight like this, we're going to get hurt too. Fufu, but I wanted to see what would happen. Tsukishima-kun and Nida-san, who were watching the earlier altercation, laugh and express their concerns. It's easy for them to say that there's too much difference in levels to even have a fight. I've been interrupted, so, that? Kuga-san looks around to continue practicing, but there is no sign of Sota. Well, he ran away. Chapter 64 Feast of the Dead. So I should tell Hayes-san that I'll be responsible for helping Sota level up. Ah, I'm grateful for your advice. Good luck with the leveling up. You too, Sota. I'll see you later. It was a good idea to participate in the training session, but I was caught between Kuga-san who was trying to test me and Kaworu who was glaring at me from behind, and I couldn't stand it and fled. After that, I had consulted with Satsuki via terminal communication, crying out to her. Kuga-san's level is over 20, and she possesses a variety of intelligence skills. I made the mistake of reacting to her high-speed punch by following it with my eyes. I'd like to keep my distance for a while and not participate in the training sessions, but if I said that, Kaworu would probably grab me by the scruff of the neck and take me away. I'm aware that I don't have any credibility or power to speak up, so I asked Satsuki and Lisa, who are popular and supportive of the class, to help me. If the two of them are willing to help, Kaworu will have no choice but to consider it. However, if I kept relying on them, my debt would only grow. I want to pay back as soon as possible, especially since I don't know what Lisa will ask of me. On the other hand, I was surprised by Tenma, who happened to walk by and talk to me. She's currently wearing a full-plate mail due to a curse, but she's also one of the great Dun ex-heroines. I wasn't wary of her because she barely appeared in the beginning of the scenario, but I didn't expect her to know Butao. I'd like to keep my distance from her as well, as the minions who were glaring at me behind Tenma's back would be a pain in the ass to deal with. The adventurer school is full of problems. I'm on the 15th floor of a dungeon, thinking about this as I run. I'm here to hunt with my sister. In contrast to the corridor-like map from the 10th to the 14th floor, this is a field map with no obstructions and a very open view. It's a very open field map. However, it is not a place where you can feel open or good at all. Surrounded by gentle hills and decaying graveyards in places, undead monsters can be seen from a distance slowly writhing around the area. There were also a number of executed criminals hanging from the trees along the way, which combined with the reddish-black sunset sky to create a very eerie atmosphere. Hey, I might not want to come here alone. I can afford it, though. My sister looked around and furrowed her brow at the heavy atmosphere. It is true that undead infestations are everywhere, and the scene is far from calm. However, there is a gate and a good hunting ground on this floor. I'm sure we'll be coming back here often, so she'll just have to get used to it. Hey, there's a wraith approaching. That's a wraith's higher species, a ghost. It's a little more durable than the wraith, but it's no problem for us now. A white, translucent, human-shaped projection. If touched, it will launch a drain touch attack that sucks out your life force. It's a spirit body, so physical attacks are completely ineffective, but it doesn't move very fast, so if you have the means to attack with magic, it's not that scary. I'll fight back with magic, yes. My sister has just learned the fire arrow, so I'm teaching her the basics of magic. If you fire arrow, normally at a distant opponent, it will be easily avoided because it doesn't have that much bullet speed. Therefore, you need to use your inertia by running, or activate your skills as if you were throwing to speed up the bullet. However, the power of magic does not increase just because you shoot it fast. Even if the magic has mass, strangely enough, there is no correlation between speed and collision energy. It must be considered separately from the laws of physics. On the other hand, the more magic power you put into a spell, the more powerful it becomes. The more magic you put into it, the smaller the increase in power becomes. The only way to get a feel for it is to actually try it. My sister shot the fire arrow with auto activation as if she was throwing a stone. The speed is probably a little over 200 kilometers per hour. A fireball the size of a ping pong ball is shot at the feet of the ghost, making a curling sound. It hit, but it's not dead yet. Oh, it's really dead or not? He's staggering. Let's finish him off. It's a one-handed sword dropped by Volgamud, the boss of the 7th floor, and I slashed a ghost with the sword of Volgamud in my right hand, a special sword that has an HP absorbing effect and can damage opponents with full physical resistance. It's not as powerful as the attribute sword, so I'll have to make up for it with the number of slashes I make. After about 4 slashes, the ghost disappeared with a high-pitched voice as if it were melting into the air, and a few centimeters of magic stone fell to the ground. It's big. The color is kind of beautiful. How much is it? The guild's purchase price was 6,000 yen per piece, I think. 6,000 yen for one of these? Tonight's dinner is a brand name beef shabu. My cash-hungry was sister full of motivation as soon as she heard the price of magic stones even though she was acting scared a moment ago. If it becomes a magic stone of the monster on the 15th floor, the purchase price will jump up. If you can hunt here, you will be able to make a profit even if it is a party with a large number of people. So, what kind of place are we going to hunt today? The execution site known as the Feast of the Dead. So, that's where we're going. In the past, there was an anecdote about a certain baron who was executed along with his knights for a crime he did not commit and turned into undead due to a grudge that never cooled down even after his death. The execution site is located in an area newly added in the DLC, so it's highly likely that it's not generally recognized in this world. In other words, it could be an exclusive hunting ground. There are several other reasons why it is so delicious. There are only a limited number of places for monsters to pop, and they crawl out of the ground slowly, so it's easy to get a head start. It's called whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole? I didn't know they came out that fast. The monsters that come crawling out are a skeleton knight with a large shield and a one-handed sword, and a corpse warrior with a two-handed sword. Both of these monsters are level 16, one level higher than the average monster that pops up on this 15th floor, but our level 1 to 9 should be able to defeat them without difficulty. This is an interesting hunting ground where you can summon a special monster called Bloody Baron by placing 12 of the special items they drop in the center. The Bloody Baron is the Baron who was executed, right? This guy drops items that you can take to Obaba's store and she'll buy them for 20 RIL. The knights that pop up at the same time drop mithril alloy armor. It's in tatters, though. Tattered? What are you going to do with all that stuff? The ones that drop are not usable as they are bent or dented. However, the material they are made of contains a lot of mithril, and if cast into a material, it can be made into a high-quality mithril alloy. The main purpose of this dive is to collect as much dungeon currency and materials as possible at the execution site we're heading to in order to prepare for the 20th floor and beyond. As we were moving over some gentle hills, the sky, which had been glowing with the setting sun, suddenly began to darken. We must have entered the DLC area. All the plants around here are dead, and a thin, screeching wind is blowing, giving the air a more somber feel. In the distance, I could see a fenced-in pasture-like area about 50 meters on each side. That was our destination, the execution site known as the Feast of the Dead. I got a little closer and looked inside the place. There are no obstacles or buildings inside, and you can see a few places where the ground has somehow risen. There's no one here, it looks like we have the whole place to ourselves. There's not a lot of people here for a party of the dead. I can see 2 undead slowly wandering around inside. I'm sure my sister thought there would be many more, but she was half right and half wrong. The monsters in this execution site have a feature where they keep popping up so that there are always 2 of them. Even if you defeat them, they will soon come out of a pile of dirt somewhere, but when they do, they will slowly crawl out, so once you've defeated the 2 that are currently walking around, it's a simple matter of smashing their defenseless bodies. In the game, there were 12 points where they would come out of the ground, and players would set up at all of them, and the moment they came out, the player in front of them would take them down, making the hunt a simple task. This time, however, there were 2 of us, so we had to run quickly to the spot when it crawled out. Well, I guess we should take our strength into consideration and take a break in between. The bone with the shield in the foreground is the skeleton knight, and the one with some flesh in the back is the corpse warrior. The skeleton knight uses the knight skill, right? The skeleton knight uses the knight skill, I believe. The shield bash, if you get hit while the skill is active, you'll be unable to move for a short time, so just be careful with that. Okay, I put my luggage down on the spot, put the special weapon I brought on my back, and prepared for battle. I'm going to take it easy today since it's just a trial run to see how it goes. I'll go for the corpse warrior, I leave the skeleton to you. I'll take care of the skeleton. At the same time, we run towards the monster. My sister seems to be faster than I am, so she gets into the fight with the skeleton knight before I do. The other side responded to the first blow with a shield, but Hinano already went around the blind spot and entered the slashing motion. There is a level difference between the 2, and she should be able to defeat them without any problem. My opponent is a corpse warrior. He's carrying a longsword that's wider and longer than a single-handed sword, as if he's dragging it. It's a very heavy weapon, but I have to assume that a monster level 16 would be able to wield that kind of weight with one hand. As I approached it at a distance of about 30 meters, it roared low and rushed at me from the other side. I thought that the distance between us would be shortened at once, but when I was about 5 meters away, he swung his sword as if he was slashing upward from below. As it did so, it threw up earth and sand along with it. I could see the line of fire flying at me, so I dodged around to the outside and used my free left hand to throw the fire arrow, in a side throw. Although it was a magic throw from a slightly unreasonable position, it landed on the side of the corpse warrior far faster than a normal person could throw it. It only did enough damage to stagger him a little, but that was enough. Now it was our turn. With only a few moments to adjust my stance, I approached and activated my weapon skill. The corpse warrior hurriedly tried to use his weapon as a shield, but it was too late. Be sliced in half. Open double angle bracket / close double angle bracket. This is the first weapon skill that fighters learn. Open double angle bracket / close double angle bracket. This is the skill that Karya uses in the Karya event in the game, but that was a big sword. So it has power and reach, but it also has the limitation that it needs to be stored. I have a light and thin sword in my right hand. The time it takes to activate it is much faster. A horizontal slash was struck from the left side of the body, which was not fully protected by the weapon, and the corpse warrior's upper body and lower body were neatly separated around the navel, and it fell to the ground with a crash. If one looked behind him, one'll see that the skeleton knight had already turned into a demon stone, so his sister was able to kill him instantly. Okay, the next one will come out in about 30 seconds, so let's hit that one. Whack-a-mole, just hit it as hard as you can with this big blunt object. My sister takes out a 1-meter-long mace from her vertical backpack. It's a spiked mace with a heavy head with thorns at the end of the handle, and it weighs over 20 kilograms, which is too much for an average person to handle, but my sister wields it dexterously with one hand, even though she's a bit limp. I'm sure it's made of steel, but if it's that thick, it should be able to withstand a little rough handling. The execution site is a delicious hunting ground where you can unilaterally attack defenseless monsters trying to crawl out of the earth. On the other hand, once they come out, it's a normal battle, so you need to defeat them before then. To defeat a monster equipped with armor and shield in a short time, it is more efficient to crush it at once with a super heavy blunt weapon like this than with a sword. I took out the spike mace I had brought with me and tried wielding it with one hand. Even though the weight itself isn't too much, I have to hold on with my feet to a certain extent or else my body will be carried away. I'll just have to get used to it and practice. As I was thinking about this, a bony hand sprouted from the front right. That hand must be Skeleton Knight. There it is, over there, that's how you do it, watch this. The bony hand scratched at the dirt and sand and tried to crawl out of the soil. It seems to take about 10 seconds for it to come out completely after all. I swung my spiked mace at the gaping Skeleton Knight with all my might. Ah, with a thud, a huge cloud of dust flew up. After shaking it off, all that was left were scattered bones that fell apart. It soon melted away and turned into a magical stone. Perhaps it was because the ground was softer, or perhaps it was because my physical strength had increased, but the impact on my hand was less than I expected. I could have hit it a little harder, but if I could defeat it with my current attack, it would be enough. In addition to the magic stone, there is a low probability that it will drop a quest item to call the Bloody Baron, the guts of the poison, but it is not something that falls so conveniently. Wow, oh, there's another one over there, I'll go check it out. We are going to try this for a while, and so, in the deserted execution site, the earth continued to resound with a thump, thump, thump. Chapter 65 Bloody Baron. She smashes the corpse warrior with her swinging spike mace. As the dust settles and my vision clears, my sister carefully picks up the dropped items and puts them in a garbage bag. That's the 12th one. I wonder if I can call up some kind of patron. Bloody Baron. I thought I'd give it a try today. Inside the garbage bag are 12 chunks of flesh that look like organs of some kind. After smashing hundreds of skeleton knights and corpse warriors with a bang, I finally got the number I needed for the summoning ritual. In terms of drop probability, I guess that's pretty good. And this lump of meat, unlike the game, this lump of flesh was more gruesome than I had expected, as it had materialized in real life. It occasionally twitches, and the creepiness is unbelievable. Hanano also put it in the bag as if she was picking up a stranger's dog poop on the street. If we do this, I'd like to have a strategy meeting with first. Oh, there it is again. When I looked in the direction she pointed, I saw a dried up hand sprouting from a pile of earth. The next monster popped up at the execution site as soon as it was defeated, so there was no time for idle chatter. It would be better to go outside once. We jump over the fence that surrounds the outer frame to find a reasonably flat place and lay out a rush mat after checking the safety. I poured myself a cup of tea from the water bottle I had brought with me and took a sigh of relief. The area was still dark and desolate. I was quietly amazed at how one can get used to such a scene after a while. I can put all the items we've collected together somewhere, right? On the pattern in the center, yes. In front of me, Hanano asked in a good mood as she bit into her favorite candy bar. In the center of the execution site, a child's drawing of a swirling sun is vaguely depicted on the ground, and placing the 12 pieces of meat you've collected on it will trigger the Bloody Baron's summoning ritual. In the game, this was shown as a movie scene. The 12 guts, which are the quest item, pulsate and connect with each other, gradually swelling up to create a fresh zombie. It lasted 30 seconds. The summoning ritual in our world should take the same amount of time and be reproduced in the same way. Now, here's the problem. Do we have to watch it with our fingers crossed, just like in the game? Once the ritual begins, the Bloody Baron will be stuck for a while as he builds his body, so. We can attack, yes. In the game, we were forced to watch that movie scene, and the player was restricted from moving. But in this world, there is no such thing. If we can move, we can attack as much as we want during the summoning ritual, which means it's bonus time. 30 seconds for attack. How strong are they? The monster level is 20, and since it's a floor boss, its HP and VIT are pretty high. There will be no general monsters, but instead 12 guard knights will pop at the same time. Are you talking about the knight who was executed together? I don't know if I can handle that many. The escort knights are bloody knights, monster level 16 undead. They have a variety of armor, from large weapons to flying tools, and their individual strategies vary. Facing 12 such monsters at the same time is difficult, even though they are now level 19 normally. I'll stop the escort knights. I'm going to use Shadow Step as soon as I start summoning them. It's a skill that makes your legs fluffy and allows you to move faster. I want to learn that too. First, you have to raise all the job levels of the basic jobs. The open double angle bracket Shadow Step close double angle bracket is a divine skill that even top players find useful, as it increases evasion in addition to movement speed. It is learned in the advanced job, Shadow Walker, but there are many prerequisites for this job, so it will probably take some time yet. Anyway, go ahead and hit the Bloody Baron for 30 seconds. You can also try the manual activation I taught you before this. I don't know if I can do that. I groaned and practiced the skill motion. In the beginning, I struggled with manual activation, but thanks to repeated practice and research, I can now activate skills from normal attacks in a flowing manner. If you're going to dive into dungeons in the future, you'd better let your mind and body learn it. If you can't beat them in time, or if something unexpected happens, don't force yourself to leave the execution site. In that case, it'll disappear. Yeah, I've worked so hard to collect them, and now they're going to go to waste. The Bloody Baron is a special boss that not only has high durability, but also uses a large number of skills and magic. It's not impossible to defeat them if you use a cheat skill with a huge load, but we don't need to force it. You will be the one who will keep hitting the Bloody Baron that Hanano is summoning. If you can beat them in 30 seconds, beat them. If you can't, run away immediately. Okay, but let's eat the sweets I brought first. By the way, that stick candy looks delicious. Can I have one? After taking a break from eating and lounging around, we entered the execution hall again. I cleaned up the 2 undead that had popped up, and stood with my sister on the summoning magic circle in the center. If the Bloody Baron can be defeated by us now, it's a big gain. We can move on to earning money right away, and we'll be able to prepare level 20 class armor and items. With this expectation in my heart, I continued my explanation. When the 12 venomous organs come together and start pulsating as one, you can begin your attack. Yes, I'm going to do my best. Hanano readies herself with a spike mace in her right hand and sword of Volgamuth in her left. Well, if you fail, you can just run away. I'll tell her not to get too worked up. Then I'll move on to the final preparations. I've already used the shadow step magic circle so much that my body remembers it. Even if it is a little complicated, I can draw it without difficulty. I had already experimented with it after reaching level 19, but I had already confirmed that I could use it without too much strain on my body. When activated, the surroundings darken slightly, and an afterimage shimmers around my feet. When I use this skill, it brings back memories of fighting against other people in the Dunex era, which lifts my spirits and naturally switches me on to combat mode. I'm getting better. I nodded that I was ready to go when I looked at Hanano, so I took out the poisonous guts from the garbage bag and dropped them all over the ground. In a short time, the sun-like pattern on the ground glowed vermilion, and the flesh began to writhe and groan. Oh, it's working, but it moves in a weird way. In a few seconds or so, the flesh masses began to pulsate loudly as they gathered in the center and fused into one huge mass. In the same time, 12 mounds of earth were created around them, and something was trying to crawl out of them, 12 guarding knights, the bloody knights. Let's get to work, knock them dead, I'm coming. Raising her voice, Hanano swung down her spike mace. Despite the impact of the wind pressure that raises a cloud of dust, the mass of flesh is not crushed and continues to pulsate. As expected, we're able to attack, but the summoning ritual hasn't been interrupted. On the other hand, the 12 bloody knights are inactive monsters, which is rare for undead monsters, but this setting doesn't make sense because they will attack us if we attack the bloody baron. So we had to make the first move. First, I went to the nearest dirt mountain. I stepped in as if to check my toes, which were blurred by the afterimage of the open double angle bracket shadow step close double angle bracket, and accelerated at once. The increase in AGI seems greater than when I used it against Volgamud. I think I can roughly master this skill now. Without slowing down, I thrusts my fine sword deep into the base of the earthen mountain and twists it hard. Then I heard a low roar from the earth, first one. Looking ahead, I saw a large sword already protruding from the mound of earth, and an individual trying to crawl out by scratching the earth with it. I accelerated again, sprinted, and stabbed it as it came out. The second one kicked off its head, which was in just the right position for a thud. To my right, 20 meters away, there was another one with its upper body already exposed. I threw my battered greatsword, which had fallen at my feet, with all my might, and succeeded in blowing off the upper half of the body along with the mound of earth. There was a hatchet sticking out of the mound to the right. It seems that they are foolishly trying to get out by facing the other side. There was no way I was going to overlook such a delicious opportunity, so I swung my sword down, thinking that the fourth one would be a piece of cake. But he prevented it with his hatchet, even though he was half buried in the ground. As expected of a knight, but I was surprised that he twisted his upper body to block the attack, but there was no way he could keep up with me if his lower body was buried and he couldn't move properly. The fourth body. Right behind me, I saw an individual that had just broken out of the earthen mound coming toward me, so I turned around to intercept it. The bloody knights come at me while raising a large double-bladed axe. While feinting from the opposite direction of its stance, I approached it and went into a close-range battle. The bloody knights can't seem to cope with my movements, which are more than twice as fast as theirs, so I tossed and turned them into demon stones after a few slashes by always keeping a blind spot. This is the fifth one. I thought I could do better. Oh, only 7 left. I thought I could get a few more. I had expected to be able to kill about half of the 12 before they came out of the ground, but they came out much earlier than I expected. However, we had to fight them all at the same time, so it's a good thing we were able to reduce the number by 5. In front of me, there were bloody knights with short swords, knives, bows, large maces, and even something that looked like a sickle. Their faces are disfigured and their equipment is in tatters. Even so, I could see the will to protect their master, Bloody Baron, in their sunken eyes. It seems that it is not me who is pointing the tip of the weapon I am holding. Ah, behind me is Hanano, who raises her voice and strikes with all her might, paying no heed to the blowing dust. The summoning ritual has not stopped yet, and the lump of flesh is about to be spun into a humanoid form and become a fresh zombie. There's still half a minute left, but it's going to be tough to defeat a special boss with durability in time. Blood is still spurting out from the surface of the lump of flesh, limbs are bent in the wrong direction, and some of them are on the verge of disintegration. It was evidence that he had lost a lot of HP. Seeing this, some of the bloody knights are shouting and waving their weapons threateningly. It's no wonder they reacted the way they did, since their beloved master was being beaten to a pulp. I'm sorry, I can't let you through back there, that's why you guys. You can be my express chapter 66 long time no taste. The execution site is filled with sandstorms caused by occasional gusts of wind. Near the center, I confront 7 bloody knights with weapons of various sizes. The double-edged axe of the one I had just defeated had fallen at my feet, so I picked it up. It weighed a little more than 20 kilograms. It's dented in places and the blade is chipped, but it's just right for chopping down the armor. I think I'll try to use my fine sword in this axe. I didn't put dual wield in my skill set in the game either, but if you've been a weapon master for long enough to use many weapons depending on the environment, situation, and opponent, you can handle this many weapons at once. As I tightly gripped my weapon to check it, 2 of them immediately came at me, but it looks like they're not looking at me, they're looking at Hanano. I'm not letting you through. While paying attention to the bowman's line of fire and the position of Hanano behind him, I accelerate with my shadow step to close the gap. The bloody knights in the foreground of the two that were coming at me immediately put up their shields, but I didn't care and swung out my axe with full force. Oh, I'm not sure if it's a metallic sound or a crashing sound, but it makes a loud noise and blows the shield away. I cleave the swordsman right next to me with the slender sword in my other hand, but it seems I was too shallow and couldn't knock him down completely. While eating my attack, he swung his dagger at me, so I ducked to the side and used the auto-activated slash to cut him down. Whoa, I was about to take a breather when a bow and arrow flew at me with a noise of air being cut, which I avoided by just moving my neck. The rest of the bloody knights came at me at once, starting with that one. They must have decided that I was in the way of saving the Lord. Then I'll run. I can't take them head on, you idiot. It would be tough to fight 5 of them at the same time against an opponent who is not that far away from you, let alone against a lower-ranked opponent with a large level difference. However, the important thing is to keep them from going towards Hanano. If I am able to gather hate on me and bring in an attack target, I've achieved my goal. After that, I just have to watch out for flying objects and buy myself some time. I'm not going to lose in a game of tag, because I have increased my mobility with the shadow step. As I zigzagged, I looked sideways at Hanano and saw that she had just manually activated her slash. Looking at the damage on the Bloody Baron, it seemed that he was down to about 20% of his remaining strength. But time was running out. If that's the case, I might as well join in the attack. While paying attention to the distance between me and the bloody knights that were following me from behind, I turned the direction of the train towards the Bloody Baron. Hanano, I'm going to hit you with a skill too, so be careful when you activate it. I'll use a backhand. What's the backhand? Oh well, I've got a great double-edged axe, so let's give it a full swing. Grasping the double-edged axe firmly in both hands, I need my magic power while running. Next, I spin the axe around and around twice like a hammer-throwing motion and swings it around. This is the full swing skill motion. When I got close to her, Hanano jumped back as she saw me coming. Let's not hesitate, then. I'm going to go all out, full swing. I put all of my running power and centrifugal force on the double-bladed axe and slammed it into the middle of the lump of flesh that was losing its human shape. The slash makes a dull thud, but the axe is still pulsating. It's amazingly durable. Even so, I think I've managed to cut it down to about 10%. A knight escort was approaching from behind, so I slid past him. I used the backstep skill that I just learned today to reduce and shorten the time between skills. I've learned a few skills, and I'm finally getting used to the basic tactics in Dun X. I'm going. As if to replace her, Hanano came back, but there was hardly any time left. As I ran to see what kind of attack she was going to make, she pulled something shiny out of her waistband.
Wait a minute, is that not pop-up?
A recovery potion that can be thrown at the undead to deal immense damage. It's so powerful that a single potion can deal as much damage as a basic job's weapon skill. She threw 3 of them at once. TL. Overkill. The recovery potion that was supposed to be in the bottle burst on its own near the Bloody Baron, scattering the pink liquid inside. As they landed on the lump of flesh, a plume of reddish-black smoke billowed out, followed by an unearthly scream. Oh, when the demise stopped, the lump of flesh turned black and eventually cracked and shattered. The bloody knights, who had been chasing him from behind, collapsed with the disappearance of the Lord and shattered as well. Wow, I didn't know recovery potions were this powerful. TL. TBH neither did I, ha ha ha. You know, now, if you can avoid the risk, so be it. I had given her 3 recovery potions in case she needed them, and she threw them all in without hesitation. My sister was amazed at the power of the potion, her eyes amazed. Even if I couldn't defeat him in time, I had a strategy of running away and defeating him, but if I had to fight a higher-ranked boss, I would have to take some risks. If you can defeat it safely and surely, this level of expense may be inexpensive. Big magic stone. Oh, what's this? What's this black, weird, monstrous thing? If you look at the place where Hanano pointed, you will see that in addition to the magic stone, there was also a small black mist-like thing lying around. When I looked closer, I could see what looked like a face floating in and out of the air, and I could also hear a faint but scream-like voice. This is the spirit of poison, which can be called the soul of Bloody Baron's bitterness and resentment. If you take it to Obaba's store, she'll buy it for 20 riels. If one touch it, one might be haunted, so I put it in a bag and take it with me. When everything is real, even things that are gross or things that you don't want to touch become real, which is a problem. I'm tired, I'll just cash this in and go home. Oni, I need a little more attack power, but I'm not sure if I have enough STR. You should practice manual activation a little more. My sister is tracing the skill motions I taught her while grunting and groaning. In the event that you are looking at future battles, it's better to polish your combat techniques such as manual activation rather than relying on powerful armor and items. I'll give her a little practice later. Carrying a number of mithril alloy armor that the Bloody Knights had dropped, I entered the gate with my sister, who was humming a lousy tune. We're already close to Obaba's store. I wonder how much mithril we can get from this. Can we make some pure mithril armor out of it? You'll have to do this about 10 times today to collect enough for the armor. If the mithril content is even 0.1%, it can be considered a fine mithril alloy armor. If we were to collect and refine these armor to make 100% pure mithril armor, we would need a considerable amount of mithril alloy. It's hard to carry such a bulky item over and over again, and I'd like to get my hands on a magic bag as soon as possible. Within a minute's walk, we arrived in front of a familiar rectangular box-like building. In front of it, there was a magician sitting on an old chair, smoking a puffy pipe and enjoying the smoke, as usual. Hello, welcome to. Did you bring me that thing I asked for last time? Furu slowly and gracefully stood up and greeted me. She said she wasn't very good at remembering people's faces, but she seemed to remember mine and my sister's faces. I brought you something. The thing that Furu is referring to is, of course, the spirit of poison that Bloody Baron dropped. I had accepted an errand quest before going to the execution site. In the game, I didn't know how to use it because I only exchanged it for the dungeon currency, Lil. However, many adventurers brought them to be exchanged for cash, so there might be some reason as she purchases a lot of them. It's been so long, I almost forgot what it tasted like. Oh, the taste? I couldn't catch up with the unexpected words and tilted my head. While licking her tongue, she brings the spirit of hatred poison to her mouth and bites down on it. When she does this, an unpleasant screeching sound is heard all around. We two siblings could not help but look on, in stunned amazement as Furu slowly chewed and savored the food with happiness. That gross thing was food, Chapter 67 Expected Star. Alright, let's get this class war meeting started. Homeroom was over and it was time for after-school activities. Normally, the class would be dismissed, but today they were going to have a meeting to prepare for the class competition. In front of the podium, staring at his classmates, is Hiroto Osho, who has been appointed by the class vote as the leader of the class competition. In Class E, he and Akagi are known as two leaders of the class. As you know, the class warfare is a week-long death match between classes in the dungeon. There may be a difference in ability between the classes above us, but I will personally crush anyone who doesn't put forth the effort because they think they will lose anyway. Be prepared. He uses his aura to intimidate everyone. His level is probably 5 or 6. Even so, his level is higher than most of his classmates, and the effect seems to be extraordinary. It was after school, so everyone's faces, which had been looking a little dull, suddenly tightened up. First, I'll explain the events of this year's competition. Tachiki. Marishima-kun gives a look to the intellectual glasses behind him. The deputy leader of the party is Tachiki-kun, the chief strategist of the Brave Party. This time, the two of them, Marishima and Tachiki, will be leading the class competition. I want you to take a look at the file then. Under Tachiki's direction, the classmates all looked at the handouts that had been handed out before the meeting. There was a description of the events to be played in the class competition. Reach the designated point defeating designated monsters. Reaching depth designated quests. Total amount of magic stones. In the class competition, classmates are assigned to each of the above 5 events and compete for points. This is the first test that the class will take on as a unit. Let me give you an overview of what these events are. The first one, reaching a designated point, is an event where you get points if you reach a designated place in the dungeon. The judging is done with a GPS terminal specially designed for the test. The first place gets 5 points, the second place gets 4 points, and the last place gets 1 point. If you abandon the race, you get 0 points. Since it is almost impossible for the E-class to reach the end of the race, the key to success is how many points you earn in the period from the first day to the middle of the race, when the hierarchy is shallow. The other classes will probably use the covert skills of the thief for this event. I'd like to increase the number of job changers before the exam too, but there's no point in fighting every monster that gets in your way. That's why the stealth skill, which makes it harder for monsters to notice you, is so important in this category. However, most of the E-classes have not changed their jobs yet, so they have to face this event with a big handicap. Next was the Defeat Designated Monsters section. As the name implies, you have to defeat a designated monster, but as the days go by, the designated monsters get stronger and stronger, and since there is no such thing as a single monster, it doesn't matter which class defeats it first, so you need to make a group that can defeat it safely and reliably. There is a function that automatically checks the magic stones of the monsters you have defeated by placing them on the device, so the score calculation is also done automatically. I want to make a group with a high level of tactical understanding so that we can defeat stronger monsters. Therefore, for this event only, Marishima and I may decide on the members. In general, the more people you have, the more fighting power you have, but when you're dealing with difficult enemies and you want to be safe, reliable, and fast, sometimes it's better to have a small elite. If this is the case, it would be better to go with a fixed party of Akagi or Marishima. The next item, Reaching Depth, is a category that measures how far you can dive during the test period. The deeper you go, the more points you get. You don't have to think about how long it will take you to get back. You can reach the 7th floor without encountering any enemies by walking down the main street, but there is no difference between you and the other classes at that level. The lowest level is probably the 10th floor, where battles occur even when walking along the main street. That's why. In this event, even if we sent the highest level of our class, they would not be able to win. The point distribution is large, but we'll just go for the participation prize here. There is no doubt that the depth of achievement will be the sole domain of the higher level classes, with the Class A is full of high level students, and even Class D has students who are above level 10 like Caria, so it is reasonable for Class E to just aim for the participation prize and send their main force to other events. In this event, there is a strict rule that any class that can reach only half the level of the first place will be disqualified, and considering the level of Class A, it would be difficult to reach the 8th floor to even get the participation award. If that's the case, you might think it would be better if no one registered, but since it's not allowed to create an event with no participants, someone would have to draw the short straw. What do you think about that, Mr. Tachiki? The fourth event, Designated Quests, requires participants to fetch a designated object. The Adventurers Guild has a similar quest. These quests are similar to the ones given in the Adventurers Guild, where you are asked to fetch dungeon ores or drop items from specific monsters. Completing these quests requires not only combat skills but also a certain amount of dungeon knowledge. However, the use of terminals is allowed, so you can look up and teach each other at that time. The last event, Total Magical Stones, is a competition based on the total amount of magical stones earned by the class during the class competition. This is the most important event for Class E as well. In the end, the quantity and quality of magic stones collected will determine the ranking, and the higher the purchase price and the more stones collected, the higher the rating. However, Class E can only hunt monsters that are weaker than other classes, so it is inevitable that we will have to compete on quantity rather than quality. In this category, the magic stones obtained in the other 4 categories are also counted. In other words, no matter which discipline you are assigned to, you will be asked to collect magic stones in your spare time, and in addition to this, there is also a special rule that adds a bonus to the class that brings the most high-grade magic stones. However, there is no way that Class E can defeat such a strong monster, so this bonus will be treated as if it were not there from the start. Thank you, Tachiki. Let's start by asking the members what they want. A small sheet of paper was handed out at the signal of Marishima-kun. You are asked to write your name and what you want to do in one of the 5 events on the form. Now, which one should I choose? I think it's best to just use the total amount of magic stones and make it look like a mob. On the other hand, I'd rather refrain from busy events like designated points where you have to compete for the order of arrival. But you know, Reach of Depth is a discarded species. Who would want to do it? A classmate asked the obvious question. As Mr. Tachiki had said earlier, it's a discarded event, and there was no chance of winning in Class E. The only thing they seem to want is to get the participation prize, but even getting to the tier where they can get it is a risk. After all, it should be done by those who are useless. You can at least get a participation award if you follow the other classes. The useless ones are either Kuga or Butao. But you know, I heard Kuga's level is now 6. Something disturbing is going on in the air. Kuga-san and I are being singled out, but she seems to have changed the display of the fake to level 6 right away. I wonder if it's safe to make it level 6 so suddenly. Won't she be found out? Seriously, she just didn't measure it, so it's decided it will be Butao? Do it for the class, Butao. Hey, everybody wait. Satsuki was about to say something, but Lisa quickly pulled her hand to stop her. Then she looked at me and nodded. Could it be that she want me to do the reach depth? TL. If it was me in that situation, I would just let the class lose. In the game, there was an event called the class competition, and you could choose the event, but the depth of arrival was the most difficult event. There are some perks such as increasing the heroine's sensitivity if you win, but competing against the highest ranked class in this early stage of the game is almost impossible. Like the Carrier event, it was regarded as an event for the second round only. Of course, Lisa is not asking us to win, so what is the goal? I have no idea. Narumi, will you do it? The future of Class E is at stake. What, the future? As I was thinking about what to do, Marishima tapped me on the shoulder, saying something about the future of E-class, but no matter how you look at it, you're forcing trouble on me. I feel as if I'm a corporate employee being transferred to a dangerous place. It's not a bad idea to take on the job and earn the favor of my classmates, since someone else will be doing it anyway. And if I can do it alone, I'll feel more comfortable. I think I'll leave my terminal in the locker at the entrance to the hierarchy that will let me have the rest of the time to do whatever I want. What? I've got a delicious feeling when I think about it. TL. Finding opportunity in every disaster, Sota Narumi. If it's for everyone's sake, I'll pretend to agree, and Marishima-kun patted me on the shoulder in a good mood, saying, you're the star we've been expecting. Depth of attainment must have been a problem for him as the class leader. If I can solve this problem and make the process more pleasant, it will be worth taking on the task. If you're not Narumi, please write down your preferred event on the form and hand it to me or Tachiki. We're dismissed for today. The group for each event will be decided based on each individual's wishes on the balance of strength. From now on, each group will gather for strategy meetings and dungeon dives. I'm not sure if this is relevant to me as I'll be participating in the bocce event. Thank you, Butao. Thank you, Butao. You must get the prize, even if it kills you. I guess we're done with the slowpokes now. TL. Told ya, he should have let them lose. It feels good to be useful to the class. I'm humming my sister's tune as I get ready to leave. Hey, the tone of voice is grumpy, yet clear and easy to hear. And this is my childhood friend Kaworu, isn't it? Is there something I can do for you? Are you sure that it is fine to make such an impossible guarantee? You're saying that I've decided to take a cheap shot at reaching depth. I can get the participation award at least, so don't worry about that. I'm fine. I'll follow the other classes and make sure I get at least the participation award. If you get into a fight, you will die, okay? I lowered my willow eyebrows, knowing that if anything happened to me, Hanano would be sad. It's true that if my level is as high as the database indicates, I'll have to risk my life just to get the participation prize. Kaworu from Butao's point of view may seem carefree, but she is essentially a caring girl. I feel bad that I made her worry about me. I'm supposed to go up to the 7th floor next time, so on Sunday. Kaworu, team up with me for the class competition. Kaworu was about to say something, but her words were interrupted by a low, moist voice. I looked over and saw a blonde long hair approaching me, brushing his hair. Oh, are you still being sexually harassed again? If you're ever in need of help, you can count on me. I'll knock him out with one punch. It's not like that. Mr. Tsukishima stared at me quizzically. What do you mean, again? I'm sure I haven't sexually harassed anyone since I entered high school, maybe. Kaworu, on the other hand, seems to be in a steep mood from her facial expression. At this rate, Tsukishima-kun does not seem to have made any progress. However, the heroine of Dun X is usually given the Choloin attribute, so it is not always the same after this, however. He's finally starting to hit on her without hiding it, even in front of me. I can't help but feel that my Butao-tailed mind is getting a little fuzzy. I thought that since I had kept my distance from Kaworu, this intense love affair would have calmed down a bit, but it seems that this was not the case. As I was hesitating to leave, Lisa and Satsuki came up behind me and spoke to me in a very friendly manner. Good job, but it's difficult to find the promising star. Phew. Damn it, they put every thimage on Sota, it's terrible. Since we recently made a pact, the girls have been very friendly with me both in and out of the dungeon. Just being able to talk to these girls cleansed the awkward atmosphere and filled me with energy. I'm grateful for that. Hey, I wonder if you're free on Sunday. I'd like you to accompany me shopping. Hey, Heiei-san and Tsukishima-kun, were they talking about something? Satsuki noticed Kaworu and Tsukishima-kun standing near me, and we looked at each other. Nothing, I'm leaving now. Hey, wait, Kaworu. Kaworu returns on her heels and Tsukishima-kun follows after her. Seeing the two of them in the background made me feel bewildered again. Chapter 68 Naoto Tachiki 3 Naoto Tachiki's POV. While I was getting ready to go home after explaining about the inter-class competition, my classmates were still in the classroom discussing which event they wanted to participate in. I had given them a piece of paper to write down their preferred events, but in reality, half of them had already decided who would be in which event. I will be the leader of the designated quests, Yuma will be the leader of the designated points, and Sakurako and Kaworu will be the leaders of the total amount of magic stones, and we will distribute classmates according to their fighting styles and levels to make the best group. In addition, the elite Marishima party will be asked to hit the designated monster. The others who are not strategically important can be assigned to the areas where there are not enough people. On the other hand, it was a happy miscalculation that Kuga, who I had thought would be a liability, had reached level 6. It's hard to believe that she raised her level in such a short period of time, so she probably just didn't measure her level. I'll have to correct her discipline assignment as soon as possible. Turning my attention to the other slow learner, I saw that he was talking to a mysterious-looking Kaworu. Marishima is only thinking that if he can get the participation prize, he will be able to make a profit. But at level 3, going to the tier where you can get a prize is a big risk in itself. If Narumi understands this, he shouldn't have to force himself, but Kaworu is still worried about him. I had heard that they had known each other since childhood, but they rarely talked in class, and I thought they were estranged, but it seems they are not. Tsukishima interrupted the two of them without reading the atmosphere. He has a bad attitude towards class and is often seen following Kaworu around these days. If he's becoming a burden, I'll give him a warning or something. Well, I'm heading for the battlefield now. Pull yourself together, inner me. Just as I was about to stand up with my bag full of textbooks on my back, I heard a pleasant voice that sounded like a heavenly messenger speaking to me. Without a second thought, I used my unique, hearing enhancement, skill in that direction. Good job, but it's difficult to find the promising star. Phew. Damn it, they put every thimage on Sota, it's terrible. Nita, who is intelligent and calm, but still retains a certain innocence, and Omiya, who works for the class more than anyone else and has a strong sense of humanity. The two of them were talking to Narumi in a friendly manner. I saw them chatting shoulder to shoulder with Narumi at the practice session the other day, and I was very curious. Hey, I wonder if you're free on Sunday, I'd like you to accompany me shopping. As I was wondering what kind of relationship they had, I heard a shocking conversation that made me move my desk with a startle. The bright and intelligent Nita who got the highest grade in her class in the academic test last week. But why does she care about that man? He is mediocre in science and math, but not in humanities. He's a dropout in the dungeon, and he's not exactly a handsome boy. I hadn't paid attention to him because I thought I was just feeling sorry for him for being isolated. Omiya, who came in third in the class after me, also talked to Narumi a lot. They were also quite close. Far from the determined expression of a few days ago when he was making a circle, he even smiles happily. Could it be that there is something hidden in Narumi? No, I can't be distracted. I must concentrate on what comes next. If you lose your mind, the fire will be cooler. If your mind is disturbed, you will not be able to create a just future. I resolutely left the place and stepped out of the still hot and humid classroom. I followed the tree-lined path that crossed the school from north to south to the north area. In this area, there are many adventurer school club buildings and training facilities, and here and there students in protective gear and jerseys are sweating and working on club activities. A few minutes walk further to the east, and the scenery clearly changes. This is the area where the club room named Daiichi is located. The club room is an opulent mansion like a guest house on a large site surrounded by a wall, so people who come here for the first time can only be confused. This is not the kind of place that would be easy to deal with if we were to set up a club. It must cost an eye-popping amount of money just to maintain it, but I guess it's no problem since it's generously funded by prominent nobles and big corporations. We passed several such buildings and arrived at our destination. So this is it, the room of the first magic club. Through a gap in the stone wall, I could see a Western-style building with an emerald roof and shining white exterior walls. In front of the iron gate, a man in a suit was standing erect and unmoving. He must have known that I was coming, because he glanced at me and opened the gate without saying a word, and then sardonically told me to follow him. Let's go in without hesitation. Once inside the premises, the approach to the entrance was planted with bamboo, and the temperature was somewhat dim and low. The bamboos were illuminated from underneath with magic tools to create a fantastic space. It's surprisingly quiet, although the distance was close to the area of the club building where there were a lot of students, I couldn't hear the noise at all. There must have been some kind of magical process going on. I followed the man in the suit into the building and was ushered up the brightly colored carpeted stairs to the reception room on the second floor. Inside, a petite woman with long red hair braided and hanging to the side was sitting comfortably on a sofa, smiling. Her black velvet cloak, embroidered with floral patterns, shone suspiciously purple, as if some kind of magical power had been put into it. Welcome, Nao-chan. This person who whispers my name softly is Ashiki Atoha or simply Atoha-sama. She is a legitimate daughter of the Viscount family that my family has served for generations. She is currently in the second year, Class A. She is the head of the first magic club and one of the 8 dragons. In other words, she is the highest-ranking mage in the adventurer school. I felt both embarrassed and happy that such a person had called me the same way as in the past. A black lace-gloved hand urged me to take a seat on the sofa facing him, so I bowed and sat down. It's been a while, Atoha-sama. Yes, it's been 4 years. It's been about 4 years since she left her hometown to attend an adventurer's middle school. It's been both long and short. Originally, I would have planned a more formal encounter. But still, before entering the school, she was sickly and pale, but now, Atoha-sama looks different and has a better complexion. I wonder if it's the benefit of the physical strengthening from the level up. It seems that you have become much healthier. I've heard of your brilliance everywhere I've been. I see, various things did happen. The name of Ashiki Atoha resonates not only in this country but also abroad. It is said that if she were to take over the family, it would be not surprising for her to be promoted to the rank of count. That's why she is very busy. Today, when she was diving into a deep dungeon with her fellow members of the first magic department, she was forced to use her inherent magic to teleport out of the dungeon and set up this place for us. Normally, she would have her cronies around her at all times, and she is not someone that I, an E-class student, would be able to approach. I had been trying to get in touch with her for a long time, taking advantage of the fact that the other members of the club would be gone. What about you, now? You said you wanted to discuss something with me. Yes, I'm here because I need to talk to you about something. I wanted to get straight to the point since we were running out of time, but the man in the suit and another woman in a suit were standing behind her. Both of them are well over 20 years old, so they don't seem to be students. Who the hell are they? Oh, don't worry about these people. You don't have to worry about them leaking anything. I understand, then. What I wanted to talk about was, of course, to report on the plight of Class E and make a direct appeal. If Atoha-sama, the 8th dragon, were to find out that I had told her such a thing, the higher classes and upperclassmen might take notice and take more hostile action against me. I wanted to meet her in private and talk to her. But if she says they won't leak anything, then I can't say anything else. Never mind, I'll just talk about it. First, let's talk about the cold treatment of Class E. It's obvious that they are despised by the upperclassmen, just as they were at the recruitment ceremony for club activities. Recently, it's been getting worse and worse, and the school's indifferent attitude towards them is also unremarkable. When I reported this, Lady Atoha turned her face down and made a gesture of contemplation. It pains me to take advantage of your compassionate feelings, but I have no other choice. I decided to tell her in an open and honest manner. I see. Is there anything else? Of course there is. The next step is to ask for some flexibility in the creation of club activities, since we were banned from creating our own club activities after losing the duel with D class. Omiya also seems to be talking to the student council, but I'm sure she'll just be turned away rather than being listened to. But if one of the 8 dragons is moving, it's a different story. I'm sure that no matter how much of a student council they are, they can't just ignore Atoha-sama. Dueling, come to think of it, has become an annual event for first-year students. An annual event. Don't tell me you've been doing that every year. If that's the case, then it's certain that someone higher than D class is behind it. As the top of the club, I wonder if they know anything about it. I see. By the way, Nao-chan, what do you think is the purpose of this school? TL. Naoto, welcome to the real world. What kind of question was this, the purpose of the school? The acting president said at the entrance ceremony that the school would nurture true adventurers who would live up to the expectations of the people. Yes, but we also have another purpose. Atoha-sama slowly stood up and looked out the window with a melancholy expression. Let's start with that. Let me start by explaining the current situation of this country. This is a time of upheaval. In the past, economic power, military power, and the abundance of resources were all that mattered. However, since the invention of the artificial magic field, the existence of powerful adventurers has become an important factor, which has a great impact on the world order and the balance of power.
As a matter of course, all nations poured their hearts and souls into training adventurers, and our country was no exception, investing huge amounts of money to train them. Thanks to these efforts, we have been able to produce many powerful adventurers. These days, the clan leaders of the colors, Tsuzato Tasa and Kotaro, who have been knighted as barons, are among the most famous.
These highly talented and accomplished people are given the bait of nobility to make them swear allegiance to the country and become its authority. This is the basis of our country's adventurer policy. Those who have become nobles through this process, known as the new nobility, are rapidly gaining power by attracting people and money with the attack clans under their control. The government has tolerated this. On the other hand, the traditional aristocracy that has existed since the Meiji era, now called the old aristocracy, also had powerful social privileges and vested interests, and there were many companies and organizations that hung on to them and were very powerful. Recently, however, these organizations have been turning to the new nobility one after another. On the contrary, there has been a constant stream of betrayals by the samurai, who were supposed to be their relatives. This is both a threat and a terror to the old aristocracy, which has always valued blood and tradition. There were two measures taken. One is to raise the bloods, relatives and subordinates, into powerful adventurers to keep up with the new nobles. You must invest heavily to equip them with powerful equipment and hire strong adventurers for power leveling. That is exactly what the common people can't compete with. This is the reason why many nobles in this school have many followers with them. The other reason is to prevent any more new nobles like Tsuzato from being born. They use the place where the best commoners from all over the country gather to crush them before they sprout or subjugate them. In order to do so, the old nobles used every means at their disposal to seize control of the adventurer school's board of directors. That's unreasonable. If they do that, the country will rot and be ruined. Our sense of crisis is that great. The old aristocracy, which values the survival of the family above all else, may be driven out of existence by the rise of the new aristocracy. The position of the old nobility, which clings to vested interests, is narrow and fragile. They don't mind being a little unreasonable if they want to prevent that from happening. The commotion in the arena and the restrictions on participation in club activities were all created by the old aristocracy and their faction and made into customs. At the same time, they are trying to increase their influence within the school and strengthen it. The concept of the 8 dragons was also born from this. She exhaled slowly and confessed, that is the other purpose of this school. However, the pursuit of Class E was not over as it should have been. We're about to have a class competition, by the way. Do you know the back rules? The back rules? No, I don't know them. I'm sure you don't, so I'll give you a special lesson, Otoha-sama said as she nodded. The rule is that you may ask for helpers to carry out the events. Class A, which has a lot of nobles, will probably have a lot of followers. Do you have any guesses on how to get help for your class, Nao-chan? What? Then how it's a fair test? No, they don't care about fairness at all. If you think about it, the only thing monitoring the students in the dungeon is this arm terminal, and there is no way for anyone to know if they are in the dark. It's an environment where they can cheat as much as they want. They may not even want to compete. I almost drooped in despair. What was all the effort we had made in our desperation? Is there no way to crawl up, no matter how hard we try? There is a way to get up, right? There is? I ask back as I cling to her. Lady Otoha quickly raises her hand and gives some instructions to the two people who were waiting behind her. Immediately, the two rolled up their arms, revealing a tattoo-like pattern. This is how you pledge your allegiance to us, by wearing it. That way, the board won't be able to target you. Isn't that the type of contract magic that is forbidden to be engraved on the body? It is prohibited by international law because it violates the human rights of the contractor, and the government is supposed to be strictly enforcing it. Why is it that? The girl in front of me raises the edge of her mouth gently and leans forward slightly, peering into my dark eyes. Then she whispers and speaks in an admonishing manner. If I work on it, I can transfer you to D class. I'll also allow you to join the first magic club. How about it? The beautiful and kind-hearted Otoha-sama began to look like some kind of terrible monster. Characters, as of Chapter 70, Narumi family. Hollow Diamond Narumi Sota. His nickname is Butao, the protagonist of this story. Level 20 in first year E class, level 3 in the database, newbie. He is 170 centimeters tall, wears his dark blue hair all back at the time of the first episode, and weighs about 120. He was very fat, weighing about 70 kilograms, but has now succeeded in reducing his weight to about 70 kilograms in order to become a fresh and handsome man. He is now slightly chubby. In the game, he was a PK, known as the Scoundrel of Calamity, or Disaster Villain, for short. He has a family of 4, father, mother, and sister. His childhood friend and fiancée, Kaworu Hayase, lives next door. He is trying to become a recovery jobber since his sister is a shadow walker, oriented build. He is a solo participant in the depth of achievement in the class competition. Hollow Diamond Narumi Hinano. Her hair is light brown and short. She is an active-looking junior high school girl with a childish face and rounded eyes. She is a rogue at level 20. She is working hard to improve her level to become a shadow walker. She is planning to take the entrance exam for adventurer school next year. She is short and has a childish face, so she is often mistaken for an elementary school student. She has a high sense of combat and is a master of Nito Ryu, 2 swords. Although she adores her older brother, she does not show it openly. She often sings a bad humming song. She is a miser. She does not like Kaworu Hayes, who treats her brother coldly. She used to like him. TL. We are the same on this point. She is secretly planning to participate in the class competition. Hollow Diamond Daisuke Narumi and Sayuki Narumi. Parents of Sota and Hanano. Daisuke quit his job and runs a store for adventurers called General Merchandise Shop Narumi. Sayuki works for an adventurers guild as a temporary worker. Both are former adventurers. They have been stuck at level 4 for a long time, but now they are up to level 13 and have already made their debut at the Banquet of the Departed. They are happy to have been rejuvenated by their physical strengthening, but they are not so sure about it. Sales have increased greatly as a result of purchasing recovery potions. He is planning to open a second, General Merchandise Shop Narumi, in the Adventurers Guild building. Class E, First Year Hollow Diamond Hayes Kaworu. Level 6, Fighter. A character who can be attacked as a heroine in Dun X. She is tall and slender. She wears her long blue hair, which extends to her waist, in a side tail, bright emerald green eyes. She is a talented girl who is basically kind to everyone, except for Sota. She is a skilled swordsman, having won a national junior high school kendo tournament. She and Narumi Sota have been childhood friends and are engaged to be married, but she has always wished to break off the engagement. She belongs to Yuma Akaji's party. Her father is Tatsutatsu Hayes. He is the owner of Hayes Hardware Store. She has no mother. She is the sub-leader of the total amount of magic stones in the class competition. Hollow Diamond Akaji Yuma Level 6, Thief. Flaming bright red hair and golden eyes. A smile that people like, super handsome and popular. He is the main character of Dun X, has very high potential, and can play an active role in either the vanguard or the rearguard. He can become a hero if he progresses through the main storyline successfully. He is one of the 2 leaders who run the first year E class. He was depressed after losing to Karya not long ago, but as of episode 70, he has come back to life with the support of his friends. He is trying to do his best for his classmates again. Participates in class competitions as a leader in reaching designated points. Hollow Diamond Sanjo Sakurako Level 6, Caster. Heroine and protagonist in Dun X. She is called Pink Chan by Dun X players. Long, light pink, lightly wavy hair. Her eyes are dark pink. She is usually calm, but reacts like a small animal when startled. Like Akaji, she has a very high potential, but she has not shown her abilities to anyone except Akaji and her friends. She can become a saint, or sorcery, depending on how the story is cleared, but while she is quite popular with the boys, the girls are beginning to be jealous of her. She is the leader of the total amount of magic stones in the class competition. Hollow Diamond Tachiki Naoto Level 6, Caster. An intellectual character with long, dark hair color in a center parting and glasses. She is Akaji's roommate and her partner in the main storyline. She can also be captured in BL mode. She excels in her studies, possesses an heirloom magic wand, and is working hard every day to become a wizard. Her family is a member of the Ashiki family, Viscount rank. She has the initial skill of open double-angle bracket hearing enhancement, close double-angle bracket, and she has a good sense of hearing. She is good at gathering and analyzing information. Recently, she is interested in Riza Nida. In the interclass competition, she participates as the leader of the designated quest and as Mishima's chief of staff. Hollow Diamond Umiya Satsuki Level 12, Thief, Level 5, Newbie, on the database. She has shoulder-length black hair that is tied up on both sides, sometimes she wears it in a braid. Clear dark blue eyes, she is a cheerful girl. Sota calls her Satsuki and they have a party together. She has a strong sense of justice and is struggling to rebuild E-class, which is on the verge of collapse. In Dun X's story, she was the class president and was expelled from school after being noticed by the upperclassmen. Her family is a branch of a noble family. She enrolled in an adventurer's school under pressure from her parents. She wanted to be a wizard, but after meeting Sota, she became interested in the vanguard position and is now training for it. She supports Kaworu in class competitions of total magical stone capacity. Hollow Diamond Riza Nida Level 12, Caster, Level 4, Newbie, in the database. She has semi-long, straight, pale blonde hair and glasses. She is an older sisterly girl with a somewhat innocent and beauty rather than cute vibe. She is called Lisa by Sota and they are also players together. She usually speaks in a relaxed and stilted manner, but she has a keen sense of sagacity and observation. She is the smartest player in the game, surpassing Naoto Tachiki. She is a former Dun X player, knight commander of a famous PKK clan. Her trademark jet black full-plate armor earned him the nickname, the Black Executioner. She is a master of Western swordsmanship, mainly with the greatsword. She supports Tachiki in his designated quests in the interclass competition. Hollow Diamond Kuga Katona Level 6, Thief, however, she is disguised as a fake. In fact, she is a rogue, and her level is well over 20. Her hair and eyes are dark purple, short bob, silent, quiet, and inconspicuous. She always has sleepy eyes and is often in a bad mood in the morning. In fact, she is a former member of the U.S. Special Forces. She is a Japanese-American who enrolled in an adventurer school while hiding her identity. In Dun X, she is the key quest character in the main quest, Kuga's Rebellion. She is also a heroine. She was in the Total Magic Stone Amount group in the class competition, but she left the group and is now working solo. Hollow Diamond Mishima Hiroto level 6, fighter. He has a large, relatively stocky build and his hair is carefully set with wax. Along with Akaji, he is one of the 2 leaders of the E-class. He is a quasi-noble samurai from Niigata and has an upper-class consciousness. He has a good posture and a high sense of pride. He often makes comments that disrespect Sota. As a leader in the inter-class competition, he leads the elite of E-class to defeat the designated monsters. Hollow Diamond Tsukishima Takuya level, job?
He has long blonde hair, which is not befitting of an elite school, and speaks in a dull manner while dressed down and with his hands in his pants pockets. He looks like a charlatan.
Former Dun X player, he knows a lot about game information such as strategy clans and PK. He doesn't know that Sota Narumi is a player yet. He is calling out to Lisa to fight with him. He has been a fan of Kaworu's since the game days and is trying to seduce him. Hollow Diamond Maraichi Hajime homeroom teacher of first year E-class. He is a graduate of the Adventurers University and an alumnus of the Adventurers High School. He has little interest in his students, and he teaches them in a casual manner. First-year upperclassman Hollow Diamond Sarah Kikyo. She is the head of the first-year class, incoming student body president at Dan X. She is a daughter of a marquis and a branch of the Seiyo family. She is being raised to be the future successor of Seiyo. She has waist-length silver hair and large violet eyes. She is the heroine that Sota has admired since his video game days. She is a cheat who possesses many other powerful skills such as open double angle bracket Tengen Dori close double angle bracket and open double angle bracket Angel's Blessing close double angle bracket. She also has cheat level armor but does not usually wear it because it makes her stand out. She is usually accompanied by a priestess from the CEO agency. In some scenarios in Duneku, if you start as a female player, she will end up as the last boss. Hollow Diamond Tenma Akira, TL. IDK why Tenma is in capital, could be a mistake. Second in Class A of the first year. If certain conditions are met, she can become a companion and a heroine. She is the only daughter of the chairman of the Tenma Chamber of Commerce. She sells magic tools and Duke's brand weapons. The Tenma family is a newly emerged aristocrat who became a baron due to their many achievements in weapon development. However, she is a member of the old aristocracy. She always wears a full-plate mail and no one knows her true face. She is the best at melee combat among first-year students at the Adventurer School. She possesses monstrous strength skills. She is very interested in talking about dieting, and approaches Sota after he has succeeded in losing weight. She is also accompanied by black-clad butlers in the school. Hollow Diamond Suo Kuki first year, Class B. He is the second son of a marquis and class leader of Class B. He has long, straight black hair that reaches his waist. He has a neutral face. He wears a number of badges and medals of nobility on his chest. The Suo family is a venerable family, representative of the old nobility. They run a number of large companies and have relationships with many nobles. He is in violent conflict with the new nobility, and behind the scenes he is using Keria to exert pressure on E-class. In the game, he is the boss, and the protagonist has to fight with him many times. Hollow Diamond Takamura Masakato first year, Class C Baroness. He is the legitimate son of Kaide Takamura, the clan leader of the strategy clan, Jiraku. He is accompanied by Mako Monobe. Hollow Diamond Mononobe Mako first year, Class C. Cute girl with short hair and forehead as a charm point. She is of the Takamura Shogun's warrior family, and the Monobe family has been following the strategy clan Jiraku since its founding. Her brother is one of the executives of Jirakusetsu. Hollow Diamond Keria Isamu first year D class, level 11. Dull golden hair, black eyes, about 190 centimeters tall. He is a big man and a great swordsman. He appears to be short-tempered, but he is very calculating. His hair is cut short. He is a hard man with sharp eyesight. He defeated Yuma Akaji in a duel in the arena. Surprisingly well liked by the D class, he is a leader. Hollow Diamond Nakayoshi Hazama first year D class, level 8. He always comes to Class E and brags about his brother, who belongs to the Sorrel clan. Recently, he seems to be gaining a high position in the D class. He is in command of the total amount of magic stones. Senior student at Adventurers School. Hollow Diamond Sagara Akazane head of Class A, third year, Countess. Current student body president and one of the 8 dragons. Hollow Diamond Kusunoki Maika Karara second year, Class A Baroness, Haruka Gokami's niece. Long wavy azure hair, she has dignified and strong-looking eyes and a small nose. She always covers her mouth with a black feather fan. The next head of the Sifu department has been informally appointed, and one of the 8 dragons. She belongs to the Kunoichi Red clan. She contacted Sota to give him an invitation to the clan party, which he received from the deputy leader. She hates men. In the game, she had a close relationship with Sanjo Sakurako. Hollow Diamond Ashiki Atoha long red glossy hair, dark blue eyes. Top of Class A in second year, Viscountess, old noble faction. Head of the first magic club and one of the 8 dragons. The eldest daughter of the noble family Tachiki serves. She is so talented that her name is well known even abroad, and has the unique magic open double angle bracket teleport close double angle bracket. World setting, skills and jobs, as of chapter 70. World-setting Japan or the world where Sota Narumi lives. Japan avoided the quagmire of World War II with the advent of dungeons. The pre-war political system remains intact, with conglomerates and aristocrats in power. The security situation is not as good as in modern Japan, as the adventurer aristocracy and the traditional aristocracy are repeatedly at war with each other. In the world, adventurers are involved in terrorism and crime, causing serious social unrest and confusion. Countries around the world are devoting their efforts to training adventurers and collecting information related to adventurers. Adventurer is a generic term for anyone who enters a dungeon. The term is used to refer to those who have completed a course of study and passed an examination to obtain permission to enter a dungeon. The exception to this rule is for students of the junior high school for adventurers. In the dungeons, it is compulsory to wear a special terminal on the arm. The device is equipped with identification, chat, phone, map viewing, and GPS functions. The adventurer's school arm terminal has a variety of other additional functions. By defeating monsters in the dungeon and leveling up, one can gain powers beyond the reach of ordinary people. Most adventurers, however, are at level 4 or below. Adventurer School, an educational institution for training adventurers that is the pride of Japan. The middle school is based on a recommendation system that selects promising students and grants them admission. Only one class of students is accepted from the upper secondary school. However, the admission rate is extremely high, more than 100 times higher than that of the other schools. The upper secondary school has classes from A to E, and students are divided into classes according to their grades. Outside students start in Class E. Only those who graduate in Class A can enter the Adventurers College. They are trained as candidates for bureaucratic positions. Adventurers Guild, it manages all adventurers and dungeons in Japan, deals with problems between adventurers and clans, and trades magic stones and dungeon materials. The headquarters is located in a large building adjacent to the Adventurers School. Inside, in addition to the Adventurers Guild, there are private stores, lodging, a public library, medical facilities, and other facilities, making it a complex building. Dungeon, a gateway to another world, suddenly appeared in a world that closely resembles the Earth in the early 20th century. The dungeons are filled with creatures that do not exist on Earth. There is only one dungeon in Japan, but there are more than a dozen dungeons in the world. When you defeat a monster, it drops a magic stone, and if you defeat a certain number of monsters, your level rises. The more levels you gain, the stronger your body becomes and the more superhuman powers, magic and skills you gain. Demon stones are also an energy resource, and have greatly changed the energy situation in Japan. In the world, there have been numerous conflicts between nations over the ownership of dungeons. Clan, a group or organization created by adventurers with a purpose. The definition of group is broad, ranging from large-scale strategy clans that aim to conquer the front lines of dungeons, to clans that gather under the same ideology, to clans that are created for leisure or as a circle of friends. There are various clans not only in Japan but also in the world. The colors, the clan leader is Tasato Kotaro. It is the most active strategy clan in Japan. Currently, 128 members are enrolled in colors. There are 5 subordinate organizations, each using its own color as the clan's flag and competing for promotion to the colors. If all the subordinate organizations are included, the clan has more than 1,000 members. Sorrel, the tertiary organization of the colors, a subordinate organization of the secondary organization, Kinrin Kai. A clan that has a history with the Narumi siblings. Kunoichi Red. The clan leader is Mikami Haruka. She is also active in the entertainment industry. The clan is made up of only female, thief, and the red, revealing ninja suit is the designated uniform of the clan. They are very conservative, respecting their family and traditions. They are also deeply involved in espionage and the management of the Adventurers Guild. Kusunamo also belongs to the clan. 10 Rakshasa sects. The clan leader is Kaide Takamura. She is the flag bearer of the new nobility. It is also an ultra-martialist clan with constant struggles among the nobles. It is composed of 10 executives and 10 organizations. It is the largest in Japan. Saint Women's Organization, an institution to protect the only one saint in the country. It is also an organization that protects and trains healers. It possesses various concealment techniques and information, and has great influence not only in the adventurer community, but also in political and business circles. Sarah Kikyo also belongs to this organization. Player's Dungeon Explorer Chronicle, a dungeon romance VRMMO, commonly known as Dun X. In order to get to the world where Sota lives, he needs to win the right to participate in the next large-scale update testers, which is extremely difficult. As of Chapter 70, only 3 players are known, Sota Narumi, Rizanita, and Takuya Tsukishima. Job. By working in a specific job and earning experience, job levels increase and corresponding skills can be acquired. Basically, at level 1, the job level is newbie. Initial job. A job when nothing has been changed. Basically, it is newbie at level 1. Basic job. A job can be changed from the initial job at level 5 or higher. In some cases, this job is the first job. There are only the following 3 jobs: fighter, caster, and thief. Intermediate job. A job that can be taken after raising the job level of the basic job above a certain level. Jobs in parentheses are undisclosed jobs. Warrior, priest, archer, wizard, knight, mage, rogue. Advanced job raising several job levels of medium-level jobs, corresponding job change items, and a certain level of status aptitude are required. Saint, assassin, madman, shadowwalker, mechanic, sword dancer, sorcerer, elementalist, hero, demon lord. Highest level job final job. The corresponding advanced job must be canned and a special quest must be completed. Weapon Master was used by Sota and Dark Knight by Lisa in the game. Weapon Master, Dark Knight, Summoner. Skills can be learned by taking a job and raising the job level. Some skills can be learned by completing special quests or using scroll items. Skill activation method. There are two types of activation: auto activation, which is triggered by simply thinking about it, and manual activation, which is triggered by performing the corresponding magic circle or skill motion. The latter has the advantage of a shorter cool time before reuse and slightly higher power. Players can also use manual activation to exercise skills that were learned by characters in the Dun X era. However, there are few skills that can be used properly at low levels. Riza Nida discovered a new manual activation that is activated by manipulating the flow of open double-angle bracket or a closed double-angle bracket inside the body. Extra skills that can be acquired by completing a special quest on the 40th floor after reaching the highest job level of an advanced job or above. There are many powerful skills. In Sota's world, the existence of these skills is unknown. Chapter 69 Reminder. Wow, I didn't know there really was a place like this. It's nice and quiet when no one is around. It's lonely, isn't it? I wonder if there are any bargains to be had. Plaza in front of the gate on the 10th floor. Satsuki and Lisa are here today to keep me company because they want to change jobs. My sister seems to love shopping here, so naturally she followed me. Hello, here I am again, sis. Oh, my, welcome. Didn't you bring any of that stuff with you today? You were totally addicted to that thing, aren't you? Furu said that for some reason she could only move to certain levels, so the only way to get what she wants is to ask an adventurer for it. Unlike in the game, however, few adventurers come to this store, and we are probably the only ones who have beaten Bloody Baron. Every time we come in, she is urged to ask about that thing. However, it's a lot of work just to collect the items needed to summon Bloody Baron, so there's no way we can bring them to the store every time. When I told her this, Furu put her index finger to her mouth and made a thoughtful gesture, then said, "Wait a minute," and scampered to the back of the store. Then she comes back with a huge, burly hammer in her hand. Is that a boost hammer? It's a kind of magic weapon that increases impact by exploding the back of the hammer when you swing it with magic power. Moreover, it occasionally flickers red, as if it has a flame enchantment. If you were to buy it, it would probably cost you 1,000 liras. With this, the undead on the 15th floor would be a stone's throw away. Well, yes, but you'll give it to me? Instead, she wants me to bring him 10 or more of that thing, that is, the spirit of the grudge poison endo. And she seems to want to eat that creepy object so badly. Can we consider this a new quest with a prepaid reward? But with this, my dad and mom might be able to make an early debut at the execution site. I asked her for another one, and to my surprise, she demanded twice as many. How much do you want to eat? That's not fair. As I was dreading the whack-a-mole life that would continue for some time to come, I heard a plaintive cry from the product shelves. What is going on? I'm sure they'll bring in a lot of them, especially Class A. Everyone was so motivated and practiced so hard. They're talking about the behind-the-scenes rules of interclass competitions, which are kept secret from Class E, but in fact allow the participation of helpers as an unspoken agreement in the competitions. They say that having a network of high-ranking adventurers is part of their ability, but that's just an excuse. They just pushed for the rules to be made so that the nobleman with the most followers would always win. And by the way, it's also a way to beat the E-class, which has no connections and no squires. If there are helpers, does that mean I can get out too? My sister cocked her head to the side and asked if she could compete in the throes of the competition. No, you can't, because there will be some troublesome people out there. Satsuki, Lisa, Oni is trying to get rid of me again. There it goes, the habit of crying and trying to make me out to be the bad guy. But if the other classes are going to ask for help, can we call them too? If Hanano-chan came, that would be a big help. When they say something that sounds like affirmation, the younger sister hugs them and grins at me so that they don't see it. But for once, there is a reason why I can't admit it. Kaworu is also in our class. If she finds out, there will be trouble. That woman has no eyes to see people. I will definitely participate. Even when I told her not to, she began to insist. This is a social tour for the future. I say this, then they say that. If this is the case, they are likely to participate in the field trip without telling me, so I might as well put a condition on it and allow them to visit for a short time. It should buy some items to hide my true identity. But I wonder how good the A class is. I hear the level is very high. We're not dealing with Class A, we're dealing with Class D, okay? I know, right? We have to work hard, one step at a time. Satsuki fearfully asks me how is Class A. The difference in level between Class A and Class E is so great that there is almost no way I can win with or without help. Even if I, a level 20 player, were to play in the dark, it would be impossible. I should first build up my strength and then defeat the D class. Who do you think they will call in as helpers? I think it's the clan we're always talking about. I think it's the Sorrel that you were bragging about in class. Sorrel, the stupid clan that cut off my leg? The D-class guys came to the E-class classroom every now and then, boasting that they had relatives in the Sorrel clan. However, Sorrel was also an enemy with whom they had a history, as one of the members had slashed his sister's leg and used her as bait in the past. They may not remember us, but if we run into them, could this allow us to sneak in a few beatings, and I'd like to give some of the D-class a good spanking, too, so this might be a good time to do it. I should buy some appraisal inhibitors or recognition inhibitors just in case. I looked for the item I wanted from the shelves filled with strange items. The first item I picked up was a simple-looking clown's mask. It is a common magic item that protects you from appraisal magic. Unlike fake, which disguises the status of the item, Mask of the Clown has the effect of directly blocking appraisal and causing it to fail. It also has some resistance to appraisal, the higher level of magic, but it can be broken through if used too many times, so be careful. The dark brown robe is made of the skin of a giant frog called a dark hopper. The wearer's presence is diluted, making it harder for the wearer to remember or be noticed. However, it does not work on monsters, and is an item for use against humans only. In Danak, it was called the beginner's PK robe. I had put off purchasing these items because I didn't need them for hunting, but I thought it would be a good idea to have a recognition blocking item or two in case I might have to fight against someone in the future. So I tell my sister to put these on if she wants to go out in public. They're both lame. This is a mask or just an old wooden mask. This one is just brown leather with a hole through the neck. I want something prettier. Sure, it may be tacky, but I managed to convince my sister, who was complaining a bit about how cute it should be when she was buying it to hide her true identity. I decided to buy only for my sister, since I did not have that many lil on hand at the moment. Hanano was sulking for a while, but now she and Satsuki are talking about changing jobs. While I was smiling at her, Lisa came over to talk to me. In the game, that mask and robe were almost worthless. I should get them too, in case of emergencies. Because there are lives at stake in everything we do. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Lisa often jumps around or makes gestures that I don't understand, perhaps because her mind is too quick. I would like to continue to communicate with her so that we can work together. Why did you want me to do the depth of attainment when we were deciding on the events? Fufufu, some say you are the most qualified for the job. When it came time for me to do depth of field in class, Satsuki, who couldn't stand to watch, tried to stop me. Lisa restrained her with her hand and let it flow again. I was sure that the head of the class would probably participate in the depths attainment in Class A. I want Sota to find out which direction she will go. Will she be the next student body president and a heroine on Akaji's side, or will she be a rival of Pink-chan and the enemy's last boss? Sarah Kikyo is the head of the first year of the Adventurers School and the next student council president. She is one of the few Saint Bloods in Japan and the daughter of a famous family with a marquee rank. As a side note, she is also my favorite character. TL. Noted, in the game, when you play as Akaji or as a male custom character, she is one of the most popular heroines in the game. On the other hand, there are scenarios where she appears as a troublesome enemy if you play as Sanjo-san or a female custom character. I'm not thinking of approaching Ms. Sarah to attack her now, just loving her from a distance is enough for me. If Mr. Akaji or someone else wanted to attack her, I would leave it to them. However, if the protagonist of this world were a woman, Ms. Sarah could cause a catastrophe. I had completely forgotten about that. I've only played Sota with a male character, so I'm missing a lot of information. Well, it's already too late. I'm honestly glad that Lisa, who is familiar with BL mode and female protagonists, was there to help me. I wouldn't have made it through this world well on my own. And then, maybe we can get the Saint to look at it. I remember having skills like that. Ms. Sarah, who is also known as the strongest heroine, has a number of powerful unique skills, and one of those skills is a magical eye skill called Tengen Dori, which allows her to see the future of her target. She has a habit of casually using her magical eye on people she meets for the first time and predicting their futures. She says, "Why don't you have someone look at it anyway?" Of course I am interested. It seems that the Tengen Dori can see the future in great detail, and in games, it has been useful in terms of character development and predicting the progress of events. Lisa really wanted to have her see Lisa's future as well, but she doesn't want to get too close to the next student body president because she can't rule out the possibility that she could be the main character herself. That's very discreet. But my future, what will I be? I wonder if I'll become a millionaire and be cavorting with beautiful women in the pool of my mansion. TL. That's kinda plain in a world full of magic. But be careful, because that person from Class B will be joining us in the depths of achievement. Okay, he seems to be all kinds of difficult. It is you and Akaji who will defeat him. I'll keep a low profile. One of the main culprits of the E-class bullies, Suo Kuki, first year B class. He is a strong aristocrat and an elected official. He is connected to several of the 8 dragons, and he is the one who instructed Karya behind the scenes to send him to E-class. The mastermind behind the whole thing was originally revealed to be Suo as we progressed through the storyline, but since we are the players, of course we know that. In the main storyline, he stands in front of the main character in every scenario, and the two will face off against each other again and again. If the protagonist and his party are able to overcome them successfully, they will be able to grow mentally and physically. At least at this point in time, Suo is more interested in the next student body president, not the protagonist, so I am sure he is not seriously thinking of destroying E-class. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how the class competition goes this time. I'll just take the participation prize quickly and act as I please. Foo, Sota won't have any problems, will he? The depth of attainment is really an easy job for me if I am only aiming for the participation prize, let alone if I am competing for the top prize with the Class A team led by the top of the class. In fact, I can't wait for it. I can't stop pounding my heart to think that I'll be able to meet up close and personal with the next student body president that I've been pushing for in the games. Oniime, rogue, now, what, why are you wiggling like that? I didn't know there really was such a job, that's great, Hanano? She really wanted to learn open double angle bracket shadow step close double angle bracket, and that became a prerequisite for the job. Since open black lens bracket rogue close black lens bracket is a DLC edition, it is probably unknown to the general public, and Satsuki's eyes are shining and she is calling it, awesome, awesome, awesome. Then I guess I'll go do it too, I'm going to get a job too. The class competition will start soon. Will Akaji, Kaworu, and the others be able to do well? I hope they will be rewarded a little, as all my classmates seem to be working hard. Chapter 70 New Manual in Effect Designated Monster Squad, follow me. Let's go, everybody, as soon as homeroom is over and it is after school, Mishima-kun shouts, let's go to the dungeon, and gives the order to the class. Following him are the elite of the E-class, who are diving in the dungeon with Mishima-kun. If you are always in a party, you will understand how to move and it will be easier to coordinate with each other. They are a group that is expected to perform well even against strong opponents. I wish I was in the same group with Mishima-kun. Do you have enough levels? Designated monsters seem to be the next hardest thing after designated points. I wonder if Tachiki-kun is the leader of the designated quests. A girl sitting nearby spills out a complaint. Mishima-kun is very popular in the class because of his high level and leadership. This is also the reason why there is no end to the number of people who want to join the party he belongs to. What happened to the other popular party, Akaji's group? They are very responsible and smart, so they are the right people for the job. The classmates are gathered around the group leader's seats. Tachiki is the designated quest. The designated point is Akaji's. The total amount of magic stones is pink and Kaworu, and the members are meeting in a circle. By the way, Lisa was assigned to the designated quest and Satsuki to the total amount of magic stones. Looking at the lineup of participants in each category, it seems that the level and ability of the participants were well taken into consideration when assigning them. Although the event request forms were distributed in advance, this was just a front, and Tachiki-kun and others may have been deciding behind the scenes. Tachiki-kun was somewhat listless and absent-minded. When he was in a daze, he was packed on the cheek by Lisa and was flustered. He usually does a lot of behind-the-scenes work, so a little slackness should be watched over with a warm eye. The after-school classroom is full of energy, with classmates actively proposing strategies and practice methods to each other. It seems that some of the groups are about to enter the dungeon with a lot of energy. At one time, they had hit rock bottom and were all gloomy-eyed, but now I sense a spirit of desperation in everyone, trying to get up and get going. Seeing them like that makes me want to cheer them on from the shadows. So, as for me on the other hand, I had nothing in particular to do, nor was there any expectation for me to do so. I could go home like this and no one would notice me. In other words, I'm just as much a bum as before. I'll just have to wait and see. I have a lot of things to do today, so I'm busy. It's not that I'm lonely being single or anything, it's true. After leaving the school, we head straight for the Adventurers Guild, and as we walk up the multi-lane escalator from the hall in the first floor lobby, we see the armor store where we bought our Demon Wolf equipment earlier. At the entrance of the store, a large man with a beard and mustache like a bandit was attracting customers with an ill-fitting smile. I thought to myself, why don't they hire a friendly part-timer to help them? Hello, I'm the guy you asked for protective gear. Oh, it's you, old man. We have a customer. Don't make that loud voice, I can hear you. The owner called out, Oyaji, and out from the back of the store came a dour-looking, gray-haired old man in overalls. It seems he is quite famous in the dungeon metalworking circles. Is it done? This way, it's in the back. When we were led into a room at the back of the store, we found two pairs of small hands, connected to many cables on a workbench. Both were shining brightly with a silvery white luster. The old man quickly removed the cables attached to them and handed one of them to me. He handed me one of the cables and said, it has consumed a lot of magic stones, and I'm confident that I have done a good job. Put it on. What I had asked this old man for was a small handful of 100% pure mithril. I hunted a lot of undead and carried a mountain of mithril alloy to fulfill my quest. I had originally planned to make a high-purity mithril alloy armor, but since I got more than I expected, I decided to make a pure mithril armor anyway. Although processing mithril requires a large amount of magical power, there are plenty of monster level 16 magic stones available. I used them as if they were hot water and had them processed by pouring magic power into them from the magical tools. Incidentally, mithril's melting point is too high, so the method of melting and processing it cannot be used. Let's get to it. When I picked it up, it was just so light, it was as if I was holding a plastic toy. The lightness of the product, which is even said to float on water, was true. Next, I put it on my hand. The size can be adjusted freely, so there is no sense of pressure and the fit feels good. It's nice. I think I can continue to use it even if I lose weight. It's been a while since I've handled pure mithril. Mithril ore can usually be mined after the 20th floor. However, there are few adventurers who can reach that level, and even if there are, they are all adventurers who belong to large clans with their own blacksmiths. He laments that there are fewer adventurers willing to leave the job to his humble old man. So, I said I was going to do some coloring. These reflections stand out, can you help me? I'll just have to paint the plating on the grimoire. I'll do another set and you can pick them up tomorrow. The luster of pure mithril reflects like a mirror and is easily recognized by anyone who sees it. If we were to buy this small hand, it would be so expensive that it would easily exceed 10 million yen, so it should be painted to avoid unnecessary trouble. I heard that there is a convenient magical tool that can change the surface treatment and metallic luster pattern, so I decided to ask for it. By the way, the other set is for my sister. But to get this much mithril alloy, it's hard to believe that he's the same brother who was wearing the demon wolf armor until the last time I saw him. While I'm having a request form for plating and painting made, the bandit-like shopkeeper talks to me. It is said that boys are like that when they meet for 3 days, and boys of your age grow up fast. If they continue to play whack-a-mole, it won't be long before the entire Narumi family is covered in pure mithril armor. I found a good hunting ground. If I get some more, please refine and process them for me. Oh, my dad will be happy to see you. It was good to get to know that old man, because the blacksmiths who fall under the category of game knowledge are skilled but in a troublesome position or have a maverick personality. He didn't pry too much into my affairs. Well, we've got some time left, so I'll do some experiments in the dungeon after this. First floor of the dungeon, entrance plaza. When I finally entered the dungeon after waiting in line for about 30 minutes, the crowds inside were still the same. Let's quickly walk around at random to get away from this crowd. What I want to do today is to experiment with the new manual activation that Lisa taught me. I had tried it several times in my room, but there is a limit to how much you can move your body in a small room. So I went to the first floor of the dungeon where there were no active monsters and I could move as much as I wanted. I walked around for a while, but every place of a certain size was already in use and was like a park on a holiday. Ordinary adventurers, who are not students of the adventurers school, are competing for space on the first floor of the dungeon, where they usually train in the open spaces. Even so, after a 10-minute walk, one can find at least one vacant space, about 30 meters square, with no one in it but a few slimes lying around. I'll use this place. I immediately activate open double angle bracket aura close double angle bracket. If I activate it automatically, the air will be emitted randomly from my body and dissipate around me, but if I activate it manually, I can make it emit in a directional manner. Behold, my original skill. Aura missile. Normally, the effective range of aura is about 20 meters, but if it is made directional, it can be sent twice as far. It is interesting to see how the slime jumps and runs away in a panic when hit by a slime in the distance. It's too much bullying for a slime, haha, let's get serious. Next, I try to emit open double angle bracket aura close double angle bracket from the right arm only. Then the dense open double angle bracket aura close double angle bracket gathers only in the right arm, and it looks as if it is burning with blue flames. It was only yesterday that I was able to do this. I slowly placed my hand on a nearby rock wall in this state. The moment I touched it, it cracked and I was able to push it in a few centimeters. The amount of MP used is huge, but the power seems to be great. This is a skill called open double angle bracket magic combat close double angle bracket, which is learned by the advanced level open black lens bracket aura master close black lens bracket. It is not included in my skill set, and I am using the method of manipulating the flow of aura that Lisa taught me. I am glad that it does not occupy my precious skill slot. If you hit it in this state, the attack will be enchanted with non-attribute magic, and at the same time, this blue covered area can be used for guarding, as its defensive strength is greatly increased. It will be a great weapon in a fight against a strong enemy. Its weakness is that it consumes a lot of MP and it can only cover a part of the body, but you can use it for different purposes. Then let's try hide. Next, sitting in the center of the room, he closes his eyes and tries a different aura manipulation than before. Normally, even when a person or a monster is not using their aura, some faint air is still leaking out, but hide has the effect of completely shutting it off and eliminating any sign of the person or monster. This skill is useful when hiding from monsters. It's a good skill to have when you are hiding from monsters, but I don't know the effects if I'm doing it myself with no one else to observe. It should be completely closed, but alone I cannot discern if the skill is successful. While I was wondering what to do, about 10 men and women wearing protector equipment came from the other side. On their chests were badges indicating that they were students at an adventurer's school. I wondered which class they were in. Let's use this place. May, yes Takamura-sama. Everyone, this is our camp. The red-haired, tall, fresh and handsome man in the center of the group is Takamura Masakato, the leader of Class C. He is the legitimate son of the leader of the Jirakusetsu clan. Incidentally, Jirakusetsu is famous as a martial strategy clan that does not hesitate to fight with the nobles, and appears frequently in the game's story. The girl next to Takamura is probably a member of the samurai clan. It seems that the C class uses this place as a training base. But I'm in trouble. Maybe she doesn't notice me doing the hide. While I was surprised to find that the covert effect was more effective than I had expected, I was wondering whether I should release my skills here when another group arrived. A conspicuous man was walking at the front of the group, so I knew exactly which group they were. He was wearing a gold badge which represents high nobility, a badge of adventurer rank, and a medal on his adventurer's school uniform. He also has long, straight hair that reaches his waist and a neutral face, and yet, his expression is evilly distorted. Oh, look who it is, the former chief minister. Suo, Takamura, the leader of Class C, and Suo, the leader of Class B, glare at each other. Yes, I know, right in front of me. Somebody help me, Chapter 71 at a special seat. At a certain place on the first floor of the dungeon, Suo and Takamura-kun face each other. Oh, look who it is, the former chief, Suo. Suo and his friends slink into the middle of the room and challenge him with a mocking look on their faces. Takamura-kun was a former top student who entered the junior high school with great fanfare because of his top score in the entrance examination for the junior high school for adventurers and because he was the legitimate son of a big-name clan leader. At the time, he was big news in the world, but now he has dropped down to C class. It was because of Suo's scheming and continued defeats. There seem to be many students in Class C who have been dropped along with Takamura-kun, and they begin to look at Suo and the others with a hard, resentful gaze. Suo's cronies, who had anticipated this, also came forward and stared straight at the C class, but this time with a wry smile on their faces. This good place is too good for you people, let's use it for Mr. Suo and us. We were the first ones to use it, you have no right to be rude. But I was here first. Takamura-kun's chaperone, Odeko-chan, was furious at the B-class students' mannerisms. The students of Class C followed, one after another, showing their hostility and raising their voices. The tension that had been chillingly high instantly turned into an explosive situation. It would have been annoying if they had suddenly walked in and told her to go away, but rather than wasting time staring at each other in a place like this, it would be more productive to quickly go somewhere else and start practicing. It would be enough to show results in the interclass competition to make up for it.
Besides, the Takamura faction may have been better than the Suo faction when they entered junior high school, but the Suo faction is already stronger than the Takamura faction. Suo himself is as strong as Sarah-san, the next student council president and the top student, in terms of individual combat power, and his appearance as a boss in Dan X was no joke. Even if they fought here without any countermeasures, they would have no chance against Class C.
The B-class's relaxed face suggests that they understand the difference in strength between the two groups and are challenging each other. Rather, there is even a possibility that this provocation is a ploy by Suo. I think this is the scene that shows Takamura's caliber as a leader, whether he can see those things properly or not. He remains motionless in the back of the group, staring at Suo. It seems that the roots of the problem may be deeper than we think. Well, what am I supposed to do? While I remained in a hide near the center of the room, the C and B classes were shouting and yelling at each other, and the leaders of each class were not only trying to stop their friends, but were also trying to kill them. It was getting more and more out of control. At this rate, it could turn into a brawl. I would like to get out of here as soon as possible to avoid getting involved, but if I move, the cloaking effect will dissolve. I'm in trouble. By the way, who's that trash over there? Just when I thought no one had noticed me, Suo pointed at me with eyes as if he were looking at trash on the side of the road. The C and B classes, who at first had no idea what he was talking about, were also gaping at me as if a stranger had suddenly appeared in front of them. They knew. There is no indication that detection skills were used. Perhaps he was wearing a detection item on one of his many chest ornaments. Okay, let's get out of here.
Excuse me. They are telling me from behind to wait for them, but there is no way that I would be stupid enough to wait for them. I ran away from the place like a rabbit to get out of all the trouble.
Ha, I've had a terrible time. Shucks, I guess all classes don't get along. Just as Class E and Class D were at odds with each other, Class B was at odds not only with Class A, led by the head of the class, but also with Class C, led by Takamura-san. If you're going to attack a higher class, that could be an opening to take advantage of, but I'm not the hero, so I'm not going to make a move. I'm hoping Akagi-kun or Pink-chan will do well, is the one over there. As I was pondering where to go to find a new place to practice, a familiar face arrived. It was our classmates. Oh, hey, are we in the same event? Butao was that discarded species, remember?
If you're no use to us anyway, at least carry our stuff.
That's not good. As I was about to being asked to carry their baggage, Kaworu intervened and refused. Kaworu's presence in the room suggests the group with a total magical stone capacity event is also present here. I think Satsuki was also in this group, but she doesn't seem to be there now. Instead, I noticed Tsukishima-kun. Lately, he has always been very close to Kaworu, and when other boys try to approach her, he threatens them and chases them away. He must be serious in his own way, but it is not good for the Butao mind to watch him, so I decide to look away.
Sanjo-chan, I heard there is a vacant place in the south. I'll show you. Oh, yes, let's see. Sanjo-san, your luggage looks heavy, so I'll carry it, okay.
Pink-chan, the other heroine and protagonist, also seems to be very popular, and recently I have seen a number of boys attacking her. In addition to her soft cuteness, she has a protective, animal-like atmosphere that probably appeals to the more timid and inexperienced boys who are just starting out. Kaworu and Pink-chan are the two heroines of Dan X, and they stand out even among the many beautiful men and women in this school. It was obvious from the beginning that the boys in the class would never leave them alone, but on the other hand, it seems that the girls' hatred for them is steadily growing as well. Hey, don't just show off, you're the leader, you should be directing us.
Yuma and Naoto are the only reason why the level is so high.
And so on. It is no wonder that the girls are jealous when they are in a fixed party with two beautiful girls and all the other boys are buzzing around them.
Pink Chan in the game also suffered from jealousy events in the beginning. If you don't handle their hate well, you won't be able to get the cooperation of your classmates, which will hinder the storyline from the middle of the game onward. The only thing I can do is, well, support them in the shadows.
Kaworu and the other total magic stone amount groups with such a troubling problem were said to be walking around looking for a reasonably sized place to practice in order to confirm their coordination and strategy. So they are the same as the B and C classes I just met. Then, while wishing them good luck, I secretly moved away so as not to get in their way. Hey, where are you going? Kaworu grabbed me by the neck. What does she want? Where? To do training. What kind of training? I want you to join us when you finish the depth of attainment. If you have time, come with us. It's the same with or without the Butao. Kaworu refuses to listen to me when I tell her I have something to do, and Tsukishima-kun appeals to her to rely on him more, puffing out his chest. Something troublesome is going on here. I don't really want to be around when he's hitting on Kaworu, but that's okay. I can always do experiments, and it's not a bad idea to work with my classmates and Kaworu once in a while to deepen our friendship. It's not like I am expected to do it or have a role to play, so I will just take it easy. I was so relieved to see my childhood friend giving instructions to her classmates and guiding them along, that I rounded my back and toddled along. Chapter 72. Even if it's slightly inconvenient, the E-class group parades around the first floor of the dungeon in search of a place to practice. Pink Chan walks at the front of the group, with boys on either side of her carrying her luggage. Her classmates followed in the middle, and Kaworu, Tsukishima-kun, and I followed at the tail end. I wish I could bring a lot of big magic stones, but I can't do that right now because if I stand out, I'll be stuck in a lot of situations. Yeah, then I have high hopes for the future. When Tsukishima-kun, walking in front of him, blurts out that he can always fetch a high-level magic stone, Kaworu replies clerically, as if she doesn't expect anything, but in truth, he may be telling the truth. I've asked Lisa to check on Tsukishima-kun's movements, but I haven't been able to catch his tail. What we do know is that he is usually out playing with his good classmates and rarely dives into dungeons. Despite this, he seems to be leveling up nicely. When I first heard this report, I was puzzled, not understanding what it meant, but now I have a pretty good idea what to expect. Perhaps he summoned something to make them hunt alone. That way, he can raise his level even if he is outside the dungeon. Of course, there are plenty of problems. Summonses and elementals used by high-level players require a huge amount of MP even when invoked manually, and even when successfully summoned, they are impossible to maintain at low levels. In addition, summoned items in the game basically do not move unless you give them detailed commands. Even if you were able to break through these restrictions, if you let a powerful summoned beast run amok without monitoring it, you should be able to get at least one report from an ordinary adventurer, but no such information was circulating. If we were to consider the common sense of Dunax, we would normally conclude that this is impossible, but now that the game has become a reality, it is possible that a means or loophole has been found to clear up the problem. At the moment, I have a few candidate summoning spells in mind, so I would like to discuss these ideas with Lisa. While I was thinking about this in a daze, I heard a voice in front of me say that they had found a place with just the right size. Sanjo, isn't this much space enough? I agree, then let's make this our training ground. The space is large enough for about 10 people to run around freely. We were lucky to find such a good place not far from the entrance. We each immediately set down our bags in the appropriate places and prepared ourselves. I didn't bring anything with me, though. I don't know what to do. After watching what they were going to do for a while, they started to split into two groups, led by Kaworu and Pink Chan. The total amount of magic stones was the largest number of participants, and they probably decided that it would not be efficient to move and fight with all of them. I'll just join Kaworu's side. So, it seems that what they are discussing now is who will play which role. The most difficult role is the shield role, or tank role, which takes on the enemy's attacks single-handedly. It is dangerous and burdensome, so it is not surprising that no one wants to play this role. But shouldn't Sanjo and Hayes, who have higher levels, be tanks? That's when that level of wastefulness comes in handy. As expected, the girls spearhead the two. Still, in a group with only newbie and basic jobs, it is certainly more stable to have the highest level person tank. I understand, but in return, I want you to follow my and Sakura's instructions. Kaworu and Pink Chan look at each other, nod, and buy the tank. I guess the aim here is to enhance unity even if it means taking on a tough role. The girls, too, hated the two and were only going to be strangling themselves if they were needlessly defiant. If they did not challenge as a group, it would be difficult for them to even put up a good fight against the higher classes. But, well, it depends on how much Satsuki and Tsukishima-kun move. As a result, there is no doubt that a good fight, if not a win, would improve the heavy atmosphere in Class E. That is what Satsuki hopes for. In the game, there was a bonus for raising the heroine's favorability ratings if they achieved good results in the interclass competition. It is conceivable that Tsukishima-kun, who wants to seduce Kaworu for that purpose, may be involved in the game. On the other hand, I'm not interested in going to a higher class, and there is no heroine I really want to capture, so I'll do as I please. Then confirm formation and coordination. Out of the way, you outcasts. We're going to use this place, Class D. When Pink Chan tries to raise her voice to explain the practice, the D-class guys come to the hall in droves. I've seen something like this before. Is it possible that there is a tradition in this school to do this when picking a fight with the lower classes?
The first to take the lead and abuse loudly is Hazama Naka. He and his brother in Sorrel are at the top of my punishment list and I'm eagerly awaiting the opportunity to punish them.
You know, Class E should not use a nice place like this, at least have a little discretion. It makes you wonder who they'd rather be practicing to beat. Are you trying to beat us, even though you're in an inferior class?
As soon as they came in, the D-class members cursed at them as much as they wanted. It was the same situation as the argument between Class C and Class B earlier. The only difference is that everyone in Class E is lying on the ground silently, not complaining. This is probably due to the fact that they have realized the difference in their abilities after the previous incident in the arena.
Tsukishima-kun was also not saying anything even though he was being agitated right in front of me. I thought he might have a short-tempered personality, but he is actually a calm person, isn't he? However, the D-class members, taking advantage of the fact that we didn't say anything, got carried away and started to provoke us more and more.
If you want, you can have a game with us D-class guys. Well, we wanted a scullery maid in our third sword club. Blue and pink hair there. If you guys lose, you can do our chores for us.
Do you really think we can accept such an unreasonable demand? Sanjo-san, get behind me. With a sneer on his face, Hazama grabs Kaworu and Pink-chan by the arm and tries to pull them closer. The boys around them rebelled and intervened, as if they couldn't stand it any longer. Thanks to this, Pink-chan escaped, but Kaworu, who had no one to protect him, was grabbed by the arm.
Opening parenthesis ... Oh, by the way, there was a scene like this in Kaworu's individual scenario.
I recall an event in which Butao was so angry with Hazama, who was trying to make Kaworu into a convenient woman under various pretenses, that he accepted the match on his own accord. Incidentally, if Kaworu loses this game, she is treated in a bad way and cannot be captured, and the game comes to a bad end. If the player wins, he or she gets a tasty bonus, such as an increase in Kaworu's favorability, but Butao, who accepted the match without permission, is designated as a person to watch out for by the class, and becomes an object of hatred. In other words, whether I win or lose this match, I, Butao, will only lose. TL. Fuck the plot, Butao inner monologue.
Tsukishima-kun is looking at me and grinning. Does he think I will act like Butao in the game? If he wants to seduce Kaworu, he should rather stand up to him and protect him in times like this. Looking at her, she's shaking a little after being caught in the arms of Hazama. Maybe she's traumatized by what happened in the arena. It's not surprising since her precious friend was torn to pieces.
I know. Calm down. The Butao in me says, save Kaworu. I take a breath to calm myself down. If a girl is in trouble right in front of me and I don't say a word, it would be the end of a man, wouldn't it? I would be able to handle it, even if the future was not so good for me. Alright, let's do this. Oh, you know what, she doesn't like. Don't oink, Butao. I took a step forward and tried to stop him softly, but he didn't hesitate and brought his fist up to my cheek. It was no big deal for me to duck a punch like that, but if I avoided it, it would look suspicious. It seems like it won't do much damage anyway, so I'll just take it. Boohee, Sota. Although it didn't hurt or itch thanks to the big increase in VIT, the momentum carried me away and I was blown away by a few meters. But if my level had been 3 as per the database, the punch would have done quite a bit of damage. He feel no mercy at all. Until now, he had only used his aura to intimidate the E-class, but now he has finally lifted the ban on violence. Depending on the results of the interclass competition, things could get ugly in the classroom. As I was thinking about what to do, I brushed off the dust and tried to get up, but to my surprise, Kaworu rushed over to me, breaking free of Hazama's hand. Kaworu must be a gentle girl at heart to lend a helping hand to someone she hates so much. I'm fine. I think we should go. Yes, I see. Let's go, everyone. There's no need to take this ground. Wait a minute, cowards, we're not done talking yet. As Kaworu urges us to move, Hazama stands in her way, radiating an open double-angle bracket or a closed double-angle bracket. From the looks of it, he not only wants to get involved, but he may have been instructed to bring the game to a head. The E-class is intimidated by such apparent threats, and they all seem to have stiffened and become unable to move. It seems to have been effective to beat me and to have shown violence. In such a situation, there was a classmate who was going to go somewhere only one person can act so leisurely. It was Tsukishima-kun. Why are you trying to run away on your own? His steps did not stop even after being intimidated again with open double-angle bracket or a closed double-angle bracket, and a male student from D class, annoyed, grabbed him by the shoulder. Tsukishima-kun easily avoided the hand that came to catch him and instead grabbed his face and lifted him up. Gah, hey, don't get me wrong. I'm the one who didn't want to do this. A student in Class D who was tightening up with a fair amount of force or letting out a cry of pain and going berserk. All of the D-class students were speechless with surprise. If they were too aggressive in their fight, there was a danger that even the B-class students behind them would come out to join the fight. If that happened, it would be impossible to predict what would happen.
Although Class B is positioned inferior to Class A at the moment, it is fair to say that there is almost no difference in their abilities. In particular, Suo, who is leading the B class, is a real force to be reckoned with. He possesses many powerful skills, and his fighting sense is also distinctly different from those of other students. Even now, I would have no chance to win without fully utilizing my game knowledge cheats. Naturally, Tsukishima-kun, the player, must know this.
Besides, even if Tsukishima-kun had the ability to fight against Class B and Suo, it would be impossible for him to defend all of Class E with Akaji and Kaworu and the rest of the team still undeveloped. If even one of them were to get in where Tsukishima-kun is not, it would be out of our control. Or maybe he has a plan. There he goes. Hey, you guys, what the hell are you doing? A B-class student who happened to be passing by interrupted us with a stern look on his face. He was probably just making excuses, and was probably monitoring nearby to see if what he had instructed the D-class to do was being carried out. He immediately released an aura to intimidate them, but it didn't seem to work on Tsukishima-kun either. That B-class student is probably level 12 to 15. I wonder if Tsukishima-kun is also at that high a level or if he is just a skinny kid. The D-class students were stunned by what was going on. Now is our chance to escape. Kaworu, let's follow Tsukishima-kun. Oh, right, let's all go. The classmates quickly grab their luggage and run off. Well then, I guess I'll be leaving a ton too. Hazama is shaking with anger and his face is bright red. I'll kill you, for being an E-class. The upset Hazama Naka tried to chase after us, but was quickly stopped by a B-class student, probably because if the D-class went out of control and caused an injury incident, his plan to drive the E-class into a corner would go awry and would be hindered. It's a pity, because I was thinking of giving them a shot if they came after me, but alas. I'll give you hell, Hazama says, as if he's going to hurl a shower at me. Sorrel, that guy he's always bragging about, might come out as a helper. Tsukishima-kun will be fine, but Kaworu and the others are worried. Let's take at least one defensive measure in case he tries something. Chapter 73 2 Contrasting People, from Kaworu Hayes' point of view. I'll give you a brief overview of the class competition. Mr. Murai, the homeroom teacher of Class E, explains in a quiet tone of voice while giving a stern look at the teacher from the podium. The entire classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere as his classmates listened nervously to his explanation. 3 months after entering the Adventurers School, we have been training desperately, almost breaking down many times in the face of the reality of the Adventurers School, and we have been trying our best to soak up the muddy water. The interclass competition was an important test to see how far we could go. We have to get some kind of result even if we have to crawl on the ground. As I explained before, you will be living in the dungeon for a week from today. All you can take with you is your terminal, clothing, and armaments. Food, camping supplies, showers, and laundry facilities will be provided at the designated level in exchange for magic stones. Sanitary and medical supplies will be distributed free of charge. During the test period, students will be able to use services provided by the school by using magic stones. Also, since the school is exchanging magic stones for Japanese yen, private services can also be used. In other words, as long as you have magic stones, you can eat luxurious meals and even stay at accommodations during the exam period. I am sure that upper-class aristocrats will spend magic stones without hesitation, but we, E-class, have no surplus of magic stones and are not likely to be able to enjoy such luxuries. I plan to sleep in a small bed when I go to bed. If you leave the dungeon during the exam period or are deemed unable to continue the exam due to illness or injury, you will be disqualified immediately. Be careful. Grades are given on a class basis, so even if an individual is disqualified, the score itself will still be given. However, if you have many people disqualified, you will be at a disadvantage in all events. We want to take care of our physical condition. Those who have downloaded the app for the test will be dismissed temporarily, and will gather at the Adventurers Plaza at 10 o'clock in 1 hour. That's all. All information on magic stones taken, monsters defeated, location information, etc., is managed by the app on the ARM terminal and can be viewed by all classes, including other classes. However, the data is updated only once every morning at 9 o'clock. Since the interclass competition is a week-long event, it is important to read the movements of the entire school year from this information and to think of an appropriate strategy, whether to rest or to push forward. The planning and direction of the strategy will be done by Mishima or Naoto. I look forward to their courage and wisdom. Let's go, boys, follow me, let's go, everyone. Yes, Mishima shouted as if to inspire himself, and several of his classmates responded with loud voices and stood up. They knew that the members of the designated monster killing team had stayed in the dungeon until the last minute and worked hard. The other classmates stood up one after the other with a look of enthusiasm and determination on their faces. If they could not hold their ground here, there was no way they could win the future they wanted. Even if we stand on the edge of despair, we have no choice but to grit our teeth and move forward. Naoto seems to be in low spirits these days, but he is such a stout-hearted person that he saved me when I was sinking in a dark swamp. I am sure he will recover. Come on, let's go. I have Yuma, Sakurako, and my reassuring friend Naoto. The group, which was awkward at first, is now cooperating and enduring the rigorous training with great effort. No matter what comes, I will not give up. With such enthusiasm, I decided to stand up as well. I catch a glimpse of Sota in the back of the classroom. He was grinning, his face showing no signs of tension. He's been like this since I picked him up in the morning. According to Narumi's aunt, he is always back for dinner at 7 p.m., so I am sure he is not diving very deep. The most I can get there and back in the time between the end of school and dinner is near the second floor entrance. I doubt that they are really training in such a shallow level. Still, there is no doubt that he is restricting his diet and doing high-intensity training. His neck and shoulder muscles have grown to the point where I can easily see them, and his belly, which used to protrude so much, has been pulled down to such an extent that he now looks like a shadow of his former self. His obsession with me has disappeared like a lie, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is a different person compared to when he first entered the school. So, what if, in the unlikely event that should he get a result in this class competition, should I change my view then? What did Sota think and how has he changed since he entered this school? Maybe I should get closer to him and find out. Perhaps now, he might be willing to give up the marriage contract. TL. To people who don't remember, go reread early chapters. Perhaps it was because I was thinking about this that I found myself sighing deeply. I have an important exam coming up, and I can't expect a good result if I keep dwelling on unnecessary things. I must look forward. Kaworu, Sakurako, who is standing next to me, gives me a soft and caring tone of voice. Come to think of it, she is one of the people who has changed a lot since the entrance ceremony. She is now stronger and more dependable than ever. Her presence will be the key to the total magic stone amount. Let's go, Sakurako. Yes, looking out the window, the sun was high in the sky even though it was only 9 a.m., and the sun was shining brightly. Sota Narumi's point of view. The homeroom just before the class competition is over, and the classmates leave the classroom in high spirits to head to the meeting place. Mishima-kun and his group were eager to show the results of their intense training by diving into the dungeon until the last minute every day, but unfortunately, as far as the class database is concerned, I must say that dark clouds are gathering. By the game's standards, the main characters Akaji and Pink-chan would be in a safe zone if they were at level 8, but neither they nor Mishima have yet made it to level 6. The reason for this may be that they are having trouble with the demon wolves, but above all, the restriction of not being able to use the gate is too severe. That said, there was no way the higher classes would cut corners, and the D class would probably try something. There may be situations that are too difficult for them to handle. I'm worried about whether we can keep fighting until the last day without losing heart. Satsuki seems to be moving as well. We discussed and decided on the extent to which we would intervene in this class competition in advance. Satsuki and Lisa are now level 12, and whack-a-mole is on the horizon. If they were to intervene seriously, they could even beat out Karia and achieve a higher grade than in Class D. But if they were to go that far, they would have to face the upperclassmen and the student council, which would cause unnecessary conflict, and our classmates, who had worked so hard to achieve their goals, would lose their patience. For the time being, it would be better to have them work hard with the current frustration as a springboard, and aim to create a system in which the entire E-class can stand up to the competition. Our idea was to limit our intervention this time to a level that would improve the atmosphere of the class, if not beat Class D. Lisa is also working to support Tachiki-kun. The content of the designated quests will be the same as in the game, and it will be a big advantage if we secretly teach them about quests and special information that will happen in the future from our knowledge of the game. She will be able to balance how much information to share with you and how much to share with you. I, on the other hand, would just get a participation prize and be done with my role. It would be good if I could join Kaworu at the Total Magic Stone on the last day of the event. Even if Hazama and Sorrel try something, I have already taken out an insurance policy, so there should be no need for me to do anything. More than that, I finally had a chance to get close to the person I've been pushing for since the game days. If she is the one who treats everyone kindly and equally, regardless of their position or appearance, then she might be able to talk to me too. The Butao mind in my heart was also curious, and I couldn't contain my double excitement. What's the matter? You look so disheveled. Did something good happen? As I was thinking about what to do next, Lisa and Satsuki called out to me, "What are you grinning about? I've been treated as a suspicious person by Kaworu on my way to school, so I should be careful." "I'll be on my way then. Let's work hard for each other." I'll go with you then. Satsuki is making a clenched fist and is very enthusiastic, but she is already far from the average level of the E-class, so I hope she'll be moderate in her enthusiasm. Lisa is giving me the same cool smile as usual, which is strangely reassuring. Well then, let's get going. He checked his sleeping habits and personal appearance with a hand mirror he had secretly kept in his chest, and with a reproving chide for his legs, he headed for the meeting place in high spirits. Chapter 74 Interclass Competition. Before 10 a.m., the Adventurers Plaza was packed with adventurers who were about to enter the dungeon. It could be said that this was the dungeon version of the commuter rush. Some clan members were walking around flaunting their shiny equipment, merchants selling food and magical tools were shouting, and small trucks with piles of goods were lined up to create a traffic jam. It was interesting just to look at them. After a few minutes of walking through the crowd, they arrived at the meeting place where their classmates were waiting for them. Lisa and Satsuki had something to do, so they split up on the spot, leaving me alone with nothing to do but stare at the surroundings. My classmates, who had already gathered, are also observing their surroundings and whispering amongst themselves. The topic of conversation was upper class. The students in classes C and above are in separate classrooms and have separate classes, and even in the dungeon, they are in different hunting grounds, so they have little contact with each other. They are interested in the first time they see such weapons. I wonder how much a set of armor costs. It's amazing, isn't it? That earring is definitely a magic item, isn't it? I think they are nobles, but I wonder how much they pay for a set of armor. I followed their gazes and found that the B-class group had gathered there. The average level of the students is about 10 to 15, because you can see a lot of students wearing robes made of leather and mithril alloy armor made of ox demon leather. Even in this class, the price of these items would easily cost more than 1 million yen if they were to be purchased at a store. And students who look like aristocrats wear a lot of jewelry on their wrists and ears. These are probably all magic items. Needless to say, depending on the magic granted to them, they could be worth an eye-popping amount. The most important thing to keep in mind is that the person who is wearing the jewelry is not the one who will be the victim of a robbery. That Naginata, the Naginata, is the latest series from Dukes. I saw it in a magazine. I wonder if it's true that the sharpness doesn't fade even after a while of use. Weapons are not limited to swords and maces, as in the E-class, but also include a large bow, a naginata, and a wand. Some of the students have the popular Dukes brand of weapons, which seems to have become a kind of status symbol. On the other hand, most of the weapons in our class are rentals, and there is a big difference compared to the brand name weapons of the B-class. However, we will not be fighting them until the next school year at the earliest, so for now, we should not worry about it and just work steadily to improve our level. Next to the B-class group, the D-class group can be seen. Although most of the students are wearing armor made of demon wolf leather, there are some heavy mithril alloy weapons here and there, including carriers. In other words, they are all above level 10. The D-class and our E-class have a hostile relationship, and if they were to run into each other in the dungeon, chaos would ensue. I hope that Satsuki and Lisa will be able to respond quickly and secretly if any of our classmates are in danger. A short distance away from the dungeon, C-class students were forming a circle. At the center of the circle was Takamura-kun, the leader of Class C, wearing Japanese-style armor, and his attendant, the cute Odeko-chan. Unlike the B-class, most of the C-class members are from the commoner's background. In this sense, the difference in equipment is apparent. Takamura-kun, who speaks to such commoners without hesitation, may be in a regular existence among the nobles. However, they are also elite-oriented with an emphasis on status and strength, and are not necessarily accepting of outside students, the E-class. We must be cautious when making contact with them. Suddenly, there was a buzz in the air as I thought of this. The first to walk in the lead is Sarah Kikyo, the first student of the first year, the next student body president, and my favorite heroine. She is walking slowly and gracefully, her large, clear violet eyes shining and her long, lustrous, silver hair almost down to her waist swaying. She is not wearing any protective gear and is still in her uniform. I guess it's not something she shows to people. And yet, she is beautiful. Her good looks made her one of the most popular Dun X heroines, but in reality her beauty far surpasses that of the game. Her beauty naturally attracts the attention of the boys, and the girls are beyond jealous and look at her with envy. In fact, even the adventurers around her stop to admire her. The aristocrats and samurai families follow close behind. Ms. Sarah's family is a high-ranking noble family with a long history, and because of her position close to the saint, there are a lot of nobles and samurai in the branch families. The level of equipment is not so different from that of the B-class, but there are a few students wearing Miko-like costumes. Behind the A-class group led by Sarah Tenma, who had approached me some time ago, was walking briskly with a large two-handed axe in her hand. Her shiny polished full-plate mail reflected diffusely, making her stand out tremendously. Her family has not been a noble for very long and has no samurai under her command, but I guess there are black butlers or black-clad stewards waiting for her in the dungeon instead. So, all classes were present in the Adventurers Plaza. At a glance, Class A, led by the incoming Student Council President, had a slight advantage. Her support skills are a plus, as are the large number of well-equipped aristocrats and warriors. Another advantage is the outstanding combatability of the runner-up, Ms. Amama. Class A is not an easy opponent to defeat while taking on other classes. In that sense, there is a chance for the C-class if they can successfully catch up with the other classes. Well, it's not for me to worry about what the top classes are doing, but I can't help but look at it from a player's point of view. The teachers are starting to make their moves. The class competition will now begin. Participants in the depth of attainment class, please move to the front. A stern man with a loudspeaker raises his voice toward us. Was that the acting president of the university? I've never seen the president of the university, including during the game days, but I wonder what kind of person he is. Well then, my participation category has been called, so let's get going. Butao, even if you die, go get the participation prize. Don't worry, you'll be fine as long as you follow someone. Don't worry, don't look back. Don't even think about joining us, you'll just get in the way. Sota, good luck. With the expectations and cheers from my classmates at my back, I beat my chest and slowly stepped forward. Who's going to be in the top class? The depth of attainment is the event with the largest allocation of points, and every class is expected to send their best and brightest, although Class E has discarded it, so it's just me. From Class D, 3 cronies who often hang out with Manaka came forward. I had thought that Hazama or Karyo would be there, but I was wrong. Damn, only Butao from the E-class. What's the point? No matter who they are, they can't win, it can't be helped. You're supposed to carry the luggage when you go into the dungeon. I didn't expect him to start a fight with me within seconds of meeting my eyes, as I was simulating beating them to a pulp in my brain, thinking, I should do it or not. Good luck, Mr. Suo, come on, Mr. Suo, do your best. Sarasama, be careful, may, fight. It seems that the upper class sent their best and brightest in order. Sarasama and Suo, the class leaders, and Takamura-kun's attendant, Odeko-chan, in Class C, each came forward with a few attendants. This lineup is pretty much as expected, so there are no surprises. Oh, Sarah-san, what a coincidence that we are in the same event. Suo-sama, I'm so glad you're in a good mood. The two class leaders approached each other and greeted each other with smiles. However, the word, coincidence, is a lie. The game had an extraordinary, and not out of love, obsession with Sarah, and the stiff expressions on the faces of the A class showed that they did not welcome Suo. I guess he had gotten the information in advance to participate in this depth of achievement. He was supposed to kick out Takamura-kun, who was at the top of his class in junior high school, and reign as the new top of his class. But then, Sarah Kikyo, a monster who surpassed him in talent, popularity, and pedigree, stood in his way. There is no way that a man whose pride is such that he walks around with his clothes on could put up with the current situation. Sarah, on the other hand, seemed to take no notice of such hostility. He bows with a smile on his face and just walks on by. The struggle with Suo in junior high school must not have been an easy one, but the fact that he does not take the fight to heart may be because he has seen what is coming. In the meantime, let's keep Suo's movements in mind, shall we? And hello, Narumi, what a coincidence. We're going to participate too, and we're looking forward to seeing you. Hello. The second-year vice president, Tenma Akira, spoke to me in a tone of voice that sounded like a telephone call. The first place, Ms. Sarah, in addition to the second place, she also participates in the depth of achievement. I feel that there is an excess of strength, but what is the A class thinking? I told you about the diet the other day, right? But I didn't have a chance to go and listen to it. Then I heard that Narumi was going to participate in the depths of achievement. I'll tell you about it on the way. I'm sure nothing will happen to you anyway. Next seat, stay with us. This way. Amama-san was talking fast and getting involved in the game. The same uncoordinated nature seems to be the case, and he was immediately warned by her classmates. I'm sorry, then come on, Narumi, you're all alone, aren't you? She takes my arm and tells me to come over here, and takes me to where the A-class depth group is. I notice that Ms. Sarah is in front of me, his long silver hair blowing in the wind, and my heart starts to race. I have to take a deep breath. Haha, oh, what a nice smell, calm down, Suddenly I got excited, let's calm down and observe. The depth of attainment in Class A is 6. All of them have gold badges on their chests indicating their titles, indicating that they are composed only of nobles. Moreover, except for Ms. Amama, all the other badges have the same diamond-shaped family crest as Ms. Sarah's. In other words, they are all members of the Sarah clan. We have come to a place that is a little too out of place. The armor was of different designs, Japanese and Western, and the colors were not consistent, but it was made with a lot of precious metals and jewels, and it was intended to show the authority of the aristocracy just by looking at it. As a commoner, I was tempted to get down on my knees.
These aristocrats were gathered around Ms. Sarah with furrowed brows, whispering to each other.
Please be careful, Sarah-sama. Suo is up to something. It is dangerous to go with him. I still think it would be better to change our plans and go ahead on our own. The depths attained are such that every year there is an unspoken rule that only the shallower levels are walked together with other classes to deepen exchanges. That was the plan this year as well, but Suo is a dangerous guy and you never know what he might try to do. Let's just go ahead with Class A to be on the safe side here. Mr. Sarah was a little surprised, but Aichi kept her smile and had a relaxed expression on her face. She looked so beautiful. I don't think you should be so dismissive. It's a good opportunity for us to enjoy the class exchange, don't you think so? Suddenly, Ms. Sarah turned around and spoke to me. At the same time, her violet eyes start to glow red. This is evidence of the activation of the magical eye called Tenkin-su, Heavenly Eyes. It can see with great accuracy the future events that will happen to the subject. With her bright red, suspiciously glowing magic eye, she stares at the future reflected in the depths of my eyes as if she is going to shoot it out. I'm not prepared for the fact that she would suddenly use it on me. But it will be revealed at last. My spectacular future. Will I be a world-renowned adventurer? Or will I be living a luxurious life surrounded by beautiful women? Maybe I'll marry Ms. Sarah? I'm going to take it all in stride, honey. Sexual harassment. Expulsion from school. Future prospects. Oh dear, you seem to be a very unfortunate person. I'd give your future a 3. Oh, don't mind. Ms. Sarah looked down her eyes as if she had seen something bad. She turned her head forward as if she had lost interest in me. When I was stunned, Amama-san patted me on the back and comforted me in a cheerful tone of voice. It hurt a little, or rather. What do you mean? Chapter 75 Amama Akira wants to lose weight. Finally, the class competition began. The first group to enter the dungeon was the Depth of Achievement group, in which I participated. The points allotted are the highest among the 5 events, and the students participating are the elite of their respective classes. The students in the dungeon are the elite of their respective classes, and they begin their entry one after the other, cheered on from the rear. However, the first floor is full of adventurers both in front of and behind us, so there are no monsters to be seen here. Even if there were only slimes bouncing around, so we just followed the flow for a while. In the lead is Mr. Sarah, walking slowly and gracefully, surrounded by his group. She is talking to many people, and the nobles escorting her repeatedly glare at her and chase her away. The glares from the nobles who are guarding her do not seem to be having any effect on her. Behind her, a B-class girl named Suo and her cronies are walking around in shiny protective gear. All of them must be aristocrats, too, and the amount of money they spend on equipment is considerable, with dazzling jewelry and precious metals. Perhaps it is a sign of their determination not to lose to the A class, but so far, there is no sign of fighting or violence, and the scene is quite peaceful. It seems unlikely that they would try to start something on such a crowded main street. In Class C, Takamura-kun's chaperone, Odeko-chan, whose name is apparently Manobi Meiko, is playing a central role. She is called Mei-chan by her friends and seems to be in a good mood. On the other hand, Takamura-kun, who is probably the most talented student in the class, is nowhere to be seen, and the database shows that he is not at his best. Rather than forcing him to compete with Sarah-san and Suo-san, who are among the best in their class, he may be trying to gain points in other events. In a sense, this is the same strategy as in Class E. The group of 4 in Class D was in the very back. They often make fun of E-class together with Manaka, so they have a very bad reputation among our class. Recently, I have often seen them trying to flatter and win over Manaka, and I wonder if they want to join Sorel. I'm sure they want me to carry their baggage on my back, but there are reasons why I can't get involved right now. Is that sugar diet really working that well? Yeah, well, maybe. Because there is a mama next to me, nodding her head and taking notes. She seemed to remember how fat I looked at the entrance ceremony and asked me every step of the way how I was able to lose so much weight and what the heck I did to lose so much weight and to tell me the secret. She said that was why she went out of her way to break into the depth of achievement group. But I wonder if I can lose that much weight in such a short period of time. When I first saw you, your core looked weak, but your muscles have grown tremendously. I looked at you twice. It's obvious you're doing something. What kind of training do you do on a daily basis? I want you to spit it all out. It's true that I'm getting more and more muscular these days, probably because I've been swinging a hammer for a long time at the banquet of the departed. Also, thanks to the anti-debuffing skill, flexible aura, that Lisa taught me, my abnormal appetite has been suppressed to a certain extent, and I have recently transformed from a fat man to a chubby boy. My eyes, which used to be narrow, are now wide and round, and I am surprised every time I look in the mirror to see that I may be a good-looking man. Hey, tell me about it secretly. Amama-san wiggles dexterously with her heavy-looking full plate mate. Of course, there is no way to tell her about secret hunting grounds, so I would like to deceive somehow, but she too has been on a diet for a long time. She would not be fooled or convinced by a reasonable story. Well, what should I say? First of all, Amama's diet is not that simple. It is no wonder that she has tried various diets, but they have not been effective because of the curse in the name of the blessing of the spirits. The only way to lose weight is not by restricting diet or exercising, but by changing the spirit's thoughts about itself or by taking it out and defeating it.
This event will naturally occur as the main characters, Akagi and Amama, get to know each other better. The difficulty level is high, but if you complete the game, Amama-san will be a skinny and pretty girl again, and she will be a strong companion to support Akagi-kun as a heroine. I might be able to make it happen, but I would be depriving Mr. Akagi of the opportunity to grow up, and more importantly, everything in the main story involving Ms. Amama would be twisted, and the player's greatest weapon, future prediction, may even become useless. I am not prepared to go to such lengths to save her, at the moment. However, even though she acts so cheerful in front of the world, I know that she suffers so much that she cries every day because of the ugly, fat, and even aged appearance caused by the curse. She also knows that the full plate mail she wears all the time is to cover up her appearance. Naturally, I want to save her as soon as possible. What should I do? Ladies and gentlemen, we will be arriving at the second floor shortly, so let's take a 20-minute break. As the terminal plaza on the first floor comes into view, Sarah-san suggests that we take a break. It had already been more than an hour since we entered the dungeon, so a restroom break was probably in order. I'm going to the restroom, too, and I'll see you in 20 minutes. Aha. I secretly wondered how she was going to put on and take off that armor in the bathroom, but I guess there was no problem since the black-robed men were waiting behind her. Hey, pig, give me your hat. As soon as I parted from Amama-san, a member of the D-class group tugged at my collar, pointed his thumb in an unpopular direction, and said, "Follow me." It seems they have been wanting to tangle with me ever since we entered the dungeon, and the guys in the back of the group are frequently ganging up on me. I'm sure you guys can use the restroom. Let's get this mess over with, shall we? Unlike the first floor, few adventurers use the second floor as a training ground, and after walking a few hundred meters, there is almost no sign of anyone. As I was walking along, wondering how far I was going to go, a punch came out from behind me, so I just ducked it for now. I don't intend to be punched by him. What is this all of a sudden? Why didn't you carry my baggage? Let me punch you a few times. We'll take care of you from here on out, so be prepared, okay?
I was surprised at how unreasonable he was. They are now starting to use violence without hesitation, which they never used to do before. Perhaps there was some kind of order from Class B, but I had no intention of accepting such a request. These guys are the main culprits of the E-class bullies, and they have been emptied in the past, so they are at the top of my list of bad guys to purge. I'd like to see them get a few punches in the face, but still. You seem awfully irritated. I can see that you are sweating, your eyes are bloodshot, and you are in a state of excitement. I wonder if his emotions are so high just because he wants to get involved with me. Drug use or some kind of mental manipulation is suspected. The anti-debuffing skill open double angle bracket flexible aura close double angle bracket can suppress a wide range of simple abnormalities, so let's give it a try. I put my hand on the opponent's chest and activate the skill while avoiding to the side as they hit me again. Then I felt the magic power hit something. I knew I was doing something. Let's surround him, but there was no change in the complexion of the boys who had used the skill. The actuality of the fact that the response was there is strange. I can think of a pattern in which they might be undergoing continuous mental manipulation. For example, maybe he is equipped with a cursed item. 4 of them surround me and attack me all at once, but I can recognize and see them all. According to the database, they were around level 7, and that's about it. Just before the man in front of me swung his fist, I entered his pocket and delivered a blow to his dovetail. I deflects the hand of the man next to his right, who tries to grab his hair from diagonally behind him, and delivers a hand to the side of his head. The kick coming from the left was struck half a step backward and was struck empty, and this man returned the blow with a roundhouse kick as well. I slide a kick to the jaw and he easily falls to the ground. There was only one man left. What in the world are you? I had no intention of having a conversation with him. The other 2 are in the same position. With such a big difference in level, there's no way he can beat me in a 4-on-1 fight. I wonder what he's got in his pocket. I laid them out in front of me and went through their pockets and luggage, but I couldn't find any suspicious items. It's too much trouble, so let's strip off all the protective gear. Is this fangs of a crazy rat? You're using it from this stage? A necklace made of beads of small tooth-like objects. The necklace is made up of beads of small tooth-like objects. It is a magic item that reduces intelligence and rationality, but increases strength and dynamic vision. In the game, Suo uses this item to improve the fighting skills of his subordinates to fight the protagonists, but it is also a dangerous item that can cause mental contamination if used for a long period of time. I wonder who he was planning to fight even if he had already prepared it for the purpose of experimentation at such an early stage of the game. I don't care what happens to these guys, but there is a view that they have been beaten into bad and discriminatory ideas by the people around them and have become so bent out of shape. And moreover, he was given such a dangerous item without knowing anything about it, and was used as a test subject. It is nothing short of pathetic. It hasn't been that long since I used it, so I'm sure there won't be any after effects, but it would be troublesome if I were to return to work, so I'll let you guys retire here.
I took out a huge boost hammer from the small bag I was carrying on my back and swung it down on the ripped off armor, destroying it with a Yoko-sei. After that, just tie them up and leave them alone. You may be beaten by goblins walking around. It is just right as a reasonable punishment.
The break time is almost over. Let's go back to the meeting place where Sarah-san is waiting for us. Chapter 76 Pig's Tail Pavilion. When I returned to the meeting place on the 2nd floor, I found a mama waving at me, saying, "This way." I wondered where she had been. "Oh, maybe you were doing some secret training or something?" I thought I came back in a hurry, but it seems I made the lady wait, but she was happy to see me and said she didn't care about that. It's almost time to go, but I don't see the D-class members. The reason for the wait of Sarah-sama is a D-class? The reason everyone is going together is because everyone agreed to do so. If they don't come, then only those who are present will go. The B-class is also talking about the fact that the D-class has not arrived, but they don't seem to be worried by the way their faces are contorted in frustration. Where did they go, leaving our luggage behind? What about our luggage? The men who have come are not mercenaries, but all officers in the service of their father. I don't like the idea of letting them carry our luggage. It seems that they are proud of the fact that they are nobles and do not carry baggage, and up to this point, they have had their baggage carried by D-class. The D-class abandoned that mission on their own. They are angry and D-class will be punished severely later. I am having a bad feeling about this. The baggage handler disappeared and was replaced by me. "We entrust you with our luggage. You must fulfill your duty at the risk of your life." A nobleman, who looked like a court nobleman, was saying something like this with a big air of arrogance. He pointed to 5 backpacks. They must have weighed between 20 and 30 kilograms. The full-plate male, which was silently listening to the conversation next to him, intervened in his irrational argument. "You should at least carry your own luggage. Besides, you have helpers behind you, so there's no need to make Narumi carry it for you. Don't compare them to your black-robed men. They are not my servants, but my future vassals. Even Black Butler is a vassal of the Amama family." Amama-san puts her hands on his metal hips and says with a pout, "If you turn around and look behind you, you will see a number of strange groups of people a short distance away. There is Sarah's Miko costume group that looks like a saint agency, and Amama's Black Butler group. The equipment and atmosphere are so different from those of the adventurers on the 2nd floor that they stand out." A pair of adventurers, a man and a woman, who had just come to hunt goblins, were being stared at by the heavy knights, and they looked frightened. I wish they would pull themselves together a little more, though, since it was a school exam. Anyway, I should at least carry their baggage since they would probably make it difficult for me if I refuse. This much weight is no trouble for me right now. I'm fine. I can at least carry your luggage. If you say so, that's fine. But if it's too much trouble, you can just toss it out there. Just drop it." Amama said while making a motion to toss the baggage carelessly. I appreciate her concern, but I don't want to do that because it would cause a big war with the helpers who are waiting behind me. TL, Amama-san is the new favorite. 4th floor entrance plaza, in front of Pig's Tail Pavilion. "We have made reservations for everyone, so let's have lunch here." We continued walking with a few short breaks in between, and arrived at the 4th floor a little after noon. It seemed that Sarah-san had made reservations in advance at the restaurant in the Pig's Tail Pavilion, and invited us all to have lunch there. This lodging facility, built into the ceiling and walls of the dungeon, is 8 stories high. The observation area and restaurant at the top is a special place for the upper class and requires an ID card to enter. However, we were given a free pass and the waiter took us in. Once inside, we found a pure white marble interior with a huge sparkling chandelier. In the center of the room was a table covered with tablecloths, and expensive-looking tableware was neatly arranged. If we ate at a place like this, a week's worth of the Narumi family's food budget would fly away with just one meal, but this time it was all on Sarah-san's tab. Please have a seat. Then I'll take it without reservation. As Suo sat down on a suitable chair, the people around him began to sit down one after another and relax. Sarah-san seems to be interested in Monobi-san of the C class and talks to her frequently, while Monobi-san is a little puzzled but smiles in response. It's so picturesque when two pretty girls are talking to each other, isn't it? I'll be over there. Shall we eat together then? Amama-san pulls me by the hand and takes me to the seat across from her. By the way, I wondered how she will eat while wearing the helm, and was told not to worry as the bottom of its jaws seem to open up and she eats from there. After everyone is seated, light music starts playing and a well-dressed waiter pours fragrant tea for us. For the average person, who can enjoy the luxury of a family restaurant in the neighborhood, this is a rather uncomfortable place to be. The first place for reaching the designated points seems to have been decided. It looks like our class got 1. While the food was being served, Amama, who was gathering information on her terminal, informed us of the A-class trend. I also looked at the E-class bulletin board and saw that we were in 5th place, in other words, the last place. The designated point arrival is an event in which destinations are determined at random and contestants compete for the order in which they arrive. Since today was only the first day, the destination was set on the 1st or 2nd floor, and the leader was Mr. Akaji. The leader was Mr. Akaji, and yet he was starting at the bottom of the list, so it seemed to be a very tough race. On the other hand, Class A is in first place in other events as well, despite the fact that the main players are unevenly distributed in terms of depth of reach. This may be due to the difference in depth. However, the starting point of this event is also free, so there is a strong element of luck involved. Also, the destinations are limited to shallow levels for the next few days, so it is difficult to see the difference in level, and there is a good chance for the E-class as well. I hope they will not be discouraged and will continue to do their best in the second round. There are many other reasons for this, including luck and the thickness of the tiers. She said she couldn't tell us those reasons because they are confidential, but we can guess some of them. For example, Sarah-san has a cheat skill called Angel's Blessing. That greatly increases the buff effect and buff effect time, and it is possible that she had applied a movement speed increase to all A-class members before entering the dungeon. The other reason is the existence of the Saints Institution. The priestesses belonging to this organization are all specialists with the same level of support capabilities as a strategy clan. They must be stationed here and there to support Ms. Sarah's class, the successor to the Saint. However, it is as if parents are participating in their children's field day with a clique. This is one of the few opportunities for them to test their abilities, and I hope that they will not be so lenient in lending a hand. The designated monster defeat was to take down 20 goblins or a goblin chief. This level of effort should make no difference, right? As the name implies, the designated monster defeat is an event in which players must defeat designated monsters, and the elite team led by Mishima-kun from Class E is expected to participate. The first designated monster, a goblin, was defeated with ease by all classes.
Leading the D class is Mizushima. According to the bulletin board, it seems that it is that Karya who leads the D class in defeating the designated monsters. Is it a coincidence, or is it that our strategy has been leaked and they are aiming to crush the elite of the E class? Either way, it is inevitable that the battle will be a tough one.
I have no information about the total amount of magic stones yet. It seems that our class will advance to about the 10th floor without defeating most of the others.
The total amount of magic stones in Class A is apparently not concerned with the magic stones of monsters on the lower floors, and the strategy seems to be to aim directly for the 10th floor, and the others were probably hunting on the 3rd floor to get used to the new environment and to earn magic stones for lunch. So far, there have been no reports of trouble, and everything seems to be going well.
While all of my classmates are working hard to compete with the top students and collecting magic stones for their living expenses, I'm having lunch at a fancy restaurant. I have to be careful not to let my classmates know when I leave the restaurant. Soon after, a piece of meat about the size of a baby pig is brought to me. It looked like chicken, but it was much bigger than that. It's the meat of Mamu. How did you get it, Mamu? The meat of that man-eating lizard. I think that's the name of the giant man-eating lizard that pops up in the marshy area after the 21st floor. I heard that it is in high demand among the rich and is traded at prices starting at tens of thousands of yen per 100 grams. How about the fact that it is a man-eating monster and is being eaten by man? TL. It was a pun. The waiter cut it into pieces on the spot, and I tried it right away. It was indeed delicious. The meat was moderately tender and the fat was of high quality, but it still tasted like chicken. I was told that STR has the effect of increasing stamina. It seems that we will be going up to the 10th floor later today, so you should eat a lot, too. No, I'm planning to retire after about the 8th floor. Well, then, as a thank you for telling me about your diet, I'll take you there. Amama ate the lizard steak as if she was inhaling it right in front of me and even asked for a third helping. I wonder how effective any diet would be if you eat that much. By the way, how many floors do you plan to go up? I'm planning to go up to the 15th floor, but it depends on the other classes. but maybe they will go up to the 20th floor, since the B class seems to have a lot of companions with them.
The average level of the A-class depth group is between 15 and 18. Considering that, going up to the 20th floor seems like a risky proposition, but with excellent helpers behind them, it's not impossible, he said.
But if they went that far, they would have to turn back at the 8th floor to get the participation prize. Going up to the 10th floor by myself would also be a bit of a corner, so it would be better to have Tenma-san take me there. Then it's decided, which dessert should I have? Amama-san is still looking at the large menu list and is absorbed in choosing the desserts for after dinner. The large window behind me overlooks the entrance plaza, and I can see several groups of students who seem to be in the same grade. Every one of them is living frugally for the week ahead, but this space seems otherworldly. As I gazed down at the plaza from the window, I thought I saw her who was not supposed to be here. Chapter 77 Important Work. After finishing a sumptuous lunch at the Pig's Tail Pavilion, the group of adventurers were to leave immediately for the next floor.
They were planning to stay at the accommodation on the 10th floor for the night, and had already made reservations. So, we had to run from the 7th floor, where there are fewer adventurers, to the 7th floor.
Do you want one of these? And I'm not hungry yet, so I'm fine. Really, Amama-san is dexterously eating a takoyaki while running through the somewhat dimly lit forest map. The other people have moved on without us, so it's never just the two of us now. She is running, surrounded by black-clad butlers in front of her, behind her, and to her left and right. I don't mean to touch her, but I wish they wouldn't kill me so blatantly. They glanced at the latest, Duke's brand, weapons owned by the Tenma Trading Company and stared at us from all sides as if to say, if you lay a finger on Our Lady, we will kill you. They glared at us from all directions. When Mr. Amama came to me a few minutes ago, I thought the space had been distorted by the murderous atmosphere. They have been following us discreetly at a distance, but now that we were alone, they were doing this. I'm glad they are cutting down the orcs and bats around us, though. Even so, Narumi-kun has great stamina for his level. I wonder what kind of training you have been doing.
Quote. I have a little bit of confidence in my stamina.
If I run for a long time carrying a lot of heavy luggage, it is obvious that I am not a normal person. It is a bitter excuse, but I wonder if there is any way to cover it up. At first, she kindly offered to carry me on her back, but I politely declined when the black-robed men behind me grew deadly. I wish Amama-san would be a little more aware of their doting. And there is yet another problem. It seems that Kuga-san is following us from behind. Although I did not confirm his appearance properly, just a glimpse from the window of the Pig's Tail Pavilion, there is no doubt that Kuga-san is missing as it is written on the bulletin board of the E-class. The butlers did not seem to have noticed her yet, probably because they were following us using her stealth skills. She may be suspicious about the practice session we had the other day. I wonder what I should do. I hope I can scatter her somewhere. It's been a very tiresome road trip. The entrance plaza on the 10th floor.
The floor and walls have been changed from rugged rock surfaces to artificial stone tiles, and the ceiling is glowing a light blue, giving a sense of openness as if we were outside. Even though it is so bright, it is already around 8 p.m., and there are several tents set up for overnight stays in the entrance plaza. I wonder if adventurers who use this place as a hunting ground don't lose their sense of time and turn day and night upside down. But still.
I finally arrived at, it's been a long time. We were followed by Kuga-san from behind, and we were more tired than we had expected. Still, we made it to our destination safely, so that was a good thing. The goal point was a luxury ryokan, the Ebony Kokutante. As the name suggests, it is a Japanese-style ryokan constructed of pitch-black lumber, and one can tell at a glance that it is a more luxurious inn than the one on the 4th floor. Near the entrance is a terrace reserved for guests, and the group that had arrived earlier was having a late dinner there. Sarah-san, who was sitting in front of us and wearing a yukata, noticed us and greeted us with a beaming smile. I was very excited to see her in a yukata, which I had never seen before, even in a game. She is very beautiful. Thank you for your hard work, Amama-sama. I've made reservations for your stay, so please come this way. Okay, I have to bid you goodbye, Narumi. You will have to pay a little more for the return trip, but if you ask the guide to take you back, you will get home safely. Thank you for your help, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. I'll do my best. See you at school. Amama-san waved goodbye to us with a big wave of her hand. I had a short time with her, but thanks to her cheerful personality, I feel like I had a good time. I was able to talk with Sarah-san up close and see her in her yukata, so I guess it was a great success. Before I left, I delivered the luggage I was carrying on my back to the seat where the B class was sitting, and my class competition was almost over. Hey, you're not abandoning your mission, are you?
Hey, even if you call it a mission, it's still.
The aristocrats glared at me with insouciance and said in a low voice as if they were threatening me. I mean, do you guys realize that my level is 3? If I really am level 3, it is so dangerous that even a snatch of the monster's attack ahead of me would be fatal. What? We will protect you on the road, so don't worry. Be at this place by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I don't mind carrying the luggage, but it's just too dangerous and strange for me, a level 3 player, to go that high up in the hierarchy. How am I going to explain this to the rest of the class? But, well, refusing a nobleman's request is also a problem. But how can I explain it to the classmates? If I go into business with the nobles, I don't know what kind of trouble will come my way, and worst of all, my classmates will be harmed. I may have to be patient here. It is not a bad idea to see how Suo, Sarah, and other important characters in the story will fight their way forward for the future. I can't convince myself with such excuses, so I'll go home and have an unfaithful sleep today. During the test period, the GPS in the dungeon is forced to be on, so if you go outside, you will be disqualified immediately. However, this rule is surprisingly lax and can be circumvented by putting the device in a coin locker with your luggage. So, the only other problem I had to deal with before I could go home was what to do about Kuga-san, who is following me.
I don't look at each other, but turn my attention in the direction where she might be. However, when I turned my attention to her, I couldn't feel anything due to the fact that she was using her cloaking skill. It's a real nuisance. I hesitated to call out to her, but I knew that if I made contact with her, she might get involved and ask me questions, or she might use force. It would be better to think about way to make her leave my tail.
It's not so easy to disperse an active agent who is more level-headed and better at tailing than I am, but there is a better way. Yes, I can escape to the men's restroom. If I enter such a place, there is no way she can come after me. The restrooms here allow passage through to the other side, so the rest of the mission is as simple as going out that way. It's a piece of cake, I thought as I used a hand mirror to look behind me. What? She just walked into the men's restroom with her head held high. TL. Imagine the gender reversed. She is wearing a deep hat and a loose-fitting sweatshirt-like outfit, so at first glance she looks like a boy, but that is definitely Kuga-san. The disguise is so obvious that it is obvious that she is a woman, and she is causing a sense of discomfort among the people around her. The guy next to me was looking at her twice. He doesn't seem to have any detection skills, but even with her mask and robe on, it's only a matter of time before she gets caught in such a small place. Then let's get out of here right away and move on to the next means of transportation. The closest place from this area would be over there. We are now heading to the troll room named Garden of Fools, which was added by DLC. It is relatively close to the entrance plaza on the 10th floor, so we can easily get there by running from here. I sneakily looked behind me from the corner of the passageway and could see Kuga-san walking in the distance. She can't follow me to the additional area? No, she's wandering around, but she's moving in the direction I'm in. That's using her detection skill, Detect. Detect is not the type of skill that marks the target and tracks it, but rather a detection skill that roughly reads the presence of people and monsters. Therefore, it could not be used in crowded places such as crowds. Even if we escaped to the DLC area, she would come after me. I had no choice but to use the last resort. I took out a pendant from my chest, gripped the jewel attached to it, and poured magic power into it. This pendant is a magic item for emergency escape that I received in a quest, and when activated, it has the effect of jumping to the gate room where I registered the magic power. At this point, I don't have enough of these items, so I can't use them on a daily basis, but I should use them if I want to avoid being caught by Kuga-san here and now. Though it is only a temporary measure even if I escape here. As I'm pondering what to do in the future, I'm surrounded by a pale light and a floating sensation comes. 10th floor gate room. When I shifted, a man and woman in light armor wearing helmets were standing in front of me. When he noticed me, he raised the metal part covering his face and spoke to me. Sota, have you finished your school exams? Oh, we just came from shopping too. It was my father and mother. The fact that they were wearing armor suggested that they were not here to stock the store, but were on their way back from a hunting trip. I also see my sister in front of Obaba's store. Oni, Papa and Mama both made it to level 13. I can feel my belly has been getting smaller since I passed level 10, and my skin is starting to glow again. Your mom is getting more and more beautiful. Come to think of it, I don't have stiff shoulders anymore either. She had been playing Whack-A-Mole at the 15th floor execution site and was making good progress in raising her level. I am happy to see that the rejuvenating effects of physical strengthening have become apparent to the extent that one can actually feel it. In the game, there was a setting in which leveling up would bring the body closer to its peak, but since all the players were high school students, it was a meaningless dead setting. If our parents were to raise their level up to about level 50, I wonder how much younger they would get. I'm going to the execution site again tomorrow. Will Sota come too? No, I have to go to the interclass competition tomorrow as well. Oh, no, I wanted to beat bloody with everyone tomorrow. Your brother was asked to take care of some important work, and I got busy. Originally, I was going to finish the interclass competition on the first day and spend time with my family leveling up. Well, I guess it's okay, since the three of them were able to run the tournament consistently even without me. Oh, I got a text from Satsuki. She said I can come the day after tomorrow. Yay.
You'll have to wear a mask and a robe when you go.
She really wanted to participate in the class competition, and after sending many emails urging her to come, it seems she finally received a reply from Satsuki saying she could come. I'll send Satsuki an email asking her to control Hanano so she doesn't get too excited. Chapter 78 Current Status of E-Class. 1. It's definitely not right. Maybe we should do a little probing. No, let me know if you find anything out. Good luck. Oh, and Naoto. Good luck. Okay, then. The third day of the class competition, after the regular morning call and report, I hang up the phone with Yuma. I sighed as the situation was not as good as I had expected. Our original plan was to score as many points as we could in the first half of the tournament, which was mainly in the shallower levels, in other words, to get away with it before the end of the day. To do so, we had to score at least more points than the D class. In the second half, the main battlefield would be on the 5th floor and beyond, which would put us in the E class at a disadvantage because of our low average level. However, according to the report from Yuma, who was leading the team to reach the designated points, we were in last place in all of the 8 battles we had participated in so far. We have not been able to beat not only the higher classes but even the D class even once. The designated points competition is an event in which contestants compete to reach a randomly determined point. The starting position is free, so when the points are announced, the class closest to the starting position will have a big advantage, even though they should. The Yumas were ahead of the D class even when they were much closer to the start than the D class. There must have been many monsters along the way, but they were so fast that it was hard to believe that they were advancing after defeating them. Of course, if you take them along without defeating them, a monster train will form behind you. The fact that the D class has not yet been disqualified suggests that they must be dealing with the monsters in some way, but what does that mean? The first thing that came to mind was the existence of helpers. If the monsters encountered were pushed to the helpers, the battle time would be greatly reduced, and even if the starting position was a little bad, it would be possible to make up for it. However, this would be in conflict with the hand-in-hand message. It would be better to exchange opinions with her, who was listening next to me, in order to gather her thoughts. Nida, what do you think about the report I just gave you? All D-class assistants were supposed to be attached to support the total amount of magic stone, right?
If Omiya's information is correct. The actuality of the existence of the helpers was discovered, the class was upset and the situation was greatly disturbed. If this happens, the morale of Class E will collapse like dominoes. In order to take immediate countermeasures, it was necessary to find out how many and how strong the D-class helpers were. Omiya was the one who bought that investigation.
Within a few hours, a detailed report came to Lisa, although we did not know how she had done the research. According to the report, 6 adventurers, who appeared to be around level 8 with sun badges, were confirmed to be supporting the D-class total magic stone quantity group. She did not see any helpers in any other category. We would like to rework our strategy based on Omiya's information and try to rewind somehow, but Yuma's earlier report suggests that there may be helpers not only for the total magic stone amount but also for reaching the designated points. In other words, it contradicts the report raised by Omiya. I think we can trust Satsuki's information, but I am sure that there is some secret to the designated point. For example, Nida put her index finger on her cheek as she thought. Class D has the total amount of magic stone attached to the support of the designated point, or something like that? I'm sure that would explain a lot, however. It seems strange to sacrifice the amount of total magic stones, which are allocated in points, to the support. The designated points now take place on the 4th to 5th floors. It is not impossible to collect magic stones while providing support, but the collection efficiency will surely drop. Thanks to the efforts of Sakurako and Kaworu, our class has been able to outperform the D class in the magic stone quantity competition.
Even so, Class D has suffered an accident in which all members of the depth group have retired, and if they continue to lose the total amount of magic stones, they will be upstaged by Class E. If we continue to drop the total amount of magic stones, we will be close to the E class, if not even close. That would be humiliating for them, who have made fun of us so much, and I don't think they would leave the situation as it is. They're going to try to sabotage us. They're going to give us hope and then knock us down at the end.
Should we tell Sakurako, Kaworu, and the others to stay close to us, just in case?
But, Satsuki is over there too, so I think it will be fine. Besides, I've asked for a special helper.
A special helper? What kind of person is that?
Although the low average level is the main reason why we in Class E are in a difficult situation, the presence of helpers attached to other classes is also a major factor. However, it would be a different story if we could get helpers. We might even be able to turn things around. Depending on how good they are in their abilities, the scope of our strategy may change. I asked him, as if I was about to bite into his hand.
Fufu. Secret musical note. Nida only put her index finger on her mouth and smiled mischievously, but did not tell me. Kaworu hays his point of view. It's strange, I don't see any monsters here either. This one's being hunted, should we go further in?
Although we have been hunting on the 4th floor of the dungeon until the 2nd day, I decided to move to the 5th floor entrance separately from Sakurako and the others from today onward, as we had become accustomed to combat. However, we could hardly find any monsters around us, probably because they were already hunted down, so we moved our hunting ground to the back of the building, but it was the same here. Some group might be hunting in this area.
Omiya-san suggested that we go further in because we were wasting our time just standing there. We've only had a little battle since we came to the 5th floor, so I think it's better to be cautious, we're one man short. But now that we're outperforming the D class, I think it would be a shame to let up. Tsukishima-kun said, I'll go get a big magic stone, and went away on his own, leaving our group with one member less. I really wish he would put themselves in the shoes of those of us who are worried about them. Still, there was a happy miscalculation. Omiya-san was more experienced in combat than I had imagined. She was able to handle the main tank more proficiently than I could, which allowed her to dramatically increase the number of battles she was able to fight, and also increased her sense of stability. Even though the events with Mishima and Yuma were struggling and our classmates were disheartened when the presence of upper-class helpers came to light, we in the Total Magic Stone group were able to achieve reasonable results and keep our morale up. It is no exaggeration to say that it was all thanks to her. If we could keep our hands loose here and earn more magic stones, we might be able to ignite the momentum of the class, which was likely to stall in the second half of the year. I think it's worth a try. Then let's go to the back just one more time. From here, there is a safe zone nearby. That point might be a good place. Okay, everyone, let's move just a little bit further. Yes, the members of our Total Magic Stone group responded with a cheerful reply, probably because we are doing so well so far. At first I was worried about how things would turn out, but at this rate, I am sure we will be able to overcome the class competition. Even if we don't win, we can still have high expectations for the future. We can't give up. But it's rare to see monsters this deep into the countryside. We walk about 2 kilometers south and arrive at the desired hunting ground. A safe zone where monsters don't pop is also close to here, so we can take a break when we get tired.
Then go fishing, and wait a minute. Something's coming from over there.
What's wrong? The first time Omiya stepped out to catch a monster, she noticed something strange and listened carefully. I could feel something more like a small earth tremor than a vibration. This is not a good sound. Someone is running a monster train, and on an unusual scale.
My classmate pulls out his binoculars and tells me what's going on. That's Orc Road.
They are running and squealing frequently. The orcs must have been doing something provocative repeatedly to be that excited. Following behind them were orc soldiers, at least 50 of them summoned. If we get caught in a train as large as that, even we will not be safe. We should get out of here as soon as possible. Look, there they are, there's Sanjo-san and the others. What? If you look toward where Orc Road is heading, you will see a group of people, including Sakurako and her friends, scattered about. There is no such thing as leadership, and each individual runs in a different direction to escape. Even if they succeeded in escaping from the train, all but Sakurako were below level 5, and if they met a monster while acting alone, it would be fatal. What should we do? Calm down, I'll go, you guys go back the way you came in one mass. Omiya-san pulled a knife from her waist and said she would go into that place alone. I tried to shout that it was absurd, but it was also true that there was no way to save them other than for someone to change the direction of that train. But I'll be fine. Mr. Hayes, take care of everyone.
Shish said as she looked into my eyes, and she ran off at a frightening speed. I looked and saw that the train was about to be unleashed in front of my classmates. I had to trust Omiya-san to make the move.
Everyone, this way, Chapter 79 The Two Prawns. The 13th floor of the dungeon. On a desolate hill with nothing but withered grass and trees, the group of the reachable depths are spending the night. This hill, also known as Wind Hill, is a safe area with a good view and is a popular camping spot for adventurers. However, due to the high altitude of the map, the temperature is low and a cold wind blows, making it very chilly. We put on our parkas and warmed our cold hands over the campfire. The only students who sleep together in the cold wind are me, a commoner, and the members of Class C. The A class, which consists only of aristocrats, and the C class are the only students who sleep together in the cold wind. The A and B classes, which are made up of nobles only, have built a simple house at the top of the hill and are sleeping there. The house is fully equipped with air conditioning, lights, and magical equipment, and looks very comfortable. I was intrigued by the structure and interior design of the house, which did not exist in the original world. On the quiet nighttime hill, a girl's voice rang out. But brother, we can still dive. It is Monobi Mako, who commands the Class C depth of reach group. The man she is talking to has a tattered cloak, black armor covered in scars, and a prawn mask with pitch black fangs, and if you met him on the street at night, you would surely be scared stiff. He claims to be Mako's older brother. From a distance, his equipment looks crude, but a closer look reveals that everything he wears has magic in it, setting him apart from most adventurers. In particular, the prawn mask is a unique item with multiple abilities. I don't know where in the world he got that thing, but I want to teach Takamura the word self-respect, to send us such a monster of a man, even though he seems to have come as a C-class helper. That monster of a brother retorts in a low voice as if admonishing her. How are your friends doing? If you are going to lead others, you have to take a good look at them. The average level of the depth group reached in Class C is about 12 to 13. The group is made up of only the most talented people in the class, and they are capable of competing even on this 13th floor. However, they are now fast asleep due to fatigue.
It seems that they have brought a number of magic-oriented jobbers to fight against wraiths, whose physical attacks do not work, but unfortunately, they have run out of MP several times due to continuous battles. Once they run out of MP, they will be exhausted, so Mako, the leader of the team, should have been able to judge the timing of the battle and when to pull out, and manage the MP of the rear guard.
But if you're here, we can go ahead. I'm not here to help, I'm just here to watch you grow. If you want to advance, be stronger. TL. Cool lines TBH. It is true that if this man would help them, they would be able to get to the 20th floor. However, he has no intention of helping at all and simply rejects his sister's request. What is important is not to get up to a class but to gain strength. He throws a stern word at her, telling her not to confuse means with ends. Mako is in tears. However, her brother does have a point. If you are aiming to enter an adventurer's college, strength is the only way to become a first-class adventurer. If you can't go any further, you can try again after you have gained experience and become stronger. But to go all the way out here just to watch over your sister without any help at all, he must be a siscon. Still he says cool lines, while drinking hot tea and listening to the conversation between the siblings, Mako said. That's enough. Then she went to bed. Although she was showing her stoutheartedness in front of her Class C peers, it is quite a point that she becomes a cute little sister in front of her brother. I'd like to know what kind of education he has been giving her for reference. Sorry, I showed you something weird. Oh, no, it's okay. I was thinking about going to bed without hesitation since the prawn-moxed Siskon brother said he would take care of the guards, when he suddenly spoke to me in a whisper. I'm afraid that even in this dim light, he didn't dare take off that mask, so his identity must be special. Say Narumi, why is a man of your stature working as a baggage handler?
The nobleman asked me too. What do you mean, man of your stature?
What did he mean by that? The actual, fake, is also thief, and I am also wearing a second-hand pigskin armor that has been sitting in the dust in my store. Perhaps he has seen through my overflowing star power? I saw no fear in your eyes when I looked at the monsters on this floor, and my gut tells me, you're no ordinary man. Huh, the monster is always in a state of weak aura, so if it were a normal person, it would be afraid of even seeing a superior monster. I remember the first time I saw a superior orc lord, I was almost scared. From now on, I should at least pretend to be scared.
He chuckles to himself and says, geniuses do appear in the E-class of the Adventurer's School from time to time, you know, true geniuses.
I heard that geniuses like Toritaro Tari, the leader of colors, appear in the E-class. But I'm not a genius, I'm just a cheat using a game knowledge cheat. I think the aristocrats will be pestering me in the future, but to handle it smoothly will be a little difficult, so why don't you come over to my place? What's my place? It's the clan I'm in. I think the leader is good enough to accept you. Well, think about it when you're ready. What is he saying? If the members are like this, the clan leader must be a monster or something. Well then, I'm going to get into my sleeping bag as soon as possible, since I have an early start tomorrow. Hey, wake up. I opened my eyes to find a number of black-clad men looking down at me. I wondered what was going on. I looked at the clock with sleepy eyes and saw that it was only 1 a.m. The boss wants to see you, come with me, right now. I wondered who the boss was, but I could tell it was the butlers of the Amama family because they were all dressed in black and had the symbol, heaven, on their chests. I wondered if even the chief butler was here. A call at this time of night, and to be woken up by them staring at me so curtly. I have a bad feeling about this. However, it didn't look like I could refuse, so I had no choice but to go along with them. The cold night breeze blew and I followed the butler for a few minutes before he led me to a place where about 10 black-clad butlers were sitting in a circle of chairs. In the center of the circle was a girl wearing a black one-piece dress and a white apron with a large frill, with black hair and a catsuit, the very definition of a maid, sitting cross-legged. Although all the other girls and boys were dressed in black suits except her, only one of them was dressed as a maid, which made her stand out on the way so far. It seemed that this person was the boss of the butlers. How dare you show your face so brazenly, boy? The maid stared at me with hatred as if she was looking at her enemy. In the game, when you capture a mama and become her lover, there is a maid who is exclusive to a mama and you can be friends with her as a set. She was a very thoughtful character, always smiling and taking care of the main character, and she was as popular as the other heroines, and the management of Dunex even received many requests for her to be included in the game. And yet, she has this attitude and language, and a rabid expression on her face. I think she is a twin sister or something like that. Even though they have similar facial features, I don't think they are the same person. What is your purpose? Answer honestly, purpose.
You approach the young lady with a clever story, you must have ulterior motive.
The black-robed butlers around us joined in and glared at me. By clever story, do they mean diet? The only daughter of the general manager of the Amama Zaibatsu group, Ms. Amama is very well liked and trusted by the butlers. If a mysterious man approached her, she would at least be wary of him. I don't have any other intentions, I was just talking with Amama-san as a friend. Furry friends, TL, Hanya equals prawn face mask. Suddenly, she became like Hanya and started to rage. The butlers around her, who were watching her, thought she was in danger and grabbed her by the arm to stop her. I should not say anything that makes me sound too familiar to Amama-san. You may already know that, but if you even lay a finger on the young lady, you'll go to the other side immediately. Yes, I know, if you make the young lady cry, you won't get away with it.
I'll do my best. Players know how much these maids and butlers love Amama.
They are former adventurers who had been chased or lost their way due to aristocratic or clan conflicts and strife. It was Amama-san who gave them black clothes and surrounded them as bodyguards under the direct control of the Amama family. I understand that her loyalty to Amama and the Amama family is unwavering, as she saved them from a tight spot and even protected them, but isn't she a little too overprotective? And, what were you talking to that man about? The maid, who suddenly becomes serious when she thinks she's threatened with a gulp and fangs. She points to a man in a prawn mask who is alone looking at the bonfire and says, "Small talk, I mean. Well, it's not much of a story. What kind of person is he? It's rare for him to talk to people. No, if there's nothing to talk about, that's fine." It helped that she let me go more easily than I expected, but next time I'll ask you to be a little more gentle with me.
I'm getting cold. I'm going to go back and wrap myself in a sleeping bag.
The next day, as I was walking down the main street leading to the 14th floor, Amama-san, who was standing next to me, said to me in a playful manner, "A great guy came to help them, but he went home. There were some voices in our class that he might not be good. That's right, the C class had announced that they were going to retire on the 13th floor. Mako looked disappointed, but the faces of the members in the back showed that they were still tired, and without the help of her brother, they would have no choice but to retire. I am looking forward to seeing how she will use this frustration as a springboard for growth. So I went to tell those nobles that I wanted to take advantage of the situation and retire, but as expected, I was forced to continue carrying their baggage. I heard that after a discussion between Class A and Class B, they decided to go up to the 20th floor and win the championship at the same time, and they patronizingly said, "If you carry the luggage, we will take you there for free." It was good that they brought a lot of high-level helpers to aim for the first place in both A and B classes, but because of that, it was certain that the game would end up in the swampy area after the 21st floor, which was dangerous. The problem was that they were afraid that their valued helpers might be harmed, so they decided to end the game at the 20th floor. The problem was that Suo was the one who suggested it. Knowing the Suo of the game, I can't help but think that there's more to this than meets the eye. I suspect the possibility of a conspiracy. Even so, there are many skilled players in the A class and their assistants, and with so many people around, I don't think Suo will succeed even if he tries to play a trick. Amama-san also seemed to support the handoff if it would avoid the danger for the butlers. As for me, I didn't want to be involved in any more B-class nonsense, but if we can tie for first place, I have an excuse to contribute to the E-class, which is far behind others. And then there's Amama. Next to me, Amama-san, in full plate mail, is walking with light steps, humming a song, and although she doesn't seem to be getting along with her fellow class members, she is very comfortable talking with me. She invited me to go with her, which made me feel like I could go. But if I get too close, the maids and the black butler who are watching from a distance behind me will stare at me, so I have to be careful about my distance. But Narumi, you were talking to Blacktooth, did you know him? Blacktooth, you mean Kokuji? It's his title, like a second name. The actual Kokuji is a name that is used by the Kokuji to refer to a person who is a member of the Kokuji clan. Jiraketsu is an ultra-military clan that has been in constant conflict with the nobility and clans. They are said to be an extremely dangerous guy who has emerged through many such conflicts by destroying rival executives and organizations one after another, and was selected to become an executive of a huge organization when he was just under 20 years old. When we talked, I had the feeling that I was talking about a PK and that he had killed quite a few people. In the game, only the name of Jiraketsu appeared often, but there was no scene where he was actually fighting somewhere or where the cadres appeared, and I didn't have much information about them either. There are a lot of crazy people over there, but Blacktooth is a particularly dangerous one. I heard that he went into a big nobleman's mansion by himself and killed all of his 100 bodyguards. Our butlers were very nervous. The number of those who have been made to bleed is innumerable. Many nobles shudder at the mere sight of that prawn mask. When such a person showed up at this interclass competition, even the helpers from A and B classes were nervous. The maid was probably curious about this and asked me about it. I don't want to get into trouble with a nobleman, and I wouldn't want to get close to him if I could. Because they have repeatedly engaged in armed conflict with whoever they are dealing with, their surroundings are full of enemies. Recently, there was a major conflict. I don't know what kind of principles they are fighting for, but it is best to keep your distance from such a dangerous organization. Well, I don't think we will meet them in the future, so what does it matter? The group was moving slowly along the gently sloping road. It is not a quiet and peaceful place, as the undead sometimes appear, but as long as we are in the midst of a large group, there is no need to fight, and we continue on our way, enjoying our conversation. It is an easy road trip. The only problem is that Kuga-san is mixed in with the large group.